Well, hello there, you wonderful creators, you bastions of glory. I've got something pretty special to show you today. Something I'm rather excited for. Something to kick things off a little bit. Something I've been working on for some time. Some of you might have already gotten a little bit of a peek. And, well, I guess we could just get started. Right? Wouldn't that make sense? How's everybody doing tonight? Hope you're having a good eve. Anyway, who's ready to party? Prepare yourself, friends. I've been a VTuber all along, guys. On a cold night. Tonight. On a cold night. Tonight. You a little confused? Just a little? That's okay. Welcome. If it's your first time here, you're probably thinking, what kind of show is this about to be? And if it's not your first time here, you're probably thinking, this isn't how the intro normally starts. Well, guess what, boys? Ladies, gentlemen, I don't care anymore. We're getting pumped before we get dumped, you know what I mean? Anyway, hi guys, how's it going? How do you like the new intro? Pretty good, right? Do you guys like that? Did you guys enjoy that? Was that good? Was that fun? I gotta calm this fucking. I gotta calm the music. Calm down. Are you done? You calm down. Fighting? Yeah. Okay. Hey guys, what's up? How's everybody doing today? How are y'all doing? Chat! Hello, who's here? Let's see. Hack Runes, I'm a Moron, Fracked, Heart of Void, JD49er, Celery Gamer, Richard Snow, name. How's it going? Kevin H. How you guys doing today? How's everybody feeling? Is everyone having a good day? Good night? A good eve? Are we ready to look at some homebrew, as it were? You're new here? Welcome, insert name here. Love to have you. Big vibes today. Nice, nice, nice. You're painting models? Man, I wish I could paint models. I'm super colorblind, so I can't really do that kind of stuff. Can't really do that kind of stuff. Holy shamoly! Mateo, did you just gift a boatload of subs? What are you doing, Brother Bear? play this a little bit more for you. Thank you so much, Bran. That's very kind. All right, welcome to the show, friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, if you are new to the stream, my name's CinderBlocksally. Hi. I run a bunch of random stuff online. I make a bunch of YouTube shorts, and I do reviews. I review your homebrew. Oh, and new members. Tredosi, welcome, welcome. We got Tredosi. We got Skurznik, welcome, you cool cats. You guys are a bunch of cool cats coming into the mix. Holy moly. Guys, all right, so we review your writing. Now, there's a couple things that I like to say before we get started. I guess we could talk, do we talk business or do we talk pleasure first? What do you guys think? Do we talk business or pleasure first? Chat, tell me. Are we starting with business or pleasure? Business or pleasure? Pleasure? Business? Pleasure? All right, we'll start with pleasure. So, here's the business. The business side of it is I do 2 review streams a week these days, and I'm probably going to start doing more that will be more like themes with contests, etc. But these days, I have 2. One of them is Sunday night, and it's a big friggin' free-for-all. We get a bunch of submissions. It is a genuine lottery to see who gets picked, and I review those pieces. The other one is Thursday night. Now, the Thursday night is a smaller wheel. It is the wheel for folks that are members of my channel or on my Patreon. So there's a slightly larger chance that your piece is going to get picked. It's still a lottery. But the other side of it is that if you want to come on stream, we can talk about your piece with you online, and so you can be there to talk about it. You don't have to. But that's always an option that's on the table. Pleasure. What's the point? All right, that's enough business. Let's talk pleasure. Pleasure, what's the point? What are we doing here? What the hell are we doing here? Why are we doing this? Why are we writing homebrew? Why are we trying to review homebrew? I think the goal mostly is fun, right? I feel like part of the goal is that we want to create, and it's really satisfying to create in the space of D&D because you don't need to be a game designer in a very technical way to be a game designer in the D&D space. And also, it's nice to make something that your friends can use. It's nice to make a toy that then you can put out into the world that a whole bunch of people get to play with. Kevin H., thank you so much, buddy. Love the channel, man. I had my first session last night. Hell yes, Brother Bear. Very exciting. Love a good first session. So we look at homebrew because we make homebrew because it's fun to make stuff, because it's fun to make stuff that other people interact with, and it's fun to make tools for telling stories and stuff. Holy moly! Tredozio coming in with the 5 gifted. You're out of control. You guys are being very kind. Very kind. How's it going, crew? Now, where do I come into that mix? I'm the critic. I'm Gordon Ramsay right now. And in a space of D&D and a space of homebrew and a space of like creative play space, why should we have critique? Why should we have feedback? Because on one hand, it does make sense that it's like, it's imagination. You should make it whatever you want, and you should do whatever you want with it. Now, on the other hand, and this is a slightly controversial hand, so you don't need to believe, you don't have to buy into it if you don't want to. Because D&D does have a structure to it, when you make stuff for D&D, there are ways you can make it so that it fits well within that structure, and that it is easy to use within that structure. And there's ways that you can make it that it isn't that. When I am feedbacking your work, when I am giving it criticism, when I'm judging it, when I am putting it on the fire and seeing what is cleansed from the burn, that's where I'm coming from. I'm looking at it not as, is this going to be, not as, is this worth your time? Because that doesn't matter. Your time is your time. You're going to do with it what you want. You know what I mean? What matters is it usable? If you put it online, are strangers on the internet who have never met you, who are never going to talk to you, are they going to be excited by it? Are they going to be able to understand it? And arguably most important, maybe not most important, but very important, if they put it in their game, how much extra work are they going to have to put into making sure that it doesn't tip the scales in crazy ways? Like, it should, that's sort of the world that we come from. Do you know what I mean? That's what we're sitting in here. So, with all of that in mind, all of the homebrew that we're going to be looking at tonight is people that are members on the channel, which now we have a bunch of new members, or people that are patrons, which means that the people whose homebrew we're looking at tonight are giving me money to look at their homebrew. Now, you might think to yourself, that means he's going to go easy on them, which is a reasonable assumption, but I'm going to pose the opposite. If you're giving me money to have me look at your work, you should really be putting your best foot forward. Or at the very least, you should be getting the most out of the criticism, which means that I am turning it up, not to 11, but maybe to 10.2, because the goal here is growth. The goal here is learning. The goal here is entertainment. You know, you see, is that enough rambling before we get started? I don't want to do the thing where people get upset when I'm mean. I'm not going to be mean. I'm not going to be mean. I was talking to somebody about this online the other night. I was like, I have to figure out how to ride the line of being the good leader, but also being able to be like, oh, I got to be exhausted for a moment. And somebody said I should lean into being offended as opposed to getting angry. I thought that was a pretty good idea. Instead of being like, well, how dare this be the wrong grammar? It's more of like, you know, more like offended. I'm put off. So we'll see. We'll see if that works tonight. I'm just going to be me. You guys know me. We're just going to play the game. We're just going to do the dance. Speaking of the dance, here's the deal for tonight that is different than Sunday nights. If you are one of my... I actually need to set this up. It'll take 2 seconds. It is set up. Perfect. Okay. If you are somebody that is getting a piece reviewed tonight, you can, if you want to, come on stream to talk about it with me as we look at it. I'm going to tell you to shut the fuck up every now and then so I can just read and talk. But if you want to be on stream, you can. So the way to do that, if that is something that interests you, is you're going to want to go to my... You're going to want to go to my... You're going to want to go to my Discord. And you're going to want to go to the stream waiting room. So if you're somebody that wants to come on stream tonight, that is having a piece reviewed, go to the stream waiting room, and I'll pull you on. I'll probably yell that again a couple more times. Anyway, let's take a look at the wheel. Look at the wheel for tonight, guys. Also, I've rearranged my camera setup a little bit, so now I can look at, when I'm looking at the screen, I'm looking here, so it creates the illusion that I'm looking at the same thing as you, so you guys don't get all upset when I'm looking in the wrong direction. I've got a bunch of comments of people being like, "You're looking in the wrong direction." So you know what I mean. Hopefully you'll all forgive me for that now. Hopefully the transgression has passed. Why is this not getting bigger? There we go. What did you submit? I have no idea what you submitted. Anyway, shall we give her a spin? Let me adjust the volume here a little bit. Oh, why is the wheel making no noise? Interesting. Silent wheel today? Oh, the volume is just down. We're starting with Fracked. So Fracked, no pressure. But if you want to come on stream, if you want to come on stream, let me know. God damn it, stop doing things you're not supposed to. Okay. Fracked cannot come on stream. All right, so we won't worry about it. I came across an eerie image that inspired me to create my first homebrew trap. Oh, I am excited. A trap? Let's fucking go. Fracked, if you want to come on stream, you should. Because I see that you're here. Just tell me if you want to. No pressure. But I'm excited. I love traps. It is still rough around the edges, but that's why I'm here. Hell yeah. I don't know if the new member-only streams will allow more to be spent on submissions, but I hope you'll be able to read everything. The second page goes into detail about the countermeasures. Oh, interesting. Well, we'll see. We'll see how hectically long it is. I still abide the rule. The rules don't change. We still don't read a thing longer than I want to. But we can, we'll see what that means. You're just watching? All right, cool. Oh, the link. I'm sorry. There you go. Okay, let's see. This is called the Hanging Warden. Oh, that's not so much. Dude, when I say 2 pages is a lot, I mean like 2 pages of full text. 2 pages of a Word document is a lot. 2 pages like this is basically 1 page. That's not a... Calm down. You're fine. Okay, let us take a look. Gladriel says 2 pages feels like a lot for a trap. It depends on the trap, I think. Because I would, if you can have a quite complex, like a trap can be like, I step on it and it explodes. But a trap can also be like a complicated big encounter. It really depends. Did you see that art on Reddit's front page? I remember this. All right, let's read it. The Hanging Wardens. An ancient myth suggests there is a great treasure hidden within a temple dedicated to the late infamous King Harish Abdul. The entrance to the temple is a long sandstone alleyway with dozens of decomposing skeleton bodies hanging above, acting as the temple's wardens. The alley is 30 feet wide, 180 feet long, and 60 feet tall. It is mostly clear, but after 90 feet, the floor is broken, cracked, and laden with fragments of bone. I'm going to get fracked. I'm going to give you one huge piece of advice right now. If you are making a trap that has a specific layout, give a map. Give a map. Give them a visual identifier so that they can actually visualize it. You don't need a map when you're making a monster or a magic item or a subclass because they exist in space. You know what I mean? They're not like they don't have to sit in the same spot. But if you're ever making a specific thing that has like specific sizes and stuffs, make a map. You made one? Okay, cool. Then don't worry about it. But yeah, so for folks at home, like, it just makes it so much easier. Because, like, some people are going to be like, okay, 30 feet wide, 180 feet long, 60 feet tall. That makes sense. Some people are going to immediately be like, not everyone has very different feelings of, like, spatial awareness, I think. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. Glad that is heard. But yes, the more tools you give somebody, the better. Especially with a complicated seeming trap like this, where there's a lot of stuff. Okay. Trigger. This trap activates as soon as a living creature enters the alleyway, and it remains active while any living creature is within the alleyway or until the hanging bodies have been destroyed. Okay, so you walk into this alley, vroom, trap activates. Active elements. Oh, new member, Celery Gaming. What's up? Welcome, welcome. Active elements. The hanging bodies are strung 50 feet in the air. There are roughly 2 bodies for every 10 feet of the alley's length. Are there roughly 2 bodies or are there actually 2 bodies? I would be specific here if the bodies are connected to the functioning of the trap. These hanging corpses can emit decomposing auras, fire, jagged bone darts, and conjure animated rope to blind, decay, and constrict intruders. Okay, so the way that I'm reading this is there's an alleyway and there are these hanging bodies that activate random traps if you do something. We don't know what yet, but that's okay. But that's the way that I'm reading it. Jagged Bone, Initiative 20. The Wardens attack each other. The Wardens attack each creature in the alley. What are the Wardens? Have Wardens been mentioned yet? You call these things the hanging bodies here, and you mean they're called the Wardens here. If you're doing anything specific, use specific language and keep that specific language. That is more or less important depending on how complicated your piece is. But man, look at this. There is a lot going on here. You need to be as crystal clear with naming things as possible. Don't call them hanging bodies in one place and Wardens somewhere else. Be very, very clear about how many they are. Be very clear about where they are. Be very clear about what they do, how they move. You need to be like hyper specific. The other thing that I'm going to say is that if they are creatures, it's unclear to me if they're creatures that can move or not.
which I don't think is good. That should be clear to me. So I would make it very clear that, like, they are hanging from the ceiling. They don't move. If a creature steps underneath one, something activates or something like that. Or if they are creatures, clarify it more like that a little bit too. Okay, let's see. So on initiative count 20, the Wardens attack each creature in the alley with a +5 bonus to hit with ranged attacks, dealing 2d6 piercing damage. A creature hit by this attack is blinded until it removes the jagged bone as an action. Okay, so are each of these bodies making an attack, or are does each creature have one attack made against them? I would be clear about that, because I'm not sure if it is. Traps can totally have attack rolls, dragons. I feel like that's legit. But I would, if each body has one attack, then we need to know how many attacks that is immediately in here. Wait, what am I waiting for? Oh, each character is attacked once. Okay, yeah. Then say that clearly, because it's unclear. The numbers are unclear. But a little bit of damage and blinding is pretty solid. It's an action to remove the bone shards, so you're going to be blind for at least a round, and you also are going to lose another round of action if you take them out, but they're free to take out. So I gotta feel like that's fine, as opposed to like saving throw. Decomposing aura. At 10th level, at initiative count 10, each creature in the 60-foot long area beyond... See, now is where we want the map. In the 60-foot long area beyond the first 60 feet, so this is in the second area, has to make a con saving throw. On a failed save, they take 4d8 necrotic damage and can't regain hit points. Okay, so I'm going to say something else right now. In the way that you write out this trap, you should write it out in the order that it will be experienced. All the things that happen in the first half of the hallway should be explained before all the things that happen in the second half of the hallway. So if there's anything else that happens in the first half of the hallway, it should be explained before these things. I think. My opinion. Animated rope. Each creature in the last 60-foot stretch of the alley must make a DC 15 dex saving throw or become restrained. At the end of a rope's turn... I see. The rope has a turn. A restrained creature ascends 20 feet in the air. I would not give the rope a turn. I would just make this a thing that happened, and that would just pull creatures up. Once a creature has been pulled 50 feet up, they begin suffocating. Kevin, gift and subs, you're a boss. A creature restrained by the rope can use an action to make a DC 15 dex strength save. On a success, the creature breaks. Yeah, there's no reason for this to not just happen instantly. Just make it happen. They fail the save, they get pulled up 20 feet, or they... Yeah, I would say 25 feet, and then I would do the other 25 feet on the next turn. Okay. Yeah, but it says... No, but read what you wrote here. At the end of the rope's turn. So that means that this rope shouldn't have... The rope shouldn't have... I'm just saying remove this. Just cut the... I'm just saying cut that part out. It's what's the word? It's superfluous. It's extraneous. It's one of those other words I don't know. Rune of Sleep. A creature that climbs atop the walls of the alley. Oh, I didn't realize you could do that. And the way that I was interpreting it was it just kind of went up, and I didn't think of a climbing over. I didn't think that was a thing you could do. Must succeed on a DC 20 con save or fall unconscious as if affected by the sleep spell and plummet into the alley. Creatures with less than 100 hit points have disadvantage on the saving throw. And then death. A creature that dies within the alley will join the hanging wardens and share their curse. Over the course of 8 hours, the creature's body decays and is strung along the corpses. As it after this time has passed, a deceased creature can be restored to life only by means of the wish spell. Okay, so to be clear, the way that this functions, for the most part, I think works pretty well. I will say this is a very hard alleyway to get through. It's brutal. Yeah, this is not a low-level encounter at all. The other thing that I'm going to say is I worry that you are getting too caught up in the imagery of the hanging bodies, where it's making the actual explanation of the trap confusing. because at first I was like, who like are? At first it sounded like the bot. Like I would. It sounds like the bodies are doing these things, and I don't think that's what it should be like. Like I think the bodies doing the things it should just be the flavor, and I would be very hesitant of talking about like, where did you do it? You talk about it somewhere. This, like the way that this is worded is confusing to me. I would basically like unless it really matters where these things are, and that the like because it makes it feel like the active elements are coming from the hanging bodies, but I don't feel like they are. They're scenery. Yeah. Like my guess is the active the bodies are going to be tied to this second part of how we mess with it. And if that's true, then explain them down here. Don't explain them up in the active part, because it genuinely makes me confused about the structure of this thing in a way that I'm otherwise not confused, because most of it I do think is pretty clear. Also, I probably wouldn't say atop the walls. I would just give them a certain distance they can climb up. All right, but everything else seems pretty solid. I like all these traps. They don't. Yeah, they seem cool so far. All right, let's see how we countermeasure it. Each of the trap's active elements can be thwarted in particular ways. Creatures can attack the bodies, interpose an object, or discern how to avoid the attack. That's not clear. What does that mean? Discern how to avoid the attack? That needs mechanical language. That doesn't mean anything. Also, like, what does it mean interpose an object? So, like, if this action happens, can I pull up a shield? You need to be a little bit more clear about, like, the mechanics of this, both in terms of how it affects these attack rolls and like what that means. So, like, if I shoot an arrow at the body, what happens? It's explained afterwards. Okay, it shouldn't have to be, you shouldn't have to say it'll be explained afterwards. The fact that you had to say that, I think, is an indicator that you should be reorganizing the way that this is explained. Attack. Each body has 15 AC and 10 HP. Every 3 bodies destroyed reduces Jagged Bones bonus attack by 1. Okay. I think that's fine. I think that's too much. I would probably make it go down faster than every 3 destroyed. Intelligence as an action. The other thing is that is important, I think, to think about is how are these affected by other things? Like, if I shoot a fireball up at the ceiling, do I just destroy a bunch of bodies? I don't know. Think about it, because that's the thing that I would try if I was a player in this situation. Intelligence. As an action, a creature that can see the wardens can attempt an intelligence investigation check. On a success, the character has learned... Don't do the past tense. Keep in the same tense. On a success, the character learns how to anticipate the firing of the bones, imposing disadvantage on the warden's attack against the creature. Okay, these are all related to the bones? I wouldn't do that. I would split them all up. I wouldn't have... don't overcomplicate it. Interpose object. They are all connected to the bones. Then you need to reorganize how this is written. As an action, a creature can interpose an object between themselves and the attack. The warden can gain advantage on its next attack against the creature. The wardens gain advantage on its next attack against the creature. Why? However, the creature takes half as much damage and can't be blinded. Why do they get advantage on the attack? That doesn't make sense. And I disagree with that. Decomposing aura. The aura's potency weakens more than half of the body in the... the aura's potency weakens once more than half the bodies in the alley have been destroyed. Again, we don't know how many bodies there are, so that needs to be clarified. A creature gains advantage on saving throws imposed by decomposing auras with this. Okay. And then the animated rope. Creatures can burn the animated rope. Okay, burning, it's cool. If any segment of the rope takes fire damage, they have advantage on saving throws imposed. The creatures have advantage on saving throws imposed by the rope, and restrained creatures only ascend 5 feet per the rope's turn. This hindrance lasts until the animated rope's next turn. Why doesn't it destroy it? I'd probably destroy it. Rune of Sleep. The Rune of Sleep can be dispelled. That's fine. That's a really high DC. At the end of the fall, creatures take some damage. Okay, so let me give you some general feedback here. I think that it is totally fine to have a bunch of ways that you can interact with a trap. In fact, I think it's great. But it feels weird that half of this thing is devoted to the bones, and then everything else gets a tiny little blip. Like, it just doesn't feel right on the page. It also, putting these in italics and these in not italics is not enough of a formatting distinguisher to clarify that these are all connected to this. You should make these bullet points. That will make it a lot easier to see. It'll also make me not be like, why don't I understand what this is? It'll make me understand that immediately, as opposed to ask that question. The last thing that I want to suggest here is that most of these features require you to succeed on doing something multiple times, like pretty regularly. Like, the way that this trap works, both the difficulty of this trap and the length of the hallway make me feel like you could get through this trap in a round very easily. Very easily. It'll take resources from you, and you'll take a bunch of damage, but it could be done. So I strongly disagree with any of these ways of messing with the trap, requiring you to potentially spend 3 rounds in the trap. Like, I should be able to do something against the trap and affect the round that I'm on or the next round. I don't think it should be, okay, I have to do this 3 times, and then the next round something will happen. It should be more immediate. It should feel like it should feel more like I don't know. I think there should just be more of an immediate response from the game world. For 2 reasons. One, because I genuinely don't know how long this trap will take to get through. I could very easily see some groups getting through it in a round, others taking a long time. But also, it will give haptic feedback to the players. So, like, if the players decide to shoot one of the bodies and something immediately happens, all the players know that something happens when you shoot the bodies. If when you shoot the body, nothing happens because you actually need to shoot the body 3 times, then the players might not think to shoot the body again because nothing happened the first time. The key to a good trap that's complicated and a little puzzly is to make sure that as the players are trying things, whether they're succeeding or failing, they're starting to understand the basic, like, system that's at play. Does that make sense? Anyway, I think it is pretty cool. Now, I saw a lot of people say it's very complicated, and I am going to argue that it's not. This is a 3-part trap, really. There's, like, a hallway where you can get bones shot at you. There's an aura that can hurt you. And ropes that come down and get you. And everything else just messes with you if you start trying to climb the walls. And that's a 3-part trap. And I think that I feel like a lot of the time in D&D when we're designing something new, especially something like a trap, which is going to go in like a dungeon most likely, you can make a hallway with 3 totally non-connected traps, or you could make a hallway with 1 trap like this. And I don't know if one is better than the other, but I don't think this is overly complicated. I only think this trap becomes overly complicated if you're like, I'm putting 3 of them in a row. Anyway, I think it's pretty solid. Thank you for sharing. We're going to skip Databank for now. They had a thing that sounded family emergency-esque, and I told them I'd let them be skipped. I don't remember if they said family emergency-esque. I might have just put that in my own brain. Some random guy. Some random guy. Let's see. Below, Cinder. Below, random guy. I have been running a One Piece campaign for some friends of mine. And I made this Haki system. Oh, guys, I'm going to be... Wait a second. You can't see everything. Is that better? I am going to be honest. I don't know anything about One Piece. So I apologize in advance if you don't like what I have to say. But I'm gonna let's see. A little Haki system for us all. As a quick beforehand summary, each player has a level pool, and they can choose to put points into their fighting style, Devil Fruit, or when they reach level 8, Haki. These both have 10 levels to them, so if you could look at observation first, if you only look at one, that would be cool. Okay, let's take a look. So this is like a secondary subclass. Am I reading that right? Dude, people fucking love One Piece. I get so many. If you ever want to have a fun time, go through my comment section where I'm like, hey, what kind of character do you want help making? 80% of them are, hey, can you make Captain Poo Poo Fart from One Piece? Hey, can you make explodey many arm person from One Piece? Everybody loves One Piece. They're all about it. Okay, so this is the Haki system. Let's read the beginning, and I don't think it's. Let's see. Okay, let's see. How does this Haki system work? Okay, so you're not exactly. Hot take. I like Fairy Tail more than One Piece. I don't know what Fairy Tail is one either. Hey, Cinder, thanks for the feedback last stream. Been thinking about how to telegraph the mechanic we discussed, and I settled on different colored fire. Ooh, yeah, that makes sense. Different colors, color stuff can work really well. Okay, so you basically get levels of a thing, and you get points. And you have a number of points equal to your level. Okay, so if you're a level 10 Arament Haki, you have 10 points. Okay. And I think this is separate from your level in D&D. Think with Portal says, wait, you are running this in D&D? Why wouldn't you choose a system like Fate or Powered by the Apocalypse? I feel like that is a reasonable question, but I also understand people's hesitation about changing systems. So there are definitely systems that work better for crazy stuff. I don't know how crazy One Piece gets, but my guess is it gets crazy. Okay, let's see. This is the observation class. Some random guy, did you want to come on stream and talk about this or no? If you want to, you can be in my Discord and you can. If not, then don't. Actually, just tell me right now, and then I'll care or not. I should have checked. I think you wrote something. You can't make it. Okay, never mind. You said you can't. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm sorry for not paying enough attention to the question I made you answer. I am the one that fucked up. Some random guy. Is this on top of being a full class, or is this next to a class? Like, is this like I'm a wizard and I'm this, or is it like I'm this? That's my question. Answer it in the comments for me when you have a chance. You've gained it's a class and this. Okay, so this is like a feat system on top of the class. Got you. Okay, cool. Okay, so at level 1, you become Awoken. You have gained the ability to use Observation Haki. This allows you to create a small area in which you can sense a creature. You cannot distinguish who the creature is. I would say what the creature is. Or I would say you can't distinguish the creature's identity. As they only appear as a small blue circle. You can hear the voice of any creatures within that area. You need to be very specific of what that area means. Like, can you hear creatures as if you were standing in that space? Can you hear creatures within 10 feet of that area, within 30 feet of that area? Clarify the mechanics there. And you can hear any of their surface level thoughts. I would look to the spell Detect Thoughts to get the language right for this. Detect Thoughts does basically this same exact thing. Copy the language of that, or just pull the clarifying language from that. You can activate this area as an action with a range of 30 feet. What does that mean with a range of 30 feet? Does that mean you can pick a spot within 30 feet and put one of these sensors here? Or does that mean you like put out like a radius effect in 30 feet? The way that I would clarify this is I would say like pick a spot you can see within a range of 30 feet. There, you summon a little sensor. It does all these things. you should probably actually just look at the spell Arcane Eye. Arcane Eye is a spell in D&D that does pretty much all of this and has very clear language for how it works. So go look up the spell Arcane Eye. As an action, you can focus on your observation Haki, increasing the area, I would say radius, by 30 feet. You can increase it a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and it cannot go any further than that. This area is spherical. Yeah, you just just describe it as a radius from the start, and you don't need to do any of that. This is really strong. This is essentially, I would argue, the same as like a 3rd or 4th level spell. So I don't know what I'm balancing this against, but if you're getting this at 1st level, you're basically getting the equivalent of a 3rd or 4th level spell multiple times a day. So think about that. Also, what's the time limit on it? Like, once you put one, how long does it last? And does it require concentration to keep it there? Like, is it the way that it's written? It just sounds like it's wherever you put it, it's there forever, and I don't think it should be. It should have a time limit on it. Present sense. You have increased the power of your observation Haki, allowing you to see a clear outline of any creatures within your area. This also includes any weapons they have, as it counts as an extension of their body. While the creatures within your area, they cannot hide from you. And half cover becomes no cover. 3/4 cover becomes half cover. Full cover becomes 3/4 cover. When you increase your observation Haki to 3rd level, you gain the ability to force a creature to make a stealth check. Upon a failure, all attacks you make against that creature have advantage until the start of your next turn. This is really friggin' strong. It says that you can only get Haki at 8th level. Okay, so this starts at 8th level. So you get level 1 Haki at 8th level. This starts at 8th level? Okay. I'm a Moron says, whoa, that's cracked. I don't know if it's cracked. The hard part about looking at a single piece of homebrew in a totally different system is it's hard to tell how balanced it is or isn't because I don't know what else everyone is getting. Like, if everyone's overpowered, it kind of becomes no one's overpowered, you know? It doesn't... Okay, so Darksteel Panda says this is literally how it works in the show, pretty much. I'm going to say something now. It doesn't matter how it works in the show. It really doesn't. What matters is, can you interpret how it works in the show in a way that works well in the game that you are running? That's what matters. I have seen many pieces of homebrew that try to very accurately create a complicated idea in D&D, and the fact that they strive for accuracy ruins the piece. Accuracy is not actually that important. The only thing that really matters when you're trying to pull something from another piece of media and put it in D&D is vibe and feeling. If the pieces of the puzzle that you can put together create the feeling of the thing, that's what you need. You don't need accuracy. Accuracy is you're shooting yourself in the foot if you strive for accuracy above all else, because it's really hard to balance accuracy, because TV shows, media, movies, they're not designed to be balanced. If the game is not designed to be overpowered, then this is kind of overpowered. A lot of this stuff is really fucking hectic. The cover stuff, like this, like this is crazy powerful. The cover stuff is really strong. Advantage is not that big a deal. That's kind of whatever. What I would just say is, like, you need to, somebody said action economy. You can force a creature to make a a strength check, a stealth check. What do they make? Like, are you using a reaction to do that, an action to do that, a bonus action to do that? You need to clarify where we're doing that. Anytime that you are doing anything, you need to clarify where it's eating up the action economy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the cover thing is huge. It's huge. I could very easily cheese the game with this very easily. Is whenever you're in a situation where you can hit somebody and they literally can't hit you because you can see through the wall and they can't, like that can fuck things up pretty bad. I would maybe drop the full cover becomes 3/4 cover. anything through walls. Any spell that says target a creature you can see. Or a spot you can see. Strength sense. I would the other thing that I would say is just for formatting's sake, if you get this at level 1, just write that here. At level 1 Haki, you get this. At level 2, you get this. At level 3, you get this, just because it's going to be easier to keep track of. Strength sense. You gain the ability to measure a creature's strength. As a bonus action, when a creature enters your area, you can learn its strength score, any resistances, immunities, or their CR or level, or their Haki level. If a weapon enters this area, you will learn its type, damage type. Okay, so this is a neat feature. This also completely... what I don't love about this is that there are 2 subclasses in D&D that get weaker versions of this feature as subclass features, and it kind of shits on them. So I would maybe not have it because of that. Like the Battlemaster fighter gets a version, a thing that basically does this, except it takes a minute and it's not as complex. And then the Monster Slayer Ranger gets a feature that's basically this too. I'm not really a fan of giving characters features that or designing Homebrew that sits too closely to things that already exist. So take that or leave that. When you increase your observation Haki to 5th level, you gain the ability to see an amount of damage die the weapon rolls, its vulnerabilities of the creature. You also learn if the blade is a meteo. I'm assuming that's something that's One Piece related. You did base it off Monster Slayer? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Because then what happens if somebody wants to be a Monster Slayer? Then this is then this becomes a pointless feature. I don't know. Some random dude. Are you intending for this to be a kind of crazy overpowered game or not? If you don't want this to be a crazy overpowered game, this needs a good chunk of work, I think, in general. I would say, especially considering you're getting these on top of character levels, I might even suggest doing something where you could take these instead of character levels, like an alternative class level up that you could start doing after a certain level, like a prestige class might be a better way of making these things not rock the socks off a game. The other thing that I would say is you should look at the feats that exist in D&D. You should just go through the feats and look at them. And if you want this to be a template that sits on top of full classes, none of these should be more powerful than a feat. And I would also argue none of these should do more than a feat. Like, if you look at the way that feats are written, a feat will do like 2 things or 1 thing that's quite strong, or like 4 things that are okay. Emotion sense. You have increased your observation Haki's ability to the point that you can sense the true emotions of a creature. As a bonus action, you can force any creature in your area to make a deception check with disadvantage. Why do you keep making people do shit with disadvantage? Don't do that. Just let them make the check. Half the things it's doing, it's gonna come. Just leave it. Or am I mixing? We can just let them roll it. Just make it be a roll. If you want it to be a deception check because it's stronger, then just why make the check, you know? Why give him the chance if we're not going to give him a chance? If the creature fails, you learn the creature's true emotions, allowing you to increase chances of either provoking them or soothing them. By making charisma check with the same bonus action or a separate one, you can force one of the following. Oh, so this can do multiple things. It does this and then something else too? Any attacks the creature makes against you have disadvantage, while any attacks made by any other creatures have advantage. Any attacks the creature makes against you have advantage, while any attacks against other creatures have disadvantage. Any attacks... This is too much. I'm not even going to finish reading them. This is too much. This feels like I'm reading a friggin'... this feels like I'm reading like a Who's on First. This is like a skit. This language... Don't do this. Don't write like this. This is a tongue twister to read. Any attacks you make against the creature has advantage. Any attacks the creature makes against you has advantage. Any attacks you make against the creature has disadvantage. Any attacks other creatures make against... Why are we doing this? Okay, when you give every option, you are giving zero feeling. This, first of all, this just steps on the toes of so many features, like Reckless Attack, or like the Ancestral Guardians Barbarian, or things like Compelled Duel, or I think there's a couple Paladin things. Like, I don't agree with this being able to do all of these things. It's too many things. It makes it feel like it doesn't feel like anything. And it just makes my brain go turn to mush. So if you can figure out a way to write these features in a way that doesn't turn my brain to mush, then I think you have a little bit more of an argument for keeping all four. But I don't know what the point is. It's just too much control. It's too much. Too much power, too much control. I'm going to read one more. Intent sense. You have almost completed your observation, Haki, allowing you to sense the intent of a creature in your area. As a bonus action on your turn, you can force any attack against you to have disadvantage until the start of your next turn. Bro, there's too much fucking disadvantage, advantage stuff happening already. We already stop it. We don't need to keep... We need something different. These mechanics should feel different. Stop making them all. Don't make them all do the same thing. Enough disadvantage, advantage. You did a whole Three Stooges bit about it in the last feature. We don't need any more of it. If a creature does not intend to hurt you, you cannot impose disadvantage against them. Why? I don't understand why. Why would a creature make an attack roll against you if they don't intend to hurt you? I don't agree with that. Yeah, that's confusing to me. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Once you increase your Haki to level 9 as a reaction to being forced to make a dexterity saving throw or being attacked, you can give yourself a bonus to your AC and dexterity saving throws equal to your proficiency bonus, and that lasts until the end of your next turn. That's also really strong. You can use this ability an amount of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay, so I'm going to give a couple pieces of advice here. Every single feature I see, you've done proficiency bonus times. You're giving us too many mini resources to keep track of. Every single one of these features now requires a new resource pool to keep track of. That's too much. So I would not make all of these based on that. Some of them should probably be once per short rest. Some of them should probably be once per day, etc. In its current state, I feel like you're losing, at least in this one, I feel like you're losing the story once you get past present sense. Strength sense and emotion sense and intent sense, I stop feeling like I'm observing, and it starts to turn into this weird, like, puppet master stuff of, like, advantage, disadvantage, and, like, AC stuff. It just doesn't fit in my mind. I don't feel like it fits the vibe of what you've been building up to with the other ones. So I feel like I'm losing the sense of flavor, and I shouldn't have to, like if maybe it's a One Piece thing, and maybe this is one of those things where it's like, it's because it has a lot of different aspects to it, but I should know what the vibe of the thing is, both in terms of mechanics and flavor, pretty simply. I think it should be simple. And right now this is a little complicated, and it feels like it's going in a couple different directions. The other thing that I want to say is that if you don't want this to be overpowered, you have a lot more work to do than if you are okay with it being overpowered. And I almost want to encourage you to lean into it being okay for it being overpowered. And I say that because even from just the piece that I read, which is like, 2/3 of one of them, there's such a big level of, like, scene dressing. It's like these are big feeling features that I think that's the goal. And if they don't end up feeling big, then it's just too many new things and resources to have to keep track of. Because it's a lot. So I would think about how you want it to feel, and decide if you want it to be really big or if you want it to be a little more calm. And a good way to come to that decision would also be like, how much do you want this to impact the character creation? Like how much are these features your characters, and how much are these features like little boons that your characters have? That's my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Some random guy. He's just some random guy. All right, next we have Zigzor. All right, let's see. Longtime brewer and fan, welcome. First time submitting, nice. It's a second level divination spell called Read Omens that originally started life as a fix for the augury spell. I hope it fills that same niche. Okay, giving casters the feeling of limited clairvoyance. They're saying that augury is one of their favorite spells in concept, but they never found it to play out satisfying. Okay. That is not the first time that I've heard that. I have heard that that complaint from many a people. I don't know if augury needs to be fixed, but I have heard that complaint from many a people. That's not a first time complaint for me. I've been done heard that before. I've been done heard that. All right, let's take a look. Okay, is this just you explaining it again? Okay, it is. Read Omens. Did I put it in the chat? I did. Range self, action, 1 action, but it lasts for 30 minutes. Interesting. Let's see. The interpretation of omens is found in some of the oldest traditions of magic. It can be reading signs from the divine or the natural spirits, the alignment of the stars, or even superstitions. Whatever form omen reading takes you, your omens rarely portend mundane fortunes. I feel like this does not belong in the spell, if I'm being honest. This flavor text is not action oriented enough, I think. This should be like an explanation of this, like this doesn't feel like this is a little too much flavor text for a spell, in my opinion. Okay, choose one of the following options below, then roll 2d20. Whichever d20 result was further from 10 becomes your ominous number for the spell's duration. If both d20s were equally far from 10 in opposite directions, re-roll both die. I do not like this math. I'm going to just be honest with you. I do not like this math. If both d20 land on the same result, use that result. You cannot cast read omens again while you have an ominous number. The spell ends once your ominous number has been in place of a d20 result, has been used in place, maybe is what you mean here. Yeah, somebody said that flavor text felt like the intro to a subclass. I agree. Okay. Name a specific weapon or spell. For the spell's duration, the first attack roll you make with the chosen weapon or spell skips the d20 rolling phase and uses your ominous number. Okay. There's such a simpler way to write this. Predict an ability. Name a skill. For the spell's duration, the first ability you make chosen. Don't say the d20 rolling phase. Is that something from another gaming system? The d20 rolling phase? You should just use the language of the portent spell. Is that how portent writes it? Or does portent write it differently? Yeah, just use this language. When you make an attack roll with that weapon, or when you cast that spell, you can replace the number rolled with, one of the d20s. Use that language. Is that what? Yeah, a good old Wikidot. That's what came up first. It's not a spell, though. It doesn't matter. It functions exactly the same as a spell for the purposes of this. Okay, so here's what I'm going to suggest. So far, I think it's mostly okay. I just think you need to rewrite this part. And the whole mechanic is a little fidgety. I don't like the which number is farthest away from a 10. I don't like that. That math doesn't sit nice in my head. I don't want to have to think about that. I don't want to have to do that. Maybe that's just me being lazy, but I don't want to have to do that. If you don't mind that, then that's fine and keep it. I would turn these into like more like bullet points and say like name a specific weapon or spell. For the spell's duration, the first attack roll you make with the chosen weapon or spell uses the number d20 number rolled, uses your ominous number instead of its roll. And then you just do this, just write all of these in that same way, and it'll be so much more clear. You like the farthest from 10 thing? All right, yeah, like I said, it's definitely not for everybody. Once calculated, the result of the attack roll, which a saving throw, it cannot be changed or re-rolled by any means. You can just say you have to use that roll. You can just say you have to use that roll. I don't even think you need to clarify the attack or damage roll, because I think you're replacing the attack roll. I don't think you need to clarify advantage or disadvantage, because you're just replacing the whole roll with this number. So you're not rolling with advantage. You're not rolling anyway, so I don't think you need to worry about advantage or disadvantage. Okay. So the main thing that I'll say is that this is a lot stronger than Augury, in my opinion. It's taking Augury. The Augury is designed to be a very flavor-oriented spell. And you are taking it and making it a very combat mechanical-oriented spell. So it is... I don't know if I feel like this solves the Augury problem. I feel like this just takes a flavorful spell and comes up with this is just a new mechanical spell that sort of uses some of the flavor of the Augury spell, but it's functionally radically different. Radically different. Yeah, the mechanics are a little choppy right now, but you'd like to see it refined. I think it's a neat idea. I don't feel like you need to tie it so much to Augury. It feels so different than Augury. I guess, chat, my question for you is, does it still feel like a second level spell? There is one little detail that I've noticed about it that makes me feel like it's not a second level spell. Can anybody guess what it is? I'll give you a clue. It's a detail that is on the screen right now. Can anybody guess what it is? How do you feel about it not being concentration? Is that a big deal? Because it's basically portent, which is a very strong feature. I don't know if it needs to be concentration. I also don't know if it should be a ritual. I'm not sure. Those are my thoughts, though. It's an interesting spell. I would think about if it should be a ritual. I would think about if it should be concentration, and I would reorganize the way that it's written to be a little bit more clear. Look at the portent ability. It's a neat idea, though. People are suggesting either no concentration or a ritual. Gladriel is saying fortune-telling stuff should only be able to be cast as a ritual. Should only a ritual. All right, the chat's giving a lot of different thoughts. Maybe 3rd level. Seems extremely cheesable. It's definitely cheesable, but so is a divination wizard. You know? It's not more cheesable than a divination wizard. You can only have one up at a time. I think. Yeah, you can only have one up at a time. Yeah, but it's a pretty cool spell. Neat idea. Oh, we have Filarius. Let's see if Filarius wants to come online. Nope. We're getting none of the people that are coming online. That's okay. Hopefully we'll get some of y'all people. I wanted to get some people in the chat today. It's not. Listen, I think we're gonna get through a lot of people tonight. Don't worry. I like reflavoring spells to make them funnier. This was my first test run. Okay, is this just a reflavored spell? I mean, I'm down. I love a reflavored spell. Let's take a peek. Fuck it, we ball. Wait, I need to move the screen around a little bit so you guys can read it. There we go. First level, 1 action, range touch, duration 1 minute. A willing creature you touch becomes an absolute baller. Until the spell ends, the creature is immune to being frightened and gains temporary hit points equal to twice your spellcasting modifier. Okay, so a couple things. One, I love it. Second of all, I don't think it should be enchantment. If it's doing, I guess it could be enchantment. I think it's kind of fine. This feels like a spell for the Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Yeah. Yeah, it's heroism. It's just heroism. It's just heroism, isn't it? Is it different than heroism? So the one thing that you changed that I disagree with is yours doesn't require concentration. This one does. Not only does yours not require concentration, yours gives twice your spellcasting modifier hit points, and this one only gives regular spellcasting modifier hit points. I guess yours only gives them once? I don't know. Unclear. I still think it should probably be concentration. Being immune to frighten is kind of a big deal. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. It's an interesting idea for a spell. It's so similar to heroism that I almost feel like I don't know. It feels weird having an enchantment spell that has a prolonged effect that isn't concentration. The only ones that really do that are ones that like Charm Person does that, but it's got a pretty dark ending if you don't handle it right. If it's only once, maybe give it a wee bit more hit points. Skriz says, congratulations, you made it into another false life. I'd say that the way temp hit points don't renew would justify not needing concentration. All right. Maybe just make it 2nd level. I don't know if it needs to be 2nd level. It's a fun idea for a spell. The other thing that you could maybe do with it, if you wanted it to be different, is maybe give more temporary hit points and have it remove the frightened condition. And so it's like you're like hitting someone and be like, fuck it, we're balling, and they're like, poof, I'm back, baby, you know? But it's definitely a fun idea for a spell. Much fun idea. Sometimes the wheel stutters. And I'm like, why are you stuttering? You're a website. All right, next we have Elinette. Hope stream is going good. First time making a monster, so I bet I screwed with the math somewhere. Beaver time. Elinette, are you here? I don't think so. Hey, Larry Lightfoot, what's up? I didn't see you in the comments. In the old chitter-chatter. Stronghold Beaver. We're not going to read this whole thing. Great swimmer. Stronghold Beaver spends a large amount of time in its water. Its thick fur is hydrophobic, so it's just beaver stats. They live inside the moats of castles. They crash castles. They got hard teeth. Let's just dive into the bee. Let's just dive in. Fun art, by the way. Oh, link. Sorry. Thank you. Who said that? You get a prize. Who said that? Name. You get a prize. Idiot Sandwich says first thing is paragraphs, mate. That's a block of text. Yeah, it's a block of text. You gotta make all of these their own little paragraphs, or it makes your brain turn off. I also would rather just focus on the stat block. So we're gonna focus on the stat block, and I apologize. I hope you don't hurt your feelings that I'm not looking at the flavor text. Okay, it is you need to list the challenge rating. I don't know what to balance it based off of. I don't know what challenge rating it's supposed to be. Oh, it's challenge rating 6. I'm an idiot. Hey. Sometimes I'm such a fucking idiot. Oh boy. Not all the time. Not all the time. But sometimes. Every now and then. When the mood strikes. Okay. All right. Move the screen to the left. Yeah, okay. Give me 1 second. Oh shit. I'm fucking it up. Making my way downtown. There we go. There's it is in the middle. Okay. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Put a plus sign here and a plus sign here. It just looks weird that you don't have them. Okay, it's resistant to cold damage, dark vision. It's a pretty good swimmer. It's huge. If it's huge, I almost feel like it should have a bigger movement speed, or at least I think it should have a bigger swim speed. Maybe keep the movement speed. It can hold its breath for a long time. I'd make it more than a half hour. I'd make it an hour. It can hear and see really good. It has a nose for diamonds. It can pinpoint by scent the location of any diamonds within 100 feet of it. Interesting. Could deal double damage to objects and structures. I like that. What's stuck in your head? The song that I was singing? Celery Gaming. The way that you submit Homebrew for stream is either in my community tabs on YouTube or on my Discord. And there are 2 different places that I post. One is in my community tab, where it's like the Sunday stream. And then one is the member posts, which are specific for Thursday. So if you are a member, whether somebody gifted you a membership or you grabbed one your own, that you can submit to both of those, which means you can have this piece twice. You could be looked at twice a week, even perhaps. And then the main difference between Sunday and Thursday is on Sunday, I'm mostly on Thursday, there's a little bit of a smaller crew usually, so I'm down to bring you online to chit chat. It's also them folks that are, trying to throw me a little support. I'm gonna throw them a little support. Mine will be more emotional though. Okay, let's keep going. Multi-attack. The Stronghold Beaver makes 2 attacks, one with its bite and one with its tail slap. +7 to hit. So far, all your numbers are right, dude. So far, all your numbers are solid. 3d8 plus 4, 17 damage. That's pretty. It's not. That's a big hit. And they're grappled. Interesting. If they get hit with that, the tail does less damage. And they make a dexterity saving throw or fall prone. Can I tell you what I think you should do? I would make the bite do 3d6 damage instead of 3d8, and I would make the tail do 3d8 damage. I think the tail should do more than the bite. Maybe not. I would have the bite do a different damage die though, just to make it feel different. Maybe that's dumb. Maybe that's me being silly, but that's how I feel. I like there being a little variety in that way. They also have building instincts. If they hear running water, they will build a dam. That's fun. Subbed just to say your D&D YouTube shorts are some of the best. Oh, Doku. You saying nice things? I appreciate that. You guys want to see something weird for a second? Just for a second. That was just for a second. Yeah, we can do one. We can do another one in a little bit if you guys want. Now that I can play some of the music that I like using on stream, I can actually play the music I like using on stream, which is nice. I couldn't do it before. I paid for the license, so I could. I love this shirt. My daddy made this shirt. You should rave and do reviews at the. That would be so hard. I would get a headache. But I could try. How do you get all your simulacra to choreograph so cleanly, dude? The problem. Listen, you have to keep something in mind. You have to, and we're gonna get back to Stronghold Beaver in a second. But you have to keep something in mind. In the same way that monsters get access to features that character classes don't get access to, I can. Me also. Okay. Tail slap is good. I like the tail. Now, tail slap knocks prone and bite grapples. I am going to say that I don't think you need to do both. I almost want to encourage you to drop the grapple of the bite, but leave the knock prone of the tail slap. The bite grapple is not bad, and there's lots of creatures that have it, but I feel like it makes there's creatures that have like a core combat loop that it really makes sense for from their design perspective, or there's creatures that it makes a lot of sense for from their like aesthetic design perspective. I don't feel like it fits either of that for the Beaver. Rock. Why does it have a rock attack? If anything, it should have a log attack, no? Well, I guess it's because it's like digging through stone. I would probably put language in here that talks about how it bites through stone in the stat block, not just in the flavor text. Buckle Breaker, +7 to hit. One target wielding a shield. It does a bunch of damage, and the target must make a strength saving throw or drop its shield. Dude, oh, come on, man. You're missing such a good opportunity here. Guys, what could we make Buckle Breaker that would make it so much friggin' cooler? What would be so much cooler than dropping? Let me give you a clue. The ability is called Buckle Breaker. So what does it do? It's not called Buckler Dropper. It should break it. It should break that buckle. Should be like me after I went to too much Indian buffet. Just breaking buckles. That was a good joke. Oh man, I'm so funny. It should okay, I think it should be like it should mess up ACs. It should damage the AC of shields. I also think it could potentially damage the AC of like heavy armor or hard armor. Nah, break their friggin' gear. Break it. Especially if you limit it to non-magical. Earthquake. It repeatedly slaps its tail down, making stone and earth around it shake. Each other creature within 60 feet on the ground makes a DC 15 dex save or takes a lot of damage and is knocked prone. That's too big. 60-foot radius. This is similar damage and radius to like Xanatar, which is like a CR 20 monster. If you want to do 6, you might have been like, I compared it to a dragon. Don't friggin' compare things to dragons. Dragons are intentionally imbalanced in their design. Also, yes, Earthquake is already a spell, so you probably shouldn't call this Earthquake. I also feel like, yeah, too big of an area. You think Earthquake is fine? Make it recharge on a 6 and knock the knockdown radius by half. It doesn't matter that it's tied to recharge. You're still getting it 1 out of every 3 turns. I still think it's too big. For a CR, this is a CR 6 monster. 60-foot radius is 120 feet end to end. That's too big. That's too big for an encounter with a bunch of level 6 players. Let's see what happens on the layer actions. It can swiftly construct a crude stone wall. That's fun. It's divided into sections. I don't think you need to divide it into sections. Just make it one wall. I guess you could make sections, but I feel like you don't need to. If it's submerged in water, it can hide. I like that. If it slaps a wall with its tail, it can make a stone fall from above. Okay, I like that. That's cute. It gains a 20-foot burrow speed or 20-foot climb speed until the end of its next turn. This does not make sense to me as a layer action. I think if you want this thing to be able to burrow or climb, you should just make it able to burrow or climb. This in its current state feels a lot stronger than CR6. If it doesn't have any layer actions, I would probably put it closer to like an 8. You would need to up the hit points. And maybe the damage a little bit. But with the layer action, it's minimum CR8, I'd put it at. This monster is very big vibe, though. Yeah, it is good. It is a big vibe. What about reducing the DC save of the earthquake to 10? I don't agree with that. Making just something really easy to overcome doesn't make it, I think, more balanced. Just makes it less fun. I like it mostly. The one thing that I wish it had. So you know how you have like Nose for Diamonds and Siege Monster? You should have a thing in here that calls them like Fort Builder and describe how like in like given an hour of time and resources, they can build complicated structures. Like I would put their ability to build into the stat block if you can. There are monsters that do have things like that. There are, I'm trying to think of any off the top of my head. I think of like the Ogre Hoda, which has like a mechanics for its backpack. But I would make its dam building in. I would put its dam building in here. And you don't even do it a lot, just a little. Yeah, the diamond thing. The diamond thing led you to believe it was going to be an anti-revivify monster. Oh, that's a weird connection, but I can see that making sense. They're self-isolating, so they stay away. They stay warm during the winter. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Self-isolating. That's so counterintuitive. You stay warm by grouping up with people. You group up for warmth. It's not big number. It's about the types of actions it can take. Yeah, it's true. Stone shape at will or transmute rock 3 times a day. That's an interesting idea. Their dams are self-insulating. All right. I would strongly encourage. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 pieces of feedback. Reorganize how this is written. Every time you want to start a new thing, make it its own paragraph. Poof. Make it a lot easier to read. The second thing is if you want their dams or their dam building ability to have a mechanical aspect to it, which I do think you should, I would add it to the stat block here. Just because right now, I don't want to have to find the fact that they build things hidden in a layer action or hidden in a flavor text paragraph. I want it to be right. I want it to be right here. But I think overall it's pretty solid. I would also, because the other thing that you could do is if you put it right here, you could be like, unlike beavers of the woods, these ones can build dams of stone, and like that'll, that's cool. And I know that you probably do say that up here, but that's hard to find hidden amongst here. It'll be easier spotted right down here. I also want to encourage you to maybe give them another more resistances, maybe 1 or 2 more. And maybe a saving throw or 2. Maybe. Very cool piece, though. Oh, we got Mateo. I think Mateo is in the audience. I believe I saw our dear Mateo. After cleaning up that wizard subclass you looked at, I felt happy with where it ended. Solid. Good. One of the hardest things to do when you're writing a homebrew is knowing when to stop. It's the same with a lot of art. And that's one of the reasons why I often suggest that's one of the reasons why I also suggest always like putting it away for a week and coming back to it. Because sometimes when you put something away for a week and come back to it, you realize like, oh, this is like pretty chill. Mateo, I see you in chat, so I'm gonna pull you in. Mateo, I've pulled you into chat.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
I am good. You?
I'm very well here. Wait, let me make sure sound is good. Guys, can you hear Mateo all right? Mateo, talk for a second.
I am talking now.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, here is the piece. So what are we looking at here?
It is a barbarian themed around the idea of teleportation.
Oh, okay. Okay. Can I give you one piece of feedback immediately before we start?
Go right ahead.
If you ain't nothing wrong with Word documents, but I strongly encourage you to, this is so stupid, but it makes a difference, to not use the full width of the page. Look at the way that D&D Beyond publishes its Unearthed Arcana. You know how it uses those like columned sections? Have you ever seen that before?
Yes.
I would strongly encourage doing that. And the reason is it truncates the it makes the sections less like long skinny lines and more like squat paragraphs, which is easier to read, but also it in our brain subconsciously makes us feel more like we are reading something from something official, quote unquote.
Yes, that does make sense.
Yeah.
I will figure out how to do that.
There's a template on my Discord that you could grab, I think.
All right. I'll take a look at it after this.
Yeah, no rush. All right, all right, let's take a look. The feral followers of this path, single that, owe its origins to a band of rangers, the Horizon Walkers, who sought to fight off the threats beyond the realms of the natural reach. I don't think you need to explain. I think you could cut about half that out. I think you could just say the Horizon Walkers. The first to be devoted to this path was none other than dwarven hunter by the name of Dragrin. His battles against fiends and aberrations left him desiring more, and so he trained. His lust for battle and knowledge of the rift-walking ways, mixing his dwarven heritage and the wisdom that comes with it, led him to take his battles to the other realms of using his own might. This sentence is a little long. I would probably cut it in half. His fury was said to be heard through the fabric of reality, making one question if he startled the gods, but for a moment in his destruction. Okay. All of this should be the type of flavor text that is written in italics, that is like a part of a story. So when you're writing your flavor text, when you so a good way to think about flavor text is if you're ever using flavor text that's like I'm telling a story or I'm doing a quote from an in-world lore thing, like I'm trying to like set the mood, write that in italics and put it on top. The part of the flavor text that's like the intro paragraph should be almost like the first paragraph of an essay, where it's like your abstract, where it's like I'm just telling you what this is. Like if I want to know what this class feels like to play, I should be able to see that in 3 sentences. So this, other than some grammatical little things, like this is pretty much fine. But it doesn't really fit the goal of flavor text. The goal of flavor text is to set the tone so that people know what they're getting into. It's like a table of, not necessarily a table of contents, but it's like a trailer almost. So this Or
All
trailer's
right.
not the right word for it, but that's something to keep in mind with that. But let's keep on keeping on. We get 2 features at 3rd level, which I am a big fan of with a barbarian. Let's see what they are. Rift Perception. At 3rd level, your attunement to the planes grants you an uncanny sense of the presence of planar disturbances. As an action, you can focus your senses and detect the presence of planar rifts or disturbances within 1 mile. Is this the same feature that the ranger gets?
Yes, it is. What Horizons Walker get? It was meant to be a way to sort of so they were connected
Got you.
mechanically.
This got you. I have such mixed feelings here. Okay. I 100% understand the reasoning for that. And I would even go as far as to say this is one of those features that's like a ribbon feature. And ribbon features, I think, there is a lot more space for them to be duplicated. It's not as big of a deal for the ribbon feature to be duplicated in other subclasses. So this is less of like a, oh, I can't believe. Wait, did I not put this in chat? Am I being dumb? There it is again. Okay. But the other thing that I want to say, the other suggestion that I want to make is, how could you make this distinct? How could you make this separate from the Horizon Walkers? And I want to encourage you, I want to challenge you to try to do that. And I think a really good example of that is the Wild Magic Barbarian. Are you familiar with the Wild Magic Barbarian?
Not off the top of my head.
So the Wild Magic Barbarian gets a feature at 3rd level where they do Wild Magic Explosion, and that's cool. But they get another feature where for a number of times per day, either equal to their con or their proficiency bonus, they can essentially cast Detect Magic. But it's not exactly Detect Magic. It's different a little bit, and a lot of that difference is just flavor. Like, they glow different colors depending on the type of magic that it is, for example.
No location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover.
Yeah, so it's not exactly the same, but it is bigger than Detect Magic because it's 60 feet, not 30 feet. But it also is not as strong in some ways because the cover comes into effect more, I think. But I don't want to harp on this too much because I actually don't think this is like a really good example of a ribbon feature copying in a way that I think fits fine. But I would challenge you to think of, okay, I know that I want this guy to be tied to other planar portals. I know that this is the core feature that already exists in the world. How could I put a barbarian perspective on that? That's what I would say.
Accept that challenge because that sounds fun.
Dude, the best place to be when you're writing homebrew is when you are thinking that sounds fun. That's the best headspace.
Yeah.
Lean into the fun. I got somebody sent me a message on I get the fucking craziest YouTube comments. Somebody sent me a message on one of my YouTube comments and they asked me like, hey, I want to do this, and this. I don't know if I should. And I basically was like, that's a lot of work. Does it sound fun? If it sounds fun, do it. If it doesn't sound fun, it sounds like a lot of work. And like, that's kind of, I think, my attitude. I feel like that's how you should always think about homebrew. All right, let's look at the 3rd level. Okay, so Twisted Motion. This should be our beef. This is our main course. So when you're building a barbarian, that 3rd level feature, it needs to be 2 things. One, it needs to be tied to rage, or the main one does. And the second thing is it needs to be something that is going to be fun and good at 3rd level, but it also is going to need to be fun and good at 20th level. It is your main course consistently. So let's take a look at what we're working with here. At 3rd level, when you move, you can choose to teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within your movement range. This teleportation does not provoke opportunity attacks. Moving this way still uses up your movement, but as you are teleporting to the chosen location, you are unaffected by difficult terrain when you do so. Furthermore, when you teleport more than 10 feet before your next attack, if you use Reckless Attack this turn or choose to use it on your next attack, you can gain a bonus to hit equal to your rage damage until the end of your next turn or until you land an attack. Okay, so your language is a little confusing, but the core here I think is really friggin' solid. Let me say what I think you mean and tell me if I'm correct.
Shoot.
When you're raging, you can use an amount of movement within the movement that you have left to teleport that amount of space.
Yes.
And then second from that, on any turn that you do that, if you also reckless, you get a bonus to your attack rolls equal to your rage damage modifier.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. First thing is that's most of that I think is friggin' awesome. So I would say the way that I would change the language of twisting motion would be something like, when you are raging, that actually is a tricky thing. I would probably say something like, when you are raging, you can teleport a number of feet equal to your movement speed. The distance that you teleport is I might just say
It is so weird.
No, it's good weird. I might say while raging, you can teleport a distance. You can teleport a distance up to your movement speed, and then I would say no action required. And then I would say this uses movement as if you were moving normally, but doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Blah, 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 something like that.
Yeah, putting those two together would actually be a lot more fluid. You are right.
The other thing that I want to say is I love your instinct to tie reckless attack to a feature. But I don't think the move, if you're going to tie reckless attack to the feature, I don't think the move is for you to the bonus to be you getting a better attack roll, because you're already getting a better attack roll from reckless attack. So it's sort of like just doing the thing that reckless attack is already doing more. And I want to encourage you to think about other ways that you could get something else with that. So maybe doing a little bit of extra damage. Maybe having some extra movement feature or moving them or something like that. But I would encourage you to make the bonus here something else other than adding to your attack roll. Only because that's what reckless already does. So it feels like it's a little bit just doing the same thing. A bunch of people are yelling add force damage in the chat, and I feel like that's not unreasonable.
That is not, but that adds a kind of strange mix to it, adding in with what the next feature is.
All right, well let's see what the next feature is before we make up our minds. But I think the concept is solid, and I agree with your thought process that teleport is good, but not good enough to exist on its own. So I agree with your feeling to add something else there. I think that makes sense. I just don't know what that should be just yet. But let's look at ethereal after image. At 6th level, while you're raging, your motions are followed by an astral copy of your true form that lasts until your rage ends. This monochrome copy trails your movements, mimicking them perfectly. Any attack made by you is also made by the copy after you, using your stats and weapon damage. However, all attacks made by the copy are made with disadvantage, cannot benefit from other features such as rage or reckless attack, and deal force damage instead of the normal damage type, making the same damage rolls with bonuses as the weapons it mirrors. The copy cannot interact with objects. So essentially, you get like a copy of yourself that does weaker versions of all the things you do.
Yes.
That is not a 6th level feature. So at 6th level, barbarians don't get features that add to their damage output.
Oh.
If you look at barbarians, all barbarians at 6th level, they either get a defensive feature or a utility feature. Either something that gives them a new movement option, a new skill option, a new defensive option. It's never something that is based on offense. So I would probably on that alone, I'd probably be like, you might want something different here. The other thing that I was going to say is, even if you're not getting any of these extra things, getting essentially an extra attack or 2 extra attacks every turn, even if they are quite limited, I don't think you should get. I disagree with that. I think that that's too strong. So I would lean into, if you're like, okay, let me ask you this. Like, what's the goal of this piece? Not the whole thing, of this feature.
This feature's goal was originally it became a filler, in that I did not truly know what to put there, and I thought that idea was cool.
Mm-hmm.
But this is fully a draft, and that is, while a hope to put in, not an expectation that it is something that will make the final cut.
So what I would do then is I would probably, it looks like you get something called Warped Defenses at 10th level. My guess is I'm going to just suggest you rearrange some stuff. But this is a great place to put a defensive feature. And I think I want to read what Warped Defenses is before I give any suggestions, because there's a lot of fun things you could do with like portals for defense, and I want to see what you have before I shove my nose into it. Let's look at the 10th level. At 10th level, you have learned to reinforce your body with the power of your enemies. When you are hit by an attack that deals magical damage while you are raging, you can use your reaction to gain resistance to that damage type for 1 minute. Additionally, if you are already resistant to the damage type that triggered this feature, you can choose a different damage type from the attack to gain resistance to. However, if you choose a different damage type, you lose the previous one. I feel like this is too complicated. After gaining this resistance, you can infuse your attacks with the elemental energy your weapon was struck with. So it's like an absorb. So it's like absorb elements, but it's like always on.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, you don't need to answer this question. This is a hypothetical. This is a rhetorical question. But does absorb elements that's always on take you closer to the goal of teleportation, Horizon Walker, Barbarian?
Hearing that asked out loud? No, actually.
So I'm going to suggest that you drop this and that you, at 6th level, give us something that can be either a way to use teleportation to defend ourselves more, or to get some extra weird resistances, or ways of getting into or out of situations. It could also be, it could be, you could also, because you're also building this thing so that you can use movement to teleport, you can play around with that a little bit too. Like, at a certain point, you could give this guy the ability to dash as a bonus action, which also would double their teleportation range. I think you could play around with stuff like that.
That would be simple but effective, yeah.
I don't know if I would do that at 6th level, but like that's a thing that I think you could think about. But the other thing that I was going to say is, so 10th level is a level where barbarians get something weird. Almost every barbarian gets something weird at 10th level. It's either a spell or an alternative version of a spell. It's where they get something closest to magic. So what I would say is figure out how to take whatever the essence of defensive warped defenses is that you are excited by, that you want to keep working with, and put that into level 6 and start making that a level 6 level feature. And then at 10th level, give them access to some teleportation spells. You can cast Dimension Door a number times per day equal to your Constitution modifier. Something like that. Something that like just straight up friggin' teleportation. And then
that sounds fun.
And then because like they don't, at this point you're still never getting some super long forms. And if you look at like the Zealot or the Totem Barbarian or a bunch of them, that's when they start to get like a couple spell options. Oh, Mirror Image. Mirror Image would also make a lot of sense. Mirror Image would make so much sense.
Yes, that is really good.
Who said that? I'm a moron. I'm a moron. You're no moron, you silly goose.
Skierznack and I'm a moron. They both didn't.
Yeah, really at the same time. Great minds think alike. Somebody was like, why is my name green? Because we had some friggin' generous folk in the chat that were gifting some memberships. Wait, guess what?
You are not welcome.
No, you're welcome. But that means that these streams where we have people on it to talk to, you can be on them for at least a month, and then you decide if you want to stick around or not. Okay, Horizon Breaker. Let's look at 14th. At 14th level, when you teleport with your twisted motion, you can use your bonus action to make all creatures within 20 feet of where you started make a DC 18 strength saving throw or be pulled 10 feet towards where you teleported from. Furthermore, if you have an element resisted by your warped defenses, any creature pulled within 5 feet, center takes damage equal to... Okay, cool idea. I think it needs a little bit of work, but I think conceptually it's really nice. So I'm gonna say two things. One, I think that your gut to tie this back to twisted motion is a good move. The other thing that I think that's good is I like the sucking people in, the black hole thing. I want to suggest two things. One, it should not just be a flat DC 18 strength save. It should be based on your stats. So, like, they have to make a strength save throw equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your constitution modifier, something like that. But it should be something that's based on your stats, not a static number. That way, it can change over time. The other thing is, I feel like if you can only do it once per turn, and it's only doing 1d8 damage, you could make the radius bigger than 10 feet.
Oh, really?
Oh, I guess it's 20 feet. Okay, never mind. I was misreading it. 20 feet makes sense. I was going to say, I think you could pull them. I think you could even, I like, I like this a lot. I don't know if it needs any changes. I don't know if 10 feet movement and 1d8 damage is strong enough, but I'm also acknowledging that it's not resource-based, so you can just do it every turn. Chat, what do you guys think?
It's in that weird middle ground to where it can be adjusted, but you're not sure how.
I would... Skriz was saying they were hoping for some sort of steel wind strike where you like teleport around smashing stuff. Yeah, that could also make sense. That could also make sense. This is a little different. This is more like you're like, I am the portal. I am the force of the portal. The other thing that I do like about this that's different than the steel wind strike is that the Horizon Walker Ranger basically gets the steel wind strike feature as their capstone feature. So I like that this is different. And this sort of is like a teleportation anchor gravity well. Like, I feel like that fits the vibe of a barbarian. I guess I don't know if I feel like it's strong enough. What about this? What if instead of doing it once per bonus action, one of it's every round you can do it as a bonus action. What if you can only do it once per rage? And it's stronger.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Because you're going to get a couple rages a day until you're level 20, and then even level 20 you have infinite rages, but you still have to turn it off and back on to use it again.
And that costs the bonus action, and also the brain turning off. But yeah, that works a lot.
That's what I would lean into if I were you. I think this is a lot of fun, though. I think this is in a really good spot for draft. This is a really solid draft. Do you have any final thoughts, questions, arguments before I kick you out?
Nope, not at all. Have a good day.
You don't have any?
No, I'm very satisfied.
All right, good.
I've got a lot to think about and a lot to work on.
Yes, sir. All right, buddy. Have a good one. Thanks for
You too.
hopping on.
Fire!
I'm kicking you out for saying that. Yeah, we had a bunch of real generosity in the chat earlier today. Skritz was tossing shit. Mateo was tossing shit. Very, very kind. Very nice. Yeah, this piece does have big vibes. Big vibes. We are getting ready for you. What does that mean? That's ominous. What does that mean? Spino, I guarantee I encourage you to clip all things. Milk boy. Milk, I'm surprised you don't want to come on stream. All right. I don't see you in the Discord. I don't think he wants to come on stream. Milk, do you want to come on stream? It's okay if you can't. We'll find another time. Hop into the Discord if you want to come on stream. You don't have Discord? All right. Well, then I'll if you want to answer questions or ask them here, you can. But what are you going to read? Ahmatsu from Monster Hunter. I am out of my element immediately. Yes, it's a high CR monster. That's okay. I know I made a big fucking deal about high CR monsters last stream. Here's the thing. There is nothing wrong with high CR monsters. They are just very hard to make good. If you are, this is the reason why I always roll my eyes at high CR monsters. I don't always, but I often do. Because it's like somebody's really, really excited to learn how to sprint, but they haven't walked yet. That's what I feel like when I read a high CR monster, but that person hasn't built a quality CR3 monster yet. Like, you gotta, it's just a lot. That's fine. I like high CR monsters. They're just harder. The artist from the video game Monster Hunter. Oh, that'll help me. Because, again, I have no idea what the fuck this is. I want to see the art. Where's the art? Wait a minute. All right, I'm looking it up. Because I do want to know what it looks like. Just a big water dragon. All right. All right, let's take a look. No, there's no art. That's okay. I looked up a picture of it. I'm an adult. I'm responsible. I handled my own business. Okay, CR23. 18 AC, 375 370 hit points. This could be regular or low. I mean, regular or high, depending on how strong everything else is. No immunities, like only a couple resistances. Okay. Milky, you made this? This thing needs more saving throws, and it needs more skills. You can't have a CR23 monster with just one saving throw. You need this is what you need. Okay, this is what I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not even going to look at the rest of it. You're going to give it Dex save. It has. That's fine. You're also going to give it Wisdom and Con. You're also going to give it Charisma or Intelligence. You decide, not both. It should have 3 or 4. This, because I could just banishment. Done. Okay, let's see what's going on. It's amphibious. What's its movement? It's really slow. Interesting. It's kind of fun. Blind sight. It's CR23. The blind sight should be farther than 30 feet. It should be 60 feet or 120 feet. Keep in mind that if your monster is CR23, it is likely that the heroes that are going to be fighting it are going to be level 14 or higher. So you need to make it very difficult for it to be difficult. And this thing doesn't get mythic actions. That's cool, but it doesn't get layer actions. Okay, let's see. It has the thing where it recovers. This is what this is, right? If it would be reduced to 0 hit points, it cuts 300 more hit points, so it actually has 600 hit points. And its tail attack deals an additional 1d8 lightning damage, and additionally can use... Okay, the tail attack doing an extra 1d8 lightning damage isn't enough. Make it 2d8 or 3d8 minimum. We're CR23, come on now. 1d8 damage don't make the difference. Heart of the Storm. The precipitation and wind levels in a mile radius around Ahmatsu increase by 2 stages each, as if shown in the table of the control weather spell. That is interesting. So if it's a clear day, it becomes overcast. If it's an overcast day, it becomes torrential rain. I like that. I think that's pretty fun, actually. I like that quite a bit. The one thing that I want to point out, the little thing that I want to point out, is that it's very similar so far in vibe to the Elder Tempest, just so you know. I know that that's not your intention, but this is very similar feeling to the Elder Tempest so far. I'm hoping we're going to see some major differences. But the Elder Tempest is a big, snaky dragon that has a big storm around it. That's it in its core mechanic as well. It's like a mini Elder Tempest. It's not that mini. I guess it is. It's a mile versus like a couple miles. Let's see what the damage is. 4d10 plus 8 piercing damage. If it's a dragon, it should do a little damage related to its breath attack. Does it have a breath attack? It should do some acid damage with its bite attack. Tail knocks people back. I mean, that's pretty standard dragon shenanigans. How many actions? It only gets 2 actions on its turn. Dang! This is a soft CR 23 monster. It should get more things it can do. It should get 3 actions on its turn. 3 attacks, or 3 moves of some sort. Yeah, only 2 attacks, 2 not enough. It spits out a ball of high-pressure water at a point you can see within 90 feet. The ball explodes in a 30-foot radius sphere. That's fun. I like that. That's very cool. So it's like a big bubble pop breath attack. I dig that. Each creature within the area has to make a big old saving throw or take some bludgeoning and acid damage. Okay. They should also get knocked prone. I think if they're taking enough water damage from... If the water is hurting enough to do that much bludgeoning damage, it should also knock them prone. I think that's solid for the Typhoon Breath. I think that's fun and fine. Yeah, this guy I feel like this guy needs more actions. Yeah, give it some claw attacks or something. And if it doesn't have claw attacks, let it do. Just give it something. You know, come up with some cool move for it to get. All right, legendary actions. It gets another tail swing. Wind funnel. It creates a 60-foot long, 15-foot wide line. Each creature in the area must make a saving throw or take some thunder and damage or be pushed away in a 10-foot horizontal. 10 feet horizontally. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's see what the third action one is. 90-foot tall, 10-foot radius tornado. Each creature that starts to turn within 60 feet of it or moves to a space within 60 feet of it has to make a saving throw or take a bunch of damage and be pulled 30 feet horizontally towards the center. A creature that starts its turn or moves into the into the tornado's area takes an additional damage and is pulled vertically 20 feet towards the top of the tornado. I'm going to make a suggestion here. I don't think you should take any damage when you're in the center of the tornado. Because you're in the center of the tornado. I feel like you should be chilling. And then just shot really high up in the air. And then you take damage from falling. So I would shoot them up much higher vertically. And I would drop this damage. Yeah, this guy doesn't hit hard enough for CR23. That's the main piece of feedback I have for you. Even with the legendary things, we don't even need to worry about. It's got lightning attack and it does the extra typhoon. So my main feedback is this is a big stat. Like this is 600 hit points. Okay, this is as many hit points as a Tarask. So it doesn't matter how strong your characters are. If they're anywhere near a normal D&D party, this is going to take a lot of hit points to get. Like it's going to take time to get. Even if you're hitting every turn, it's going to take time with this monster. So you want it to be able to hit hard enough that or there is a feeling of that the players should be moving quickly to attempt to defeat it. Pokeniner says it's a damage sponge. Yes, right now the main feature, as much as it has a lot of interesting vibey features, the main thing that this is going to feel like most of the time is a damage sponge. And a good way to avoid that is to make it do a little bit more damage in general, bigger hits. Give it some other feature that is not a tail attack or a breath attack or a claw attack, but some other distinct thing. Lean into the weirdness. For example, I feel like you could make the wind tunnel could knock creatures back farther, and I think the tornado I would lean into the suck up thing part. Yeah, and just try to create more urgency with it. But overall, I think it's pretty friggin' cool so far. I do need to go pee so badly. So I'm going to go do that before we call on the next one. So I'm going to be right back. And I'm going to go pee. And in the meantime, I'm going to play you guys a song. What song do you want? Let's do tell me a word. I'll type a word in. I'm gonna type the word dragon. Somebody said dragon. All right. Bean. All right, no. Bean is better. Bean is better. Bean is better. All right. This song is called Beanbag. No. I don't want to just do craziness. This is called Shut the fuck up. Give me ice cream. Okay, I just need to go pee. I need to. And I'm just looking at songs to play. Right here. Listen to this for a second. I'll be right back. Everybody calm down. Hi guys, did you miss me? Did I miss anything exciting while I was gone? Anything crazy happen? Everybody still happy? How's it going? All right, let's do another. I think one thing that I want to start doing, and I'm going to put on the schedule probably for next week or the week after, is I want to do a stream where we make homebrew together, and then it leads into like you guys going and doing a thing out into the world yourself. This is a list of alternates to cure wounds. Interesting. With some debuff mechanics that I wrote for my homebrew. Shout out to Derek. Shout out Derek. What's up, Derek? Tuesday, you're on the wheel. You're not? Huh. All right, I can just hear. There, now you're on the wheel. Sorry about that. All right, shout out Derek. I love more feedback as well as a way to add some flavor. All right, let's see what we're working with here. Oh, you might have gotten it in after I finished putting the wheel together. I'm sorry about that. All right, here is the piece from what their name is. My name is my username. Name, are you in the Discord? Yeah, you are. I'm pulling you in. Hey, Name.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, buddy?
I'm here.
How you doing today?
I am good.
Good. All right, I see a bunch of spells here. Are there any in particular you want me to look at?
So there's 5 spells. They're all the exact same. Like they're all cure wounds, but so like the 4th one is one I'm really proud of, but they're all pretty simple.
So what is, before I read them, tell me what your goal is with this project, with these pieces.
So my goal is that, like, as I made a joke the last time I was in the like Discord voice thing for the call-in thing, that I come from Call of Cthulhu, where magic is a little scarier, and I wanted to have magic have a cost that isn't just like spell slot.
Gotcha.
So it's a little bit better, but it has a downside. So all of these are like, here's a different downside. So it's a little bit better, but here's a downside.
Okay, so they all are one action touch instantaneous.
Yeah, they're all the exact same thing. Yeah.
They all do 1d10 plus spellcasting modifier.
One
healing?
does 1d12. One does. The fourth one's weird.
All right,
The fourth one does
let me
not
read
do
the
that.
first. Let me read the first one, and just to get a sense, and then we'll scroll through a hot sec. All right, so a willing creature you touch is granted with the gift of life directed from the corruption of stone. They get 1d10 plus spellcasting modifier hit points, and must treat all terrain as difficult terrain for 10 minutes. And its spell doesn't work on flying creatures. That is really neat. That is really neat. I have to move the screen, apparently. Sorry, boys. There you go.
Right.
Okay, I like that. Let me look at Shadow's Embrace. 1d10 plus spellcasting modifier, healing, and its hit point maximum is reduced by the amount rolled without the spellcasting modifier. That's pretty neat too. Are you playing? Is your goal to do this with all of magic or just healing magic or what?
So it's not for everything, but it was just kind of like, I have in my homebrew world, I have 5 elements, which is what is 5 spells. There's stone, shadow, rot, blood, and dreams, and they all do different things, but they're all kind of like approaching the same kind of problem. So like, I don't want to do it for everything this way, but it was more like, if I made a subclass, all of the spells would be based on like this system, and it'd be like, so this is so you might get a different healing spell with a different vibe that would fit more with the flavor.
This is such a good way to figure out what homebrew you want to make, and also such a good way of getting your players invested in homebrew.
They love it.
I'm gonna keep reading, but chat needs to understand what you're doing here, because I don't think everyone's like a handful of people just said like, oh yes please, I vibe so far, etc. So like, but like, name those elements again. It's earth, shadow.
No. It's stone, shadow, rot, blood, and dreams. Stone is like the physical worldy stuff. Shadow is like light and stuff. Rot is like plant and growth and stuff like that. Blood is like animals and stuff, and dreams is sentient.
So first of all, that is just a really lovely split. Like, that's really evocative. So pat yourself on the back, friendo. But for folks that are listening at home, like, if you were going to be playing D&D and somebody said, I'm running a D&D game, it takes place in my own world, it's a little kooky, I got some homebrew, and you're like, cool, what is it? And they're like, okay, so there's this slightly alternative magic system, and it uses the aloes of the 7 gods, and you must look upon the star, and you start using this big, crazy language, it is going to create something where people are like, okay, that sounds like a lot. But if you say, hey guys, so there's a little bit different magic in my world. It's built around these 5 things: dreams, blood, rot, stone, and something else that I forget that you said. Shadow. Everyone's going to be like, what the fuck does that mean? That sounds friggin' cool. Like, that's like, I don't need to understand what those things mean mechanically or the context of the story or even the story at all to understand that those sound cool. So that's like a very good. It's enough that it's enough of a pull to make people be like, oh, I might want to check that out. Let's look at the one of rot. Yeah, excuse me. A creature gains hit points equal to 1d10 plus your spellcasting thing, and has the poisoned condition for the next minute. Okay, so we have poison condition for the next minute. We have hit points go down. We have difficult terrain, doesn't work on flying. Let's look at number 4. The main feedback that I want to give you at the end of this is if they feel balanced compared to each other. I think that's going to be the most pertinent here, because I think from a flavor perspective as well as individual perspective, they all feel really good so far. So let me look at what the blood one does. They gain 2d6 plus your spellcasting modifier, and they gain the bloodlust condition. Any creature under the bloodlust condition at the end of its turn must take. Don't say must take, just say takes. They just take it. the bloodlust condition from a creature is removed. Just switch that on. A bloodlust condition is removed from a creature. In one of the following ways. They make a successful melee attack on their turn. Don't say take an action, say use an action. They use an action to inflict damage on themselves. Its attack is not considered attacking a hostile creature for the purposes of Barbarian Rage. Oh, that's intense. It drops to 0. Okay, so basically, if you touch them and give them this extra bonus healing, they start taking damage every turn until they deal damage or take damage.
Hurt themselves or die.
Interesting. Man, people are digging your style in the chat. Okay, let's look at Fate's Bargain, last one. 1d10 plus this is the dream one. 1d10 plus spellcasting healing. And they must choose one of the following. You should clarify who chooses one of the following. They do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
For the next 10 minutes, rolling a 20 on a d20 is considered an automatic failure. For the next 10 minutes, rolling a 1 on a d20 as the stunned condition until the start of your next turn. I would probably not do both. I probably would just pick one.
It's one. You pick one.
Yeah, no, I know, but I mean saying if I were you, I would pick one. I don't feel like you need to give them the option.
That was the vibe. It was like a bargain, big idea.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it was like it was kind of like it's a bad choice no matter what.
Yeah. Okay.
Like it's very fey.
No. I get that. I'm wondering if there's a way that you could make the options mirror each other a little bit better.
Yeah.
They're
all the goal of this. I wanted to make this clear is that they all do the same thing in very different ways, so that if you like take a more so like a damage spell would look different in a bunch of other things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, this is just like kind of like a very clear vibe for all of how these would like approach these problems differently.
Got you. Overall, I like this quite a bit. I think that the only thing that I wonder about is some of these things stack and some of them don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that I can really think of that I think is really worth. Like, for example, if I do Healing Earth, I can cast Healing Earth on you every turn, and it doesn't really change. It's just not bad. Like, difficult terrain is difficult terrain.
When I originally wrote the spell, and I might put it back in, is I said that you can't get the effect of it if you're currently under the debuff. Like, just as a full...
So the only thing that I would say there is then you need to make sure that the timing of the debuffs kind of matches, because Healing Earth would then become a once every 10-minute spell, as opposed to whatever. So just something to think about. The other thing that you could do is if you didn't want it to be able to stack, you could do things like instead of it being difficult terrain, it could be like their movement speed goes down by 5.
Right.
But these are pretty well balanced. Other than that, I mean, I do think there's ones that I feel like are more intense than others. But overall, I think you're pretty close. I think that there's a lack of symmetry in Fate's Bargain that I think you can address. I don't know what the answer is there, but if you're feeling like you want to work on it, I think a little bit of brain space could go there.
Right.
And then I do think that it's worth thinking about how others could stack if you wanted them to stack. Yeah, I like it quite a bit. Do you have any thoughts, questions, feelings about my thoughts, questions, feelings?
Yeah. So if I was going to kind of address this in some kind of meaningful way, I want to add more like flavor other than the name of the spells to these. But spells, like you even made a point of like in a spell earlier in the stream that you're like, hey, this is not really something that you'd put in a spell. So how do I add that to this? Right? Like, because I can give descriptions in a game, but like I'm trying to be pretty basic.
So the way that I would do it is I would look into, okay, so let's just look at Healing Earth as an example. So all of your spells have this thing where it says a willing creature you touch is granted the gift of life directly from the thing of the thing.
Yeah.
So this is what I would say. You could say something like, the ground around you swells and the earth, cracks, revealing pulsing life roots below your feet.
Right.
And then you say, you touch a willing creature. Bop, 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 bop. You can literally just put in a description of what's happening.
Yeah. Okay.
With Shadow's Embrace, your shadow grows longer and darker and unnatural. That sort of thing. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. The other thing that I would just say is, if you are going to be building this out as like a compendium at some point, with the goal of it being like in a larger document,
for sure.
then when you have the section on spellcasting, regardless of if you split it up in terms of like the different new sort of families of magic, or if you just put it all together, it would behoove you, I think, to have a small section at the beginning that is basically just flavor. That's like dream magic, and then like a 3-sentence paragraph on dream magic, and just like the feeling of it, and that'll be a good place for it too.
Yeah, I also feel like that one of the problems is that like I made the flavor and then I'm like, oh no, now I have to make the spells around it. So some of the spells are just like, some of the magic types are just worse than other spells. So I felt like some of these might be a little bit unbalanced. Like Shadow's Embrace, I think, is the one that is the least appealing to some people, because it's like, that was even the feedback I got, was like, yeah, but like it hurts you explicitly. Like there's no getting around that. And that might not be something cool for like a player to pick.
You could give them some element of sunlight sensitivity.
Yeah, but like the vibe of Shadow is that like literally it costs the exact thing that you get. Like that was the thing that I have. I have so much flavor around that I don't want to be like, like it's not just like darkness. It's like, no, you get health, you lose health. Like that's
gotcha.
So it's not necessarily good healing magic. It's just, that's what it would be.
I think that is going to be one of those situations where there can be a little bit of asymmetrical design and power to these as different totalities of different families of magic.
Yeah.
So long as looking at those totalities, they feel distinct. Like for example, in StarCraft, a Zealot is much stronger than a Zergling, but they kind of balance out because you can make 1 million Zerglings for the cost of a Zealot.
Right.
So you might need to keep that in mind with the other types of spells and features that you tie into these things. In general, I think that's a good idea. It also, if you try to do it asymmetrical but balanced, it will also potentially be a little bit more fun and interesting, a puzzle to solve, than if it's totally symmetrical.
Okay. But this is I have a bunch of spells like this. I've been trying to make a bunch of them.
Cool. I think so. I think that if this is an indicator of the sort of vibes that they have, I think that you're probably in a good spot, and I'd be happy to look at more ones in the future.
Yeah, I'm gonna just keep making them.
Cool. Any final thoughts before I kick you the hell out?
Do you have a suggestion for another spells to look at, or like
other spells to look at?
Yeah, just not like, because I'd love to do a similar kind of treatment to something.
Yeah, I'm gonna make 2 suggestions: Mage Hand,
Okay.
or something like Mage Hand, something that's like a basic utility type spell.
Sure.
I would also suggest something like Prestidigitation or Druidcraft, sort of like the more flavory cantrips.
Yeah.
The other thing that I think might be worth looking at would be something like Burning Hands or Fireball, like a quote unquote basic damage spell, I guess.
Yeah.
Or like specifically area of effect that includes damage, I think is a good space to play in also.
For sure.
Those are my thoughts.
Okay. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I'm kicking you out now. Bye. All right, that was Name. These are pretty neat. I like these. It's it goes to show that if you try to build a thing in a way where where it's tied into your lore and it's evocative, it can make it hit pretty hard. Hey Cinder, recently I got a good amount of views on a video, and now a few people are trying to contact me on Discord. What should you do? You should decide if you want to contact them on Discord. What's your video that did well? Do you not want? If you don't want to talk to people on Discord, you can ignore them. I ignore plenty of people on Discord. I would strongly, yeah, I don't know. What's your goal? Are you trying to build a Discord? Just a few spells today from Soup Angel. Let's see what we're working with here. The thing about the internet is that it's a fucked up place. So like, even people that have really good intentions online can come off like fucking creepers. And can say things that like are pretty fucked up, even if they don't intend them to be. So, guys, what should I put in this rectangle above my head? What should go here? I don't know. Sponsorships. That's what should go there. So yeah, so if you're somebody that is playing around with being a content creator or putting yourself online publicly at all, you will face a lot of ridicule simply by existing, and you will also face people that are reaching out to you just to see what happens, to see if anything happens, and they might be a shithead, they might not be. You gotta kind of just play it by ear. At this point I legit just delete a lot of stuff and or ignore a lot of stuff. But yeah, what's your goal? That's what you should think about. If you want to talk to people on Discord, talk to them on Discord. I would just make sure you don't say anything, too revelatory. Casper says the DM will let me tweak the land druid so long as I get enough feedback. So my question is, should I tweak the land druid or just make something totally new like the arcane saboteur? I don't know, Casper. I've not looked at your land druid, I don't believe, or if I have, I haven't looked at it recently. I gotta read the post before. Read the message before? Oh, okay. I did read the message. It says just a few spells today. Is there something else? On Casper's post? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know how to look at just Casper's messages. I don't know what they said. I don't see it. I don't freaking see your first message. I see the one that you highlighted my name on. And I see a bunch from Quispy. And I see one's from a moron. And I see one's from Thinking with Portals. And then I feel like I'm too far up in the conversation. So I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Soup Angel, let's take a look at some spells. And if Casper wants to share a comment again, I'll be happy to read it. Oh, it's reposted. It says, hey, bro, Chacho. I'm looking to join a game as a shaman land druid, but the party threw a bitch fit because it's the weakest druid. They just want me to play a moon druid or sorcerer. Tell them to go fuck themselves. Tell them to go fuck themselves. Why play with them? Burn their house down. Tell you what, why don't you summon a bunch of animals to go shit in their yard? Play whatever the fuck you want. Dude, if I was playing with somebody and I said I wanted to be like the assassin rogue or the thief rogue or like, I don't know, any of the things that people say isn't that good that I don't give a fuck about, I feel like I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to make it work. Mind your business. Are we playing for fun? I didn't realize that we were playing the, I have to be the character you want. Druids can't be bad. Druids are so strong. If you didn't have a subclass as a druid, if you didn't have a subclass at all, you would still potentially be one of the strongest characters. There is a good argument for a druid with no subclass to being stronger than like a monk, fighter, barbarian. There's a good argument for that. And I love those other classes. The fuck are they talking about? Dude, I'm sorry, man. That sucks. If they were whining about it, then I would say, hey, it's a cool idea for a class. I'm still a full caster. I don't really want to be turned into a bunch of animals. This is what I want. I get these other extra spells. Trust me. And they might say, okay. And then it's fine. But if they're like really hassling you, then what you do. Oh, just give me 1 second. If they're really hassling you, if they're really giving you a hard time, then what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to get your friends. You're going to want to get them here. They're really hassling you. You're going to want to call them up and you're going to say, guys, I know that you and I don't always get along. You know, I know that sometimes we don't see eye to eye, but I'm gonna need you to be okay with this little decision I'm making. You know, just see what happens. I'm sure it'll be fine. All right, there's my feedback. Let's look at these spells. What are you talking about? Knife? What are you talking about? Knife. Weird. All right, Lightning Lash, 4th level. A whip of bonus action, self, concentration up to 1 minute. Okay, bonus action, you activate it. A whip of pure lightning extends out from your hand, or focus. It lasts until the spell ends. The whip counts as a martial melee weapon with which you are proficient. It deals 6d4 lightning damage. On a hit and has a reach of 15 feet. I feel like that damage is a little high. As a bonus action, you can make an additional attack with the whip. Oh, yeah. That's too high. Reducing its reach by 5 feet after the attack is made. If its reach becomes 0 in this way, the spell ends. I feel like you should make this do 4d4 damage, not 6d4. Casper, I haven't seen anything you said since I started yelling, so I hope I didn't scare you away. Unfortunately, they're literally the only venue within an hour drive, and the DM has played with them before, so he's giving them priority. Giving them priority over what? Over picking classes? Casper, have you played online? Have you played online D&D before? Oh, the link. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. If you're comfortable playing online, you should consider looking for some online groups. I know that playing in person is like very special and unique, but like, I don't know, man. I wouldn't want to feel held hostage in my character creation. That would feel shitty. Okay, so a whip, thing that we summon. It's basically a different version of Shadow Blade or Flame Blade. Flame Blade, I think, does 3d6 damage. I think this one should do 4d4, not 6d4. I think you can still do the damage increase. You can still do the extra attack things, but that's the main thing I would change about this one. Oh, shoot, we got another member. Welcome, Valentine Hyde. Love to have you. Thank you for giving me some joining of my community. Play online is pretty nice. I want to play online because I'm too shy. Yeah, man, playing online is nice. You can also it's less for folks that like it's just easier for folks a lot of the time. What did Casper say? They are now. I'm invested in this Casper story. Casper says they argue. One day I need to learn how to like isolate chatters so I can just see their chats. I don't know how to do that, but I'll learn one day. They argue that if I want to be a full caster, then I need to be a sorcerer, and a land druid will just be a... What? Casper? Casper, are you trolling? Okay. So you're playing a group with you're playing in a game with people. You're playing a game with people, and they're saying that it's what did you say? What was the language you used? It will be detrimental if you're not if you don't. It's either Moon Druid or Sorcerer are the options. That is so random and illogical. First of all, I understand people being like, don't be a land druid, be a moon druid. I don't understand them forcing it on you, but I do understand people sharing that opinion because it is a thing that many people feel. Does it mean it's right? No, but I get that. But sorcerers are not that strong a spellcaster. Like there are good arguments for sorcerers being the worst spellcasters. I don't know if I believe those either, but like that's a very valid argument. There is a great argument for sorcerers just being a less good wizard. Why? What are they? Who are they? Why do they? What? Why? What's such a random? Casper, I feel like you're lying to me. I know you're not, but the irrationalness of that. I don't get it. That's like saying... I don't even know what that's like saying. That's like saying, okay, you want to be a fighter? Cool. You need to use a great axe or you need to use a short sword. One of the two. You can't use a long sword. Great axe or short sword. It's like, yeah, great axe makes sense. Short sword is not bad, but like longsword is not worse than short sword. It's different. Yeah, it's breaking my brain. I can't help you. I can't help anyone. I can't help anyone. I can't help anyone. I can't help anyone. Okay. So, we just went down a weird hole there. I don't know what that was. All right, let's look at another spell. Erratic Strike. Cantrip. Oh, I love cantrips. Sorcerer, bunch of guys can get it. 120-foot range. You hurl an unstable bolt of lightning at a creature or object within range. Make a ranged spell attack against the target at disadvantage. On a hit, the target takes 2d8 lightning damage. Additionally, the spell scores a critical hit on a 20 or a 1. I don't think this works. I get what you're trying to do here, but the problem is there are so many very easy ways to get around disadvantage. So you can't rely on disadvantage to be what balances it out. And the doubling the chances for critting as well as removing 5% chance of miss is very strong. It's a lot stronger than it's stronger than you think it is. Because not only does it double your critical hit chance, it takes a guaranteed miss and turns it into a guaranteed hit. So it's like an extra thing there too. It's a little too much, I think, on the cantrip, but it's a fun idea. No, dude. I mean, you might be being unreasonable, Casper. I don't know. We're just hearing your side of the story, but it doesn't sound like you're being unreasonable. Also, what does disadvantage mean where one is a crit? I think that maybe that's a really good point. Tuesday, Sunday, Monday, happy day. Tuesday, happy day. My guess is they did the crit thing because of the disadvantage thing. That's my guess. That's why they probably did that. Because technically, the way that it's written is it's very unlikely, and it's the way it's written for you to get a crit because you'd have to get double 20. Normal attack roll with increased crit range is fine. I don't even think I would give it an increased crit range. I feel like I would just drop both of those things and come up with a different way to make it negatively affect you. Because you have to think, what's the point? The point is I want this to do more damage, but I want it to be more erratic. And I just think that there's other ways that you can accomplish that goal. All right, we looked at 3 of this. We looked at 2 spells. We looked at 2. 2's a lot. All right, we'll look at 1 more. Fine, they're short. Galvanic Pulse. Lightning springs forth from a point you can see within a range. Each creature within a radius of 1d4 times 5. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes lightning damage equal to twice your level on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Okay. The impression that I'm getting from these spells, and I appreciate this very much, by the way, is that you are playing around with some fundamental stuff and making it a little bit weird. You're changing things around. You're like, oh, what if I make this feature have a radius that changes? What if I make the damage on this not dice roll based at all? So I appreciate where your head is at, and I do think pushing the limits and boundaries of the core mechanics is a great thing to do when we're designing, but you don't want to lose sight of the intention of the design in trying, like, you don't want to break the rules for the point of breaking the rules. You want to break the rules because you have an idea that requires breaking the rules to accomplish. And I don't think that doing this dealing damage equal to half your level, I don't know what the point of dealing damage equal to half your level and a changing radius does. I don't know what the point is. Like, there's not enough. The point is not clear enough for me to merit the existence of it. That doesn't mean it shouldn't exist. That just means you need to show the merits of its existence more. You do need to know the rules if you're going to break them first. I'm not saying this person doesn't know the rules. I'm saying I don't see the intention. And if you're going to break the rules, not only do you need to know the rules, you need to break them with intention in a way that the reader will be like, oh, I like that. That makes sense. This is not me going, oh, I like that. That makes sense. This is me going, oh, that's interesting. Why? And I shouldn't be asking why. I should be saying, oh, that's interesting. I want to try it. Or, oh, that's interesting. That makes sense, etc. All those other bullshit things I just said. But overall, pretty interesting ideas. I do like the way your headspace. I like where your head is at. I encourage you to keep futzing around, Soup Angel. Keep futzing. You're a good futzer. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. It's Tuesday. I think I saw Tuesday in the chat. I hate the spell list, but I wanted to make this SRD compliant. Yeah, man, I hear that. And everything that you think would align with the subclass isn't there yet. So the way to do SRD compliance, if you don't want to do SRD compliance, is you make up spells that are very similar to the spell that you want. You essentially you design bad spells is what you have to do, which is not what I want you to do, but that is what you have to do. All right, I think I saw Tuesday in the thing. Let me see if they want to come in. Tuesday, I'm pulling you in. Tuesday, do you want to come online? I can see you're muted and you're deafened, and I have you in the chat now. You can hear me if you undeafen.
I'm great. What are you talking about?
How's it going?
Oh god, that sounds awful.
Yeah, you gotta mute the stream.
Hi.
How's it going? Can you hear me yet?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm very well.
I'm a little delayed.
You're delayed? Are you listening on Discord or are you listening on stream? Oh, mute the stream right
stream.
now. No, mute the stream and listen on Discord or it's not going to work. Because I'm going to have to hear, I can hear myself and it's going to make me go crazy.
Wait, where the Nope. Should not be swearing on this. Probably.
You can
Who
swear.
knows?
Poopy. Bananas. We say everything.
No, I can't hear you at all.
You can't hear me at all?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh. Well, okay, you have to turn your speakers on. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You're going to go to user settings, and then you're going to go to voice and video, and then you're going to click the thing that it needs to be. So go to the gear next to your name in the Discord where it says user settings, and then click voice and video, and set the output to whatever headphones you have. Maybe that will work. That should work. Can't hear you anymore. Tuesday is going to be the day that we're going to go back to you.
Testing.
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Nope. I guess you can't. Oh, Tuesday.
Can't.
No, it seems like my my audio is coming out of my mic.
So you have to change it. So in the user settings, you have to make sure you're putting the input in the input is where input is where you want your microphone, and output is where you want your headphones. So the device that is output should be whatever your headphones is, and then the device that's input should be whatever your microphone is. I'm going to give you a little bit of time to try to figure it out, and then we're going to look at your piece. Hey, you're back. Welcome, Celery. I can utter any lyrics I want. I'm the lyric master. I've mastered the lyrics. Did you guys ever see the movie Page Master? That's like me, but with lyrics. All right, Tuesday. I'm gonna start reading your piece. If you can figure it out, you're more than welcome to hop in. I'll leave you in the channel until you can figure it out. Until you can figure it out. Okay, let me take a. Let's start reading your piece though. Okay, we have the Oath of Gains here. Let me through. Calm down. What the fuck? Calm down. All right, we just got to start over. Refresh. If you stick around long enough, you're gonna find some real solid references to some classic '90s films. Tuesday, you don't gotta be sorry. I would just say, figure. If you want Tuesday, another thing to do, would actually be good, is you could also go into the stream waiting room and you could try to test it out there. Maybe one of the people that's in there will be kind and help you. If you don't want to try it out here. But I'm gonna start reading your piece. The Oath of Gains. The Oath of Gains is an unending commitment to challenge with the goal of continuous improvement. These paladins often create strong communities around themselves through their devotion to fostering healthy selves. Don't use the word selves and selves. Too much selves. And good vibe environments. I'm a Moron said they're going to try to help you Tuesday, so I'm going to throw you back into the general chat, and if they're there, they'll help you. Okay. A growing faction of these paladins has begun to tout the importance of mental challenges. And in addition to the more common physical ones, but such a movement has yet to gain much traction. That's a little vague at the end. I'm a little confused by that, but overall I get the vibe. Okay. Let's look at the tenets. Did I remember to put it on the screen? I did. Bro, sleep is the most important part. Work the work of maintenance is undervalued in forging greatness. Remind your allies of this often. All right. Love the process. These are very good names. Striving is meaningful even when one does not see their effort bear fruit. Training is its own reward. Pack mentality. Interpersonal relationships are built on gifts and obligations. That's such an unhealthy. That is such an unhealthy way to look at the world. Favor long-term bonds over short transactional relationships. Respect women. The circumstances of one's birth and rearing are inconsequential. Ensure everyone has the opportunity to grow and contribute. I feel like that should just be respect, then, not necessarily respect women. Okay. Let's take a look at the spells. So you said the spell list was not good because you couldn't pick the spells that you liked. So I hear that. Okay, so we're not going to actually worry about the spell list too much, but I'm going to look at it. Bless and Sleep, Enlarge, Reduce, Spider Climb, Create Food, Water, Haste, Freedom of Movement, Guardian of Faith, Arcane Hand, Dispel. Oh, gifted sub, Mateo. Too kind. Very kind. Thank you. Freedom of movement, Guardian of Faith, Arcane Hand, Dispel Good. I'm gonna be honest, Tuesday. By being limited to the SRD spells, this is not bad. This is like a pretty good. This is pretty solid for what you're working with the limitations. Bless, Sleep, Enlarge, Reduce, Spider Climb, Create Food and Water, Haste, like all of those fit. I think Freedom of Movement fits. Guardian Faith, I think, is a little eh. Arcane Hand is a little eh. I kind of get it, though. I think they're pretty solid. I'm into it. Oh, did Tuesday? Are we giving up on you coming on stream? I don't see you in the Discord in the stream chat anymore. For anybody that wants to be, oh, they're back. All right, Tuesday. Let's see. See if they can figure out y'all thing. Oh, it looks like you're streaming with. It looks like I'm a Moron is showing you stuff. Okay, cool. I'll ignore. I guess I'm doing a show. Hi. Channel Divinity. When you choose this oath at 3rd level, you get one of the 2 options. You like the flavor? Yeah, the flavor's good. You're good? All right, Tuesday. If you want to try to come back on, let me know. Say, I am ready to try again. When in the chat, say that to me, and I'll pull you back in. Let's look at these channel divinities. Train together, gain together. When you see a creature within 30 feet of you fail a strength, dex, or con saving throw. Audio isn't even working for stream now? Look at the VOD. Oh, buddy. I'm sorry, man. Play around with Discord a little bit. Try to figure out how to plug it into the things it needs to be plugged into. Sorry about that. Let's keep looking at this feature. You can extend your reaction to have them succeed. Oh, interesting. It's just a success. I don't know how I feel about that. I do think that there's another... Can I? I'm sorry that it failed. Oh yeah, or you push to talk, I guess, or unmute. That's what I don't want to do this. We can't do the delay. No, I'm a moron. We're not gonna. We can't do the delay. We can't do the delay is gonna make it unbearable. There's gonna be 4 seconds of silence between everything I say and everything they say. It's just not gonna work. I want to suggest. An alternative for this that I think might fit a little bit better into the context of the way these kinds of features are normally in the game would be for you to use your reaction as somebody makes a strength, dex, con saving throw, and to let them add +10 to that. +10 to the roll. Yeah, I'm a moron. Exactly the same thought. Exactly the same thought. But overall, I think it's pretty solid. Let's look at Inspiring Form. You can add your strength modifier to all charisma checks you make. This change lasts for 10 minutes. Okay. Gosh darn it. I'm going to say something now. I don't think either of these is combat-oriented enough. I think these are both really nice, but we need one that's a little bit punchier. I feel like we're missing a punchy. Maybe that doesn't matter. If you don't care about that, then don't worry about that. But that's how I feel. Let's look at the Aura of Resistance. Paladins are mostly punchy. No, I know, but if you look at Paladin channel divinities, specifically subclass channel divinities, almost always they have one that is either defensive utility and one that is more combat oriented from a I am the combat you one. In the spirit of togetherness, I don't think it's too powerful. It's expending a whole channel divinity. Yes, but there are plenty of channel divinities that essentially do the same thing as this, but they don't guarantee the success. They just let you add +10 to the roll. I hear you, Valentine, but I'm saying that if you compare this to other channel divinities, it's still a little bit broken compared to other ones that do similar things. I love how we're reviewing a gym bro, and I'm a moron as being the chat bro. Yeah. A channel divinity that impacts combat is a word for it. I'm confused. Okay, I'm moving on. I don't know any guys. I missed the joke somewhere. Okay, at 7th level, you emit an aura of gravity while you aren't incapacitated. You can choose a number of creatures within 10 feet of you equal to your charisma modifier. Affected creatures in the area have their speed halved. As you change the designated creatures to be affected on your turn using your bonus action. Huh. So you still need to phrase this like creatures that start their turn in the area or move into the area for the first time have their movement halved. And I would also say until the end of their turn. The problem with this is not written like a aura because you're picking a number of creatures. Like auras are always on. So you can't make it so you're choosing a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier to do that. I mean, I guess you could, but it's like this is the way that you word it. If you want it to be a thing where you're picking the creatures, this is how you word it. You say, at the start of your turn, you can choose a number of creatures within 10 feet of you equal to your charisma modifier. You have to pick where it sits in the action economy. It can be at the start of your turn. It can be at the end of your turn, but it has to sit somewhere in the action economy. You can't pick a number of creatures whenever you want because it has to be you're picking them at a moment. So you need to clarify when that moment is. If you want it to be an aura that is not where you're picking the creatures, it's just an aura, then you can be like, when a creature enters the area for the first time or starts their turn within the area, this happens. But this is not triggering off of creatures. This is triggering off of you. So you either need to decide to change it so it's triggering off of creatures, or figure out where in the action economy it sits for it to trigger off of you. And if you are doing that, that is also making it somewhat different than an aura if it's eating up the action economy. Think about that. I think the 10-foot limit is good. I probably wouldn't have it go up to 30 is kind of a lot for half speed. I might make it be a little less than that. I don't exactly know. End of turn as trigger would feel good because you can position for debuff. Yeah, I don't know. It still feels a little weird to me. Outsized might. At 15th level, I would also argue that in my opinion, it goes against the oath of gains. It does not feel like a gains built based aura. It feels like a drains based aura. So maybe that's why I'm just struggling to sit with it. At 15th level, you gain the ability to wield weapons with the two-handed property in one hand. This ability only applies to one weapon at a time. If you use two-weapon fighting, your ability to use a shield is inhibited. What does that mean? If you use two-weapon fighting, your ability to wield a shield... Your ability to use a shield is inhibited? What does that mean? Uninhibited. I'm so dumb. Thank you. Who cleared that? You Tuesday did. Okay, this is pretty fun. You basically can just wield a great axe or a great sword in one hand. I think that's good. I think that's solid. Might even be underpowered. Maybe. Unclear. Mixed feelings. Maybe it's not underpowered. I don't know. I think maybe it's fine. I like it. Futz around with it. 15th level's weird. Who knows? But I like it overall. I don't think you need to change it. Keep it for now. Let's look at Physical Paragon. At 20th level, you can temporarily push past the limitations that normally protect you during training. Using your action, you unlock your full potential. I would say as an action, you unlock your full potential. Don't say using. Using is passive. We don't need to do the grammar dance forever, but just trust me. For 1 minute, you gain the following benefits. I would also say you gain the following benefits for 1 minute. Just sounds better. What do you mean you gain 2d4 temporary hit points? Do you gain 2d10 temporary hit points at the start of your turn? Do you gain them once? Your strength or dexterity score gains +4 to a maximum of 24. This needs more. This isn't enough. This isn't enough. This isn't enough. Okay, so here's what you do. You can make it so you gain temporary hit points at the start of each of your turn. That helps. This is good. Come up with one more thing to give. One more thing to give. Maybe your vascularity is imposing or impressive in a way that boosts your allies or debuffs your enemies. I would strongly encourage you to add another feature to this, to the 20th level. This is pretty fun though so far, dude. My biggest thing that I think you should change, and again, like, this is my opinion, so like, don't listen if you disagree. I don't think Aura of Resistance fits the vibe. I would just come up with a new aura. You have to be careful not to do there is a paladin that's like the Olympian athletic paladin, and they have an aura that like gives people boosts to athletics and acrobatics checks. So you don't want to do that, but I do think you should do something different for the aura. Does the Oath of Gains work with performance enhancers? It does actually. No, it doesn't. Because it's to a maximum of 24. Guildnet Paladins are not incentivized to have lots of decks. The choice at 24 is a non-choice. I don't wholly agree with that, because it creates a situation. I mean, you never know. Like, there might be when you're level 20, campaigns are weird. There might be a situation where it makes sense for you to proc your avatar state to get that bonus to stealth or to initiative or to sleight of hand. Dex Paladins also exist for sure. So I feel like it's okay. Yeah. I like Dex Paladins. Okay, cool. This is a pretty solid piece. Can I be Gordon Ramsay for a second? I'll be Gordon Ramsay for a second. I don't even know how to be Gordon Ramsay. Change the 7th level aura. The 7th level aura is like you put the wrong seasoning in a little bit. I don't know how to be Gordon Ramsay. I have to be myself. Z Morningstar. It's a fun name. You related to Lucifer Morningstar? Cinder, I love your content. I love your content. This is one of my earlier homebrews. I struggled to make a choice of this being a Warlock or a Sorcerer, and I even thought of taking a page from Strixhaven. Rip it to pieces if need be. You know I will, especially if given the go ahead. Get out of here, idiot sandwich. Have a good one. All right, I just posted it in the chat. Let's take a look. Let's make sure everything is aligned in the thing. Oh my goodness, idiot sandwich. Thank you for the gifted subs. That's very generous of you. That's very generous. Guys, we got members for days. That's the thing, is our club is growing. We're getting strong. Can we start doing like cult things? When can we start doing cult things? How many members do we need before we can start doing cult things? Or like something weird? Because I feel like we're close. Yeah, bring back dead demigods. We need 78. Okay, when we get to 78, we can really lean into the cult stuff. But I think we should start trying to build this cult sooner than later. The key with the cult that I want to build is I think that we just need to make sure it's not at all death-oriented. You know? Keep it very upbeat. Very cash. Because that's the place that cults really fuck up, is when they get too death-oriented. You gotta keep it breezy. You know? All right. Fun. Okay, here's the thing. Fun fact. There's a group of people in the Discord who are trying to do a thing where they're making a handful of D&D subclasses that are going to be based off of me, even though I told them that it's going to be a harsh judgment. But I also, in thinking about it, if they all work together and try really hard and have fun doing it, I will 100% look at them on stream and talk about them, and it will be fun. So if you are one of the people that wants to do that, you should do that in my Discord. You can't find the prompt? Ask I'm a Moron. I think they set it up. but I think it'll be fun. And here's what I'll say: even if they end up garbage, if you all have a good time making them, I will look at them on stream and we can have a good time looking at them. Okay, let's take a look at this. Whose piece is this? This is Morning Stars. All right, Z, what you got? The reflection of a neutral force. Oops, the reflection is a neutral force. While I frown, the man in the mirror smiles and waves. I push my hands into the mirror and pull him out. I need someone or something to guard me while I sleep. Huh. This is weird. I accept it, but it's fucking weird. The Reflection Warlock summons this force that acts as a proxy to the original. The Warlock of Reflection all seem to have a single shared experience. They feel watched at all times. This is good, but it doesn't really read. It's not. This is the vibe of this is good, but I would rewrite this. This is not well written. It's not fun. It doesn't feel nice to read. Don't say things like, these all seem to do this. Just say, these do this. I'll show you one example, and then we're going to look at the mechanics. You say, Warlocks of Reflection all seem to have a single shared experience. I'm going to pull a couple words out of that sentence, and I want you to listen to it again. I'm going to say it twice. I'm going to say it the way that you wrote it, and then I'm going to say it the way that I think it'll be stronger, and you'll see what I mean. This is the way you wrote it. First one is the way you wrote it. Second is what you should change it to. Warlocks of the Reflection all seem to have a single shared experience. Wait, too. Warlocks of the Reflection all have a single shared experience. Same sentence, much stronger. Just take out the all seem. You don't want to be hesitant in your language. Be clear and confident. All right, let's see what we're getting here. First level, now you see me. At first level, you create a reflection of yourself in an open space you can see. You need to give much more specific parameters than an open space. Do you mean like an empty space, or do you mean like a doorway? If you say an empty space, then you need to say empty space, not open space. The other thing is that you need to give a distance, a range. It shouldn't be infinite. You shouldn't be able to make it a mile away. The Reflection has the same AC, class abilities, racial traits as you. When they are created, the Reflection cannot cast spells using a spell slot. Any weapon attacks it makes has to be a weapon that you aren't wielding, but is in your inventory. The weapon is removed from your inventory and reappears back when the Reflection is destroyed. Reflections are constructs and are resistant to a bunch of damage types. They are immune to the Charmed, Frightened, and Poison condition. They have hit points equal to your spellcasting modifier plus your character level. These hit points cannot be restored. You can mentally command the Reflection on your turn. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and must finish a short or long rest before you can do so again. How long does it last? Is it infinite? Okay, this is a little bit too strong for one main big reason. Actually, if we cut out the situation of the time limit being a thing, there's one really big way that this is too strong. Chat, can you guess before I tell you? Do 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 do. Yeah, double action. Now let's be more specific. Why is that too powerful? Why is that too powerful for this subclass? Or any subclass, but specifically this type. Why Warlock? Be more specific. Be more specific. Eldritch Blast. Thank you. Eldritch Blast. The way that Eldritch Blast is designed in D&D is it functions exactly the same as weapon attacks. As you level up, it doesn't just do more damage, you get more attacks. So with this feature, you are essentially doubling your attack action economy. This is the same as making a fighter that could get double their attacks. It's just too much. So if you want to do a feature that can do things similar to your character, or exist in places near your character, you need to look to things that already do that pretty well and pay attention closely to their limitations and their strengths. Look at the duplicate that the trickster cleric gets. Notice everything about it, especially that it requires a channel divinity to activate, which means that it's like it's not common. Okay, it's it's a big deal to use it. And then look at the Echo Knight and notice that the Echo Knight doesn't actually add anything to your action economy except for one attack around that is on a resource. So you need to figure out what this does in a way that it can do something interesting, but isn't just able to do full actions and cast cantrips, because that's too much. The other thing that I'm going to say is that I think that in the current day and age of, in the year of our Lord, CinderBlocksally, Purple X333, Upside Down Triangle, The Smell of Rain, and Ozone, which is the year in where I come from, we don't, unless you are doing something like the Echo Knight, where the Echo really is not a creature, it is very limited in what it can do. If you're making something that is not limited in what it can do, you should build a stat block for it. The idea of a living reflection could be very cool, but it doesn't work with that level of freedom as a first level feature, or that many level of uses as a first level feature, or even higher levels for that matter, if it still can just basically be the same as Simulacrum. Yeah, Simulacrum, exactly. Yeah. I love Dragon Oz. I love when you guys say something as I say it or vice versa. I fucking love it. Okay, let's look at, so yeah, right now, overpowered. I'm picking my nose. I'm sorry. It's that time of night. But good vibe. Let's look at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, you can shatter yourself a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. As a bonus action, you can transform for 1 minute. Make this once a day. I don't even know what it is yet. Make it once a day. You gain the following benefits. Magical resistance, Shattered Blade. When you hit a creature with an attack, you can force it to make a Constitution saving throw. If the attack fails, the target takes 1d6 magical piercing damage or slashing damage. The target must make a saving throw against all at the end of the turn. This is enough on its own. This is strong enough. So I would probably get rid of the other stuff, because just being able to get magic resistance for a fight is really strong. Really quite strong. Wait, I need to send a message. You guys still... I need to send a message. Everyone message here with what you end up making, taking, etc. Give me deets. I can read after my stream. Okay. I'm about to start running a new home game, and everyone's making characters right now. But I was like, guys, I got to stream. Go fuck yourself. I got 1 night a week I'm available. So if you can't do session 0 on that night, you all can do session 0 by yourself. That's how you know it's a group of friends that you trust. When you can trust them running their own session 0. And you don't have to be there. I pitched the game to them already, and the game is a very simple start with very open-ended backgrounds. So they don't need to ask me if anything's okay. Basically, they can have almost any background they want. So I don't need to be there for that. And their characters aren't going to know anything about the world really going in. It's all very fish out of water. So, and I have at least 2 players that are like obsessively strict with the rules. So they'll make sure everyone else is following them. Okay, let's look at the 10th level feature. Now you don't. I appreciate that you want to do now you see me, now you don't. From a design perspective, from an aesthetic design perspective, if you don't put these features right next to each other, it's awkward as fuck. Because it's the saying doesn't go, now you see me, shattered form, now you don't. It goes, now you see me, now you don't. Okay, starting at 10th level, you can swap positions with your reflection as a reaction to avoid damage and transfer to them. What does that mean? Whenever you give a feature, you need to very explicitly explain, how does that work? What does that do? What does that mean, avoid damage? Does that mean when you are targeted with an attack, you can use your reaction? When you're hit with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to switch places with your thing and then not take that damage. How does that affect spell? Does it work on saving throws or just attack rolls? So these are all things you need to think about, which is why when you write it out all the way, it becomes clear the things that you need to work on and think about. Additionally, you can walk through the mirrors as if they are miniature portals to your like. You can walk through mirrors as if they are miniature portals to your liking. As a bonus action, you can from one reflective surface to another within 60 feet. Man, this is strong enough to be a 10th level feature on its own, and probably should be limited. I like it, but it's too strong with both of them. This is really strong, and this is really strong. Yeah, unlimited uses. Yeah. I mean, it's a cool teleport. It's tree stride, but with mirrors instead of trees. In fact, I would probably look at the spell tree stride for some inspiration on how to write it a little bit more clearly. Tree stride is a spell, but it is also an ability that driders have. Not driders, excuse me, dryads. Dryad, I hardly know ad. Okay. Let's look at the 14th level feature, Shatter Perception. Your body has fundamentally changed due to the enigmatic magic of reflection. At level 14, you gain the following benefits. You're resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. No! Stop just taking things that are core mechanics. This is not you. I'm talking to the world. Don't take things that are core mechanics of other classes and then just give them as passives to other ones. This is what makes the Barbarian the Barbarian. Don't do this. If you want to give them this feature, it has to be like a limited use, once a day thing. Like, look at the way the Rune Knight does it. The Rune Knight gets it on a limited little bit. You know, you got to temper it. Can't just be on all the time. Shattered Reflection, when in your shattered form, you gain immunity to radiant, necrotic, and poison. Reflective Shield, when a creature attempts to charm or frighten anyone within 30 feet of you, you can choose to give those creatures advantage on their saves. I still don't really understand why this thing is leaning into like charm and frightened. My main feedback is I think you need to completely rework the level 1 feature. And then, depending on how you rework it, rebuild the other features around it. I don't understand why we're getting magic resistance, but I like it more than this. I feel like there's a dissonance here between what's happening and what's not happening, and I feel like you need to rework that level 1 feature and then build off of it. You need to clearly figure out, what does this reflection do? It can't do everything. Just can't. You don't really even need the damage resistances. There's a big piece of feedback I have to say, and it needs to be addressed. Why is there no feature that lets you reflect attacks or spells? I mean, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I agree. That's a good idea. My initial thought process was because you're not really a mirror guy. You have this thing that you can summon, but you are a mirror guy because you can teleport into mirrors. So it would totally make sense for you to be able to do other mirror stuff. Yeah, no, I get it. It's an interesting concept. I think right now you have to focus it from a aesthetic perspective and a balanced design perspective. So you got some refocusing you need to do, but I think that it's worth doing if you think the idea is fun. And chat seems very excited by the concept as well. Yeah, we're skipping the Eldritch Invocations. We just read the whole subclass. It's fine. They have enough they need to work on. Like, I don't know how much feedback how helpful my feedback would be about the invocations, because I think the core concept of the subclass needs some fundamental changes before that's going to make. So I feel like my feedback's not going to be helpful. Because I'm just going to be like, yeah, these are all still sort of connected to that thing that I think you should change. All right, next is Kelf. Kelf, are you here? Are you in the stream? Do you want to come online if you're... I don't see you. They're not here. All right, we're not going to worry about it. This was Inspur. I love a good Inspur. I love a good Inspur. There we go. Okay, I was going to say. Come on, Kelf, don't fuck this up. But you didn't. No, I need to move the screen. There we go. Artificers. Okay, artificers are hard to make good. I'm going to be honest. Most of the artificers I see are too long. Oh, look. An artificer that's 2 pages. Who would have guessed? An effigy artisan is an artist who meticulously crafts miniatures, effigies, weavings, and carvings. Their influence and carving their influence into the world, and carves their influence into the world. Come on, use proper tenses. These creations, more than mere dolls, are mystic conduits linked to beings they replicate. Through these effigies, the artisan can control, afflict, or hinder those represented, pulling the strings of fate. I'm going to say something now that I feel like you might disagree with, but I feel pretty confident about. I feel like a lot of people build artificers as people with a little magical object or a unique way of doing magic. And I disagree with that for being artificers. Artificers are people that are building a contraption or contraption builders. This doesn't feel like a contraption builder. I'm going to say right now, and I'm going to read it obviously and we'll go through it, but I'm going to bet that this would make just as much sense as a bard. That's my guess. Or a wizard, or a cleric, or a druid. I don't feel like this is gonna feel like a crafter in a tinkery way. That's my opinion, but that's me being judgmental before I start reading it. But I do feel like a lot of artificers don't need to be a lot of the homebrew artificers that I see feel like it's people really pushing the limit of what makes sense being an artificer. Opinion. Tools of the trade. At 3rd level, the effigy artisan gains proficiency with weaver's tools or woodcarver's tools. If you already have this tool proficiency, you gain a proficiency in another. Okay. You get some spells. Bane, Charm Person, Hold Person, Ray of Enfeeblement, Bestow Curse, Vampiric Touch, Dominate Beast, Locate Creature, Dominate Person, Modify Memory. Pretty solid spell list. Very strong spell list. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. This is going to be like a witch doctor subclass, and I just don't see the witch doctor as being like voodoo doll witch doctor stuff. I don't think that's artificer. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I just don't think that's artificer. Effigy creation. At 3rd level, you can spend 1 hour to craft a blank miniature effigy. This can be done on a short or long rest. It's a tiny object. You can have a number equal to your intelligence modifier. As an action, you can use your tools to alter the effigy to resemble a creature you can see. Once an effigy is linked to a creature, you have to expend a 1st level spell slot or higher to do so. When an effigy is linked to a creature, it can't be linked to another. The link between an effigy and a creature lasts for a number of days equal to half your proficiency bonus, rounded down, or until the linked creature dies. There is one thing here that I already think is a little tedious. This takes an hour to craft. Okay. It takes an hour to craft, and then you can use an action to alter it, and then it's altered. No. Look at how many things we have to keep track of for this one feature before we even know what it does. It's an hour to craft. We can have an intelligence modifier number of times. It's an action to use, and then it lasts a number of days. All of these things are different. That's too many options. That's too many things to keep track of already. Like, it's very hard to judge the power of this needs to be majorly simplified. majorly simplified. We're gonna see what the mechanics are that you're trying to do here, but I'm gonna make the assumption that whatever the mechanics you want to do with these effigies don't require this level of tiered understanding of how these things mush together. Casper says, I've always liked the idea of rogue that uses Artificer infusions and traps instead of Arcane Trickster. I think that could be pretty cool. I like that. Okay, let's see what these actually do, though. As a bonus action, you can channel your magic into an effigy, causing a harmful effect on a creature it represents, who must be within 60 feet of you. When you do so, one of the following happens. Choose one of the following effects. The creature must make a strength saving throw or have its speed halved until the end of its next turn. Creature must make a wisdom saving throw or be blinded until the end of its next turn. The creature must make a dex saving throw or get disadvantage on its next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. You can alter a number of effigies equal to your intelligence modifier per long rest. Holy shit, there's another thing we have to keep track of? Okay, this is too fucking simple of a feature to require this much complication. Guys, chat, am I being fucking crazy here? Am I being harsh? I don't think I'm being harsh. I feel like I'm being rational. Like, this is the way that I would do this if I were you. You can make a number of whatever the thing is when you finish a rest. Okay? I would probably give the things, or better yet, maybe you just make one thing. And you can use it a number of times equal to something per day. But linking it to specific creatures, having it last for days at a time, but still be limited by physical location, it just seems like these extra layers of complicated. And for what? For a bonus action to cut someone's speed in half, or to blind them, or to give them disadvantage on attack. Why not just make a mechanic that flavor-wise is you building these little things, but mechanically is proficiency bonus number of times per day, or intelligence modifier times per day, or whatever times per day. You can target a creature within 60 feet of you, and you can do one of those things. Like, it should just be that. It doesn't need this extra layers of complication. I feel like there's this drive with artificers to make things complicated, or to make things have to fit into objects. But you're making this so much more complicated than it needs to be. Why? To make it fit into an object? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't see the logic behind the choice. I would change it. All right, let's look at the 5th level feature. At 5th level, when you cast a spell targeting only one creature, you can choose to cast it on one of your effigies instead. If you do so, the spell affects the creature that the effigy represents, even if the creature is outside the spell's range or you can't see it. But you can only affect creatures that are within 60 feet of you with the effigy. Or is this limitless? Is this a separate... Are we just adding more layers of complicated? Who's to say? All right, let's keep seeing. If you do so, the spell affects the creature that the effigy represents, even if the target is outside the spell's range and you can't see it. The creature must be within a number of miles equal to your intelligence modifier to be affected by the spell. If a spell that deals damage is cast on the effigy, or the effigy is targeted with an attack roll, the linked creature takes psychic damage equal to a number of d6s equal to your proficiency bonus, and the effigy is destroyed. This feels odd for a 5th level feature. So, artificers at 5th level get a way to deal more damage. They either get a way to add damage to their special potions or their cantrips, or they get an extra attack, or they get extra bonus stuff on how they do cantrips, but they get extra damage. That's it. So you need to simplify this and make it so this is not a bad idea for a feature, but this should be a higher level feature. This shouldn't be a 5th level. This should probably be, I would say this probably would be a 9th level feature. Data Bank brings out a really good point. That needs to be only 1d6 extra damage if you're doing extra damage at 5th level. Otherwise, it's an extra d8. Yeah, that's true. How about you create the effigy and you or an ally wielding it could break it and impose the effects on the other creatures they could see? That's another way that could work. The whole point of Artificers is having this particular design of making things. Wait a second. The whole point of Artificers having this particular design of making things is A, to summon a contraption, or B, to create an item that can be interacted with. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm making too many Artificers. I know this too well. Data, I don't think this is yours. No, this is Kelf's. Yeah, so this should be a higher level feature. And I probably would make it like limited in how many spells you could be. Even if the spells didn't deal damage, I feel like there's got to be a limit on how much you could do this. Let's look at 9th level. Starting at 9th level, your skill at manipulating your effigies has grown stronger, granting you more options for inflicting harm and afflicting your targets. When you reach this level, choose 2 effects from the following options, adding them to the existing effects you can invoke. Okay, so we're just adding on to the other mechanic. I still think you need to change the core other mechanic, but let's see what these features are. Creature must make an intelligence saving throw or take psychic damage equal to your intelligence modifier times the spell slot level used. No, don't do that. Don't do a multiplier of damage. I disagree. I disagree with that. I would just add extra damage to something else that you're doing probably, but I'm not a fan of multipliers. Creatures, frail body. Creatures must make a constitution saving throw or suffer levels of exhaustion equal to half the No, you can't give multiple levels of exhaustion. You just can't. You could kill it. It's too strong. You could just kill every... No. Can't do that. Exhaustion is not designed to be used to take advantage of in that way. Exhaustion needs to be really hard to give creatures. You can't give them multiple levels of exhaustion in a round. It'll just end encounters. I don't know. I disagree with that. Mute voice. The creature must make a charisma saving throw or be unable to speak until for a number of rounds equal to the spell slot used to create it. Muting is okay. Okay, so 2 things. One, the power difference between these ones is shocking. That's the first thing. Shocking different levels of power, which I disagree with. The second thing is, even if you're just using a 4th level spell slot, giving a creature 2 levels of exhaustion is friggin' huge. Friggin' huge! Okay, let's look at 15th level. Starting at 15th level, your command over your effigies reaches its pinnacle. As an action, you can shatter one of your effigies. The creature that the effigy represents must be within 60 feet of you and must make a constitution saving throw against your spell save DC on a failure. The creature is stunned until the end of its next turn. Additionally, your shattering of the effigy releases a burst of magic. Choose one of the following. Each creature within 10 feet has to make a dex save or take some force damage. Each creature within 10 feet becomes blinded. Each creature within 10 feet is deafened. This is a little underwhelming for a 14th to 15th level feature, in my opinion, if I'm being honest. Exhaustion ramps up in debilitation. Doesn't it kill at 5 or 10? It kills at 5, I believe, or 6. 11? No. You need only 6 levels of exhaustion in 5e for a creature to kick the bucket. Okay, so I think that the idea that you're working with here is interesting. I do think that at the end of the day, right now, it is falling into this pit trap that I see artificers fall into time and time again, which is these over-convoluted ways of interacting with the objects they create. I think you need to majorly simplify effigy creation. And I think that you probably need to dramatically change some of these 9th level things. I think the feeling is all right, but again, this feels like I still feel like this could be a druid. You know, I still feel like this could be a cleric. I don't fully buy that this makes sense as an artificer at the moment. And that is partly because of the way it's designed, but also a little bit because of the vibe that it has, that it is really like voodoo doll. Like, it's not like you're making a little guy that like runs around and does stuff. It's literally you're making a voodoo doll, you know? Anyway, if somebody says it feels like too much flavor expressed as mechanics, I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe. Either way, thank you for sharing. I think it's a fun idea, but definitely requires a good chunk of work. Next we have Sai. And I believe I saw Sai in the chat. Let's see. Sai! Are you in the chat? Where's my Discord? I see Sin, not Sai. I don't think that's the same person. I'm not gonna bring Sin in. Okay, let's see what Sai has to say. Sai, yell something in the Discord chat if you're here. Or not the Discord chat, the stream chat. A while back, I submitted a Dreamwalker Sorcerer subclass. This year is the evolution to it. It's more refined and has a clearer version. It's also less wonky, but still based around sleep spells, so very much experimental. Oh man, the last version of this was very wonky. Very wonky. Alright, let's plug in that for you guys so you guys can all see it. You think Voodoo Artificer could be cool? I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm being picky. All right, let us. I'm losing my mind. All right, here we go. Boop. Okay, Sleep Stalker. So this is a sorcerer subclass. When the night comes and sleep sets in, the mental fortitude of the unconscious mind crumbles. Sleep stalkers sow nightmares amongst the vulnerable, evoking terrible visions and feasting on fear. I might make reference to nightmare hags if I were you, because nightmare hags lean hard into this vibe. I know that might not be what you're going for, but that's basically what they are and what they do. Okay. Looks like we get some spells. Okay, nightmare magic. So we get some spells. Let's see. Can we switch them out? Whenever you gain level, you can replace one spell you gained with this feature with a spell from the same level. It has to be enchantment or illusion. Okay. Cause fear, dissonant whispers, crown of madness, darkness, enemies abound, fear, phantasmal killer, shadow of moil, dream, negative energy flood. I'm surprised there's not more illusion spells here. But that's okay. I feel like you're missing an opportunity for an illusion, some good illusion magic. All right, let's see. At first level, we get Call Dream. You know the sleep spell. It counts as a sorcerer spell. Whenever you cast the sleep spell, any D8 rolling below your proficiency bonus is treated as having rolled your proficiency bonus instead. So that means if you roll a 2, if you roll a 1, it counts as a 2. And then at later levels, if you roll a 1, it counts as a 3. Later levels, if you roll a 1, it counts as a 4. Later levels, if you roll a 1, it counts as a 5. Later levels, if you roll a 1, it counts as a 6. Huh. I think that might be too strong, honestly. I don't know, but I think it might be. Sleep is actually a very strong spell. I might change it so that you can re-roll a number of those D8s equal to your proficiency bonus. I might do that. So at level 1, you roll the 5d8, you can re-roll 2 of them. At level, when you have proficiency bonus plus 3, you can re-roll 3. I might do something like that. I might change it to something like that because having it having that minimum go up and up and up is not small. If you're giving all the normal sleep spell benefits, put it in the spell list. I understand why they didn't. I think you could go either way there. Nightmare. When a creature put to sleep by you is dealt damage, you can use your reactions to change the damage to psychic. Additionally, when a creature is put to sleep by you takes psychic damage, you can make a charisma check with a DC equal to 12 or the psychic damage taken, whichever is higher. On a success, the target does not wake up. This is too strong for first level, and it's too strong for it to always be on. Straight up too strong, friendo. This could definitely be a feature that you get at 6th level that requires sorcery points. What are you saying, Spino? Sounds like a Keter class SCP? Yeah, sure. I think if you make the level 1 ability only affect when you roll a 1, it would be much better. Not anything below your proficiency bonus. Oh, that could also work. That would also be an interesting thing. This is a little too much for level 1, in my opinion. Being able to deal damage to a creature and have them stay asleep is huge. Really strong. Yeah, I don't know. I would probably pull this out of first level or change it in a pretty significant way. Make it limited. Considering you only get 1d4 patches rolled at random, I fail to see how it turns into infinite money. I don't know what you're talking about. You guys are having a conversation about a whole other thing, huh? Dealing damage and keeping them asleep makes the sleep condition into the paralyzed condition. That is a very good point, Dragonos. Very good point. Yeah. So it's a little too much, I think. Coma. You can have your sleep spell affect creatures that would otherwise be immune to it. You must expend 2 sorcery points for each of these targets instead of sleep. The spell induces a state of unconsciousness appropriate to the target. Any creature under this effect is treated as if it was sleeping. I think that's fine. Rude Awakening. Your nightmares chase victims into the waking hours. Whenever a creature put to sleep by you wakes up as a result of taking psychic damage, it is frightened of a creature or object of your choice until the end of its next turn. Okay, so I would drop Rude Awakening, and I would put Nightmare at 6th level and make it cost sorcery points. That's what I would do. I would even maybe consider dropping Coma to tie it to Call Dream and make it like a 3rd level feature. So, like, you know how the Shadow Sorcerer gets one thing? Shadow Sorcerer gets like Dark Vision at 1st level, and then at 3rd level, it gets a special way to cast Darkness. That's how Call Dream should work. You get unique sleep spell, and then you can Coma cast it at higher levels. And I would just make that the only 1st level feature. Move this to 6th level. Mental Drain. Whenever you cast the sleep spell, rather than affecting creatures in ascending order or their current hit points, you can choose the order at which creatures are affected. That's pretty strong. If the first creature targeted by this spell has more hit points than the spell could put to sleep, you can recast the spell using a higher level spell slot if you have one available. If you regain the previous slot. Once you recast the spell, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. I would probably make this whole feature once per day, or give them just this part and drop this part. Oh, we're getting a whole other thing? I think you were getting too much, dude. You're giving 2 things at every fucking level up. Stop. You can't do that. You can give 2 things at one of the level ups. Can't do it at every level up. You're trying to make this thing do too much, my friend. For a 14th level, this is awesome. I like this part. I think that the extra recasting feels a little meh. I don't agree with that. Let's look at the other feature though. Incarnation of Horror. As a bonus action, you can surround yourself with magical darkness in a 15-foot radius for up to 1 minute that you can see through. All right, already that's pretty fucking strong. Creatures within 5 feet of you can see you in this darkness regardless of being blinded. A creature perceives you as a nightmarish personification of its deepest fears. While a creature sees you this way, it is frightened of you. As an action, you can make an intelligence investigation check. Why? Oh, they can. Okay. Do not be frightened. Once you use this feature, can't use it again until you finish a long rest. So I don't think you can give both of these. I'm being honest here. Because this one essentially gives you, makes you essentially invisible and untargetable if creatures aren't within 5 feet of you. And then gives you a badass frightened condition. And this one is just makes your sleep spell infinitely stronger. Like, stupidly infinitely stronger. So I feel like you got to pick one and lean in, but not both. They both feel pretty strong. 14th level does too much but would be too powerful if you account for the other features in this class. Yeah. It's like choosing which creatures fall asleep is great for higher levels and makes sleep good, but it's powerful because of other features. Yeah, exactly. I think the 14th level feature is kind of fine on its own with just this one. Repairer, Reaper of Dreams. Whenever a creature deals psychic damage to a target you put to sleep, it gains temporary hit points equal to half the damage dealt. Nah. Lame. 18th level feature. I think it's lame. Change it. Come up with something new. Maybe I think it's lame because I think you need to drop or significantly change the nightmare feature, but somebody getting 10 hit points, I don't know. I disagree with it. I think it's lame. Capstone feels like not a lot. Yeah, it's not very evocative. I don't think it's evocative enough. I almost want it to be like, you can summon creatures' nightmares to fight, or creatures' dreams to fight, and you can like summon like summon an illusory dragon, but it's real or something. I don't know. I would definitely go bigger with this feature. I think overall it's pretty interesting still, but like you're still just doing too much, man. You're still just trying to make it do too much. You want it to be really good at sleeping and really good at nightmares. I think that's okay, but you have to not give it a really cool sleeping and really cool nightmare feature at every level. You just got to do one. At maybe one level they're going to get the sleeping feature, one level they're going to get the nightmare feature, etc. But at the moment it's just a little too much. A little too much. But if you keep working on it, maybe you'll keep working on it. Who's to say? Oh shit, it's the moron. It's the chatty little moron. You want to come on stream? I think you do. Okay, a few weeks ago I asked you chair of Okay, this is the chair or Herald of Ragnarok. I said chair. Here's the companion for the Path of Sundering Barbarian. I feel like this would make for a crazy combination for a character, even if it's not intentional. I present to you an ordinary chair. I will now lock you into this dark, scary room with this mahogany wax chair. Ignore the crimson blood nash. Okay. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see. You're getting silly. You're getting silly. Let's get... I'm down to get silly. All right, let me grab you 1 second. Where's Discord? Hello. You'll be able to hear me soon, most likely. I pulled you into Discord. Hello?
All right, can you hear me?
I can. How's it going?
It's going good. Can I say one thing real quick?
You could say two things.
All right. So I'm invested in this Casper thing. I'm gonna say this real quick.
Wait, what the fuck are they talking about? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh no, it was in regards to like way earlier
the
in this
druid
range,
thing?
Yeah, the druid thing.
Yeah, oh please, we could definitely talk the druid thing for a second.
Right.
Let's talk druids.
So I'm an optimizer, right? And basically what that is I'm a player who's really good at making really powerful characters, right? And I find it fun. And back in the day, right, when I was like new to DnD, there was this one player who would always boss me around because I would play suboptimal characters or characters that are weak, and like it makes me mad because people like that just exist. And I know you're in chat, Casper, all right? And I'm going to say this to you right now, all right? Druids are like the most cracked thing you could play on your table, and whatever your friends or your players are saying, like, screw them, okay?
Yeah, okay. I big agree, but also if you look at the full story that Casper told, it becomes clear that the people he's playing with have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Because it's like, if you're not gonna be a moon druid, you better be a sorcerer.
God,
what does that mean?
I don't know. Like,
it drives me nuts. So confusing. It's so confusing.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna say this, Casper, right? I'm sorry to say this. Maybe you might need to find other tables, man. Like once you like play in other games, like like you'll see what it's like, you know. Like I don't know what to say, but yeah, land druids, they're low key powerful.
Also,
Like
they get more spells than any other druid. They can recover spells on short rests.
yeah,
Like they're not
like a
bad.
wizard. Yeah,
They're the
they're like
wizard of
druids, but also
druids.
wizards.
Yeah, they're the wizard of
Exactly.
druids.
And wizards are cracked.
Dude, and the other thing is like literally anything can be good. This is the thing about D&D that kind of frustrates me when I am in content creator space, and it's like I have to make skits and shit like that where it's like, this is why I don't like making what's the most powerful wizard, because it is entirely dependent on the people you're playing with. Like the illusion wizard is a good example. Depending on your dungeon master, the illusion wizard is either the weakest wizard subclass by far or the strongest wizard subclass by far. Like, it is. So this idea that some things are better than others is really, really, I think it's detrimental to the character creation headspace that is more fun to sit in. And then I also think it just creates a really unrealistic expectation of what your games are going to be.
Yeah, like in one table, right? Like if I were to play in a table with other optimizers like me, like we would all agree monks kind of suck. But if I were to play in a different table and play a monk, right, with people who are more casual and don't care that much about like optimization,
they just build normal characters.
Monks are cracked.
Yeah, monks are fantastic if you're not trying to build if you're not doing like I'm a crossbow expert, battle master, sharpshooter, then monks are great.
Yeah, exactly. And also like people put too much value in the subclasses, especially for like the subclass feature, especially for druids or like full casters, because all your power is in the spell casting. Your biggest thing as a druid is casting polymorph on a 1 HP ally, and suddenly they have 100 HP, and that's not a class feature. That's just a thing you could do, right? Like
moon druids also like aren't that good.
Yeah, no, they kind of get sucked. They're suck fine. Later, but
like watch Critical Role, they suck after level 10 basically. I mean, once a day you turn into an elemental and that's cool, but it's not even that cool.
Yeah, I mean, especially land druid, those guys are cracked. Like you're telling me you're a druid with more spells, the strongest feature in the whole game. Like you're gonna roll all over these guys. But yeah.
Oh shit, is this a mimic race?
Yes, this is a mimic race.
Oh, I'm excited. Okay, wait, let's actually. I want to look at it.
Yes.
Did I put it in
all
chat?
Right.
Chat, did I give it to you yet? Let me give it to you. Dude, I've been getting so into making lewd innuendos. I gotta stop.
Yes. So, backstory behind this. I used to play a mimic. I played a mimic character back in the day, right? With some random homebrew on, I don't remember the site. It was like D&D Wiki or something. And the character behind it was a character named Mimic who became a sentient mimic because he had an identity crisis. He couldn't figure out who he was.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So this is built off that?
Yeah. Basically, I wanted to recreate my character, but the homebrew I found there was a lot of unnecessary stuff on them. Like, I'm not going to name any of them.
One of my first homebrews that I made was a mimic rogue subclass. And I wanted it to basically be like, the game Prop Hunt? I was trying to make a prop hunt rogue, and the idea, I still feel like the idea was great, but it was sloppy.
Would it blow your mind to tell you that my mimic character was also a rogue, and I played prop hunt?
It just makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's see what we're getting here. Okay, regular stat array. I like that you went with monstrosity shapechanger. Shapechanger has a pretty decent effect on a race, because there's a lot of spells that not just affect creature types but affect shapechangers in specific. All right. Foot, smaller, medium, dark vision, damage resistance. Let's see. Resistance to acid damage makes sense. Okay.
Yep.
So far it's pretty chill. Let's get weird. Where's the weird? I'll get there hopefully. Pseudopod and bite. You have long pseudopods which act as your arms and large gaping maw, both of which can be hidden in your form. You can use your pseudopods to walk, manipulate objects, activate magic items, etc. These pseudopods in your maw, what are they? They count as simple weapons, proficient, 1d6 plus strength, bludgeoning or piercing. Can you wear stuff?
That will be explained in Shape Changer.
Okay. I'll get there. Adhesive. When you hit a creature with your pseudopod or maw, or when a creature touches you, you can exclude. I think you mean exude.
Yeah.
Your adhesive and automatically grapple that creature as either part of the attack or part of being touched. That's pretty powerful. You can grapple a creature in this way a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay, that's good. Okay, so it's like literally like glue. It's not really normal grapple. It's glue.
Yeah.
You might want to include because there's no contested check or anything. You might want to include a mechanic or a saving throw, like a DC that creatures need to beat to break free. In the same way that like mimics have one, I think.
Yeah. I could vibe with that.
I would probably put something like that. You don't know, just because people might not think about, okay, are we doing a contended grapple check to break free now, or what? They just might not know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's look at Shape Changer. Your true form is an amorphous blob. As an action, you can change your appearance to appear like, I would say to match. You change your appearance to match another medium, just because you don't use the word appearance twice. You change your appearance to match another medium or small object you have seen before. You can also adjust your size between medium and small to match the object. You can't duplicate the appearance of an object you've never seen. You can also shape change into a humanoid shaped object to wear armor or clothing. Okay? Like a mannequin. That's cool and creepy.
Yes.
You stay in your new form until you use this action again to revert to your true form until you die. Okay. False appearance. If a creature hasn't seen you move or act, you look indistinguishable from an ordinary object until you move or take actions. I would say, I would probably clarify that false appearance probably. I don't know if this matters or not, but I might clarify that false appearance is not active if you're looking like a humanoid. Maybe. I also might. There was something else I wanted to change. You look indistinguishable from an ordinary object. I might want to clarify. This is really nitpicky, but you might just want to clarify. You look indistinguishable from an ordinary object like that you are mimicking. Just to be very clear in the language that it's like they think you're the thing that you look like, which is dumb, and like you don't actually need that if you're just playing a game with friends. But that's like technical gobbledygook.
Yeah.
Dude, I like this. I like this. I think that.
All right.
What?
Oh no! Oh yeah! I want to hear.
I was gonna say. I think that the places where you might just need to keep an eye out, because I genuinely don't know in terms of how strong this is going to be, is false appearance and the automatic grapple from the adhesive.
It's funny because I was also hoping to. I also had my eyes on those two because I'm a little worried about false appearance. I'm not sure if it should be tied to the action economy or if there should be like some sort of save DC or some kind of investigation that other creatures can do.
This is how I would probably do it. I might treat it like I might treat it like the Assassin Rogue's 3rd level feature, where it's affected by like combat order, like initiative, like some almost like if you have not gone, like when you roll initiative, if you are in a object form, you are indistinguishable from that object until you choose to move or take an action or something like that. That might be a way to handle a little bit better, but I don't actually know. The automatic hiding is quite good. So the other thing that you could probably do is you could make it somewhat similar to false appearance, but not exactly. And you could maybe make it basically instead of it being automatic hiding, making it that it basically allows you to hide in plain sight. Like you could take it's like if I look like a chair, I can essentially take the hide action in the middle of a room. But it still is like an investigation check, and then it becomes an investigation check as opposed to a perception check to spot you. That might be I don't know if that's going to get too complicated, but that's where my head goes. That's what my thought process is.
I'm looking right now, and there is a feature in Fizzband's Treasury of Dragons for the Horde Mimic, which has a modernized version of False Appearance, and I might just snag that.
Yeah, that's a great idea, dude. Snag away. Snag away.
Yeah.
Did Casper say some shit in the chat that you were responding to? Is that why you made that
Oh,
noise?
let me read.
You made a noise.
What the heck? Let's see this.
I want to know what that noise was for.
All right. Just limits make it that they can use their spells whenever, and they were tuned to.
The B plot for this stream, the tale of the unsung druid and the party that is obsessed with sorcerers for some reason. Don't get me wrong, sorcerers are good, but they're not like better than anything else.
Yeah, like you're like a druid arcane caster, man. Go do you.
You don't see a
Casper.
lot of people. You don't see a lot of arguments online for sorcerers being the most powerful class ever.
Yeah, they're alright. Yeah.
No, they're great. I mean, they're full casters. That's all you need to be.
Yeah, all full casters are great.
Yeah. All right. I don't know. Maybe I missed something. All right. Either way, thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to share, ask, discuss before I kick you out?
Not that I know of, but wait. I actually have one thing.
Yeah.
Imagine this character race with the Path of the Cinder or Barbarian, and then you use when you use Shatter the Earth, you turn into an anvil.
Yeah. You become Looney Tunes.
Exactly.
That's pretty great. Also, for folks, I'm a moron. It's so funny when I say her name. Has been organizing some like homebrew prompts that are not tied to stream directly, but you can find them in the Discord, and they're like almost like writing mini games. And if you guys do anything, and I'll talk to I'm a moron and other mods about it, but if you guys have fun doing that, and you guys end up doing some cool stuff, I'm super excited, eager, happy to look at that stuff on stream, or to make some streams that are like, let's show off this crazy shit we made. So if you guys are like looking to do more writing in a collaborative way, or more of a fun, goofy hangout and sort of, work with a group sort of way, that could be a really nice way to do it. And I haven't been super active in their chat. I'm trying not to. I don't want to give any opinions. I think I said one thing, and then I'm not gonna say anything else. But like, everybody's having like a lot of fun working on it. So if you're looking to do that, you should do it.
Join the Discord. We're brewing something crazy, and definitely keep your eyes peeled on it.
I'm not looking at the homebrew at all. I looked in the conversation just to set the vibe, and I wanted to give one suggestion, and then I wanted to leave. Because I didn't want to. I don't want to infect the creativity of y'all.
Oh yeah. Especially what we're doing now. We're making a surprise. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. All right. You're great. I'm hanging up on you. Bye. All right. I hung up on him. That's one of our mods, friends. Hey, speaking of mods, I could use a couple more if anyone wants to be one. Hit me up in Discord. My DMs are open, but no pressure. But I do want a couple more for at least for the YouTube. Okay, Glad, are you here? Is that G name Gladriel, or is it G dot dot dot? Is that you? I have no idea. This is a revision of a Barbarian subclass you reviewed a while ago. It's based on a Hanged Man tarot card, and I'm very happy with how it turned out. Okay, previously you and the guest on the show expressed apprehension around a barbarian who would end their rage voluntarily, so I tried to make it more similar to concentration checks to maintain rage. Okay, cool. You're in the waiting room? Okay, cool. So I'm assuming the G is you, because I see one name that starts with a G. One name is G dot dot dot, but not Gladriel. Which waiting room are you in? Are you in the right waiting room? Are you G dot dot dot? Did you change your name in the Discord? I have no... Alright, I'm going to assume that that's you. I'm going to assume that that's you. Pulling you in. Pulling you in. Hello?
Howdy.
Did I pull in the right person?
Yes, you pulled in the right person.
Okay, cool. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm having a fun time. I like that we split the streams up into other nights. I feel like this is much more chill. And I'm also enjoying pulling people in and the
Yeah,
general.
I think you're getting through more of the homebrew as well.
Oh, much more. All right, so what we're looking at, the aspect of the Hanged Man. And this is a piece that I looked at before. I don't remember offhand what its core conceit was, but we'll get there. I know it's based off tarot cards, and the Hanged Man is like, and this is for your game world stuff where it's tied to like the major arcanas of the world. Am I imagining that, or am I correct?
Yeah. So the core concept of this game world is that the player characters are going to have these spirits attached to them that represent one of the major arcanas, and they're kind of going to build their characters around that. It's inspired a little bit by the Persona franchise, if anyone knows anything about that.
Oh man, you know what? Can I be very honest with you? I used to think I knew so much about so much. Everybody knows. I don't know. Half of the references people make, I have no idea what they are. I live in a shoebox.
We all live in a shoebox.
All right, so let's see. Let's look at what we're getting. Serenity and Sacrifice. When you choose this path at 3rd level, you learn to use your connection to the Arcana to confound creatures around you as a bonus action while you're raging. Does this happen when you rage, or do you have to wait a turn to get it?
It is something you can do while you're raging.
Okay, so your first rage does not trigger this.
Yes.
As a bonus action while raging, you can inflict damage on yourself. You take 1d12 plus your con modifier psychic damage. Interesting. I might drop that extra damage. I might just make it a 1d12. I'm not a big fan of taking damage. I'm not a fan of negative things that increase with your power. I feel like that's odd. This damage cannot be mitigated in any way. After you take damage in this way, you emit a wave of emotional energy in a 15-foot radius around you. All creatures in the area must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, creatures take psychic damage equal to the damage you rolled against yourself and cannot move or take reactions until the start of their next turn. On a success, creatures take half as much damage and can act as normal on their turn. When you use this feature, you must make a Constitution saving throw. DC equals to 10 plus your Constitution modifier. Again, disagree with that. I don't think it should be a DC that is harder the higher your con is. On a failure, rage ends. When you reach 10th level with this class, the damage increases to 2d12 plus con modifier. Okay, so my first thought is I think you need to readjust the way you're balancing this a little bit. I disagree with the con modifier stuff, except for the saving throw that other creatures have to make. The other thing is you taking damage and everyone around you taking damage is almost strong enough that I think you probably should drop some of the extra features. The cannot move or cannot take reactions is a lot, especially when you compare this to like a lot of especially when you compare this to like other barbarians that have like a bonus action does 1d8 damage and something to one creature. What
if we drop the damage and keep the effect?
I think that could also work as well, but I feel like you don't want to do everything. Like the Wild Magic Barbarian doesn't scale well, but at 3rd level it's fine. And I would argue at 5th level it's fine. At 7th level it's fine. But that is doing less damage than this and more inconsistent in its structure. So I feel like doing 1d12 damage to every creature within an area of you is not, it's not a lot, but it's not nothing compared to the amount of damage you're taking. So I would just keep that in mind, especially because it looks like we're getting another feature too. In terms of the con save to failure to lose your rage or not, I feel like that's okay. I see what you're going for here. I guess I'm wondering if the you taking damage is enough of a downside. I don't know, because you're not able to mitigate it in any way. So I feel like the you taking the damage might be enough of a downside on its own. I don't know. I would play around with that a little bit. The other thing is, if you're trying to figure out what to make the con save, I would suggest, instead of making it DC 10 plus your Constitution modifier, I would make it something like 8 plus the number you roll on the damage die.
Okay.
So if you roll a 4, it's a 12 or something like that. I'd play around with that a little bit. That way you don't have to feel like, oh shoot, my con's getting higher. And now that's worse for me. Also, Redstone Raymond, thank you for the 2. You're very gentle and kind and wonderful, or powerful, whatever you're looking for. But I feel like that's pretty solid. I like that a lot more than the losing your rage thing. A lot more. What I like is irrelevant, but it feels like it fits a little bit better.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have the losing the rage thing because the whole point of the Hanged Man card is accepting like that you have to sometimes step back to go forward.
Mm-hmm. So I think you can still keep that feeling. Okay, so let's keep reading. But if that is the goal, one of the things that is really important to think about when you're writing homebrew, and this is not for you specifically, this is for anybody, is that you don't need to. Not every single thing that you make should work towards the goal of the piece, but not every single thing needs to accomplish the goal of the piece. So if one of the key aspects of the Hanged Man tarot card is sometimes you need to go backwards to go forward, sometimes you need to release and accept and, that sort of thing, I feel like it would be totally reasonable to not address that, but then have a 10th level feature that's like, you can end your rage early to do something crazy. You can end your rage early to take 2 turns in a row or something. You know what I mean? To let ending your rage early feel impactful, but to hold it back to a slightly higher level where you can make it impactful in a way that earns it, that merits it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, like one of the things that I think is worth thinking about in general when we're making homebrew is like, it's a puzzle that we're trying to solve, and we don't really know what the end of the puzzle looks like a lot of the time. If we have a piece of inspiration, we have a little bit of what the puzzle looks like at the end because we have that inspiration, and we can kind of use that to go off of. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to come together in the way that we thought it was, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the order of operation of building it is the same of the order of operation of where our brains go when we think about it. There are things that are just going to fit better at lower levels and things that are just going to fit better into higher levels. And sometimes you have to be like, you know what, this might be the most important thing to make this answer the question of like, that's what it is. But it's just too strong to make a 3rd level feature. So I got to put it at a higher level. Sometimes you got to make that. Whenever you're doing in creative writing, in writing in general, there's this phrase called sometimes you got to kill your babies. Sometimes you got to, it doesn't, sometimes you make something that you love, but it doesn't fit, and you got to let it go. So yeah, a way in D&D that you can do that is you can move it to other levels though. Okay, let's look at visions of the Arcana. When you choose this path at 3rd level, while you are raging, you gain the ability to sense magic within 30 feet of you. For the duration of your rage, you can see an aura surrounding creatures and objects that bear magic. This cannot penetrate barriers. So the 2 things that I'll say here, and we talked about this in your last one, so you don't need to change it if you don't want to, because it doesn't matter. The Wild Magic Barbarian gets essentially a version of this, but it's different. And I don't know if it's different enough that this feels super distinct. I don't know if that matters to you or if you care, but that's what I would say. I think that I would look at the Wild Magic's 3rd level Detect Magic feature and think about if you feel like you want this to feel different more from that or not, and then make that decision on your own. Yeah,
it was kind of between this and seeing partially like into the ethereal plane, but I thought that might be too much.
If it's seeing into the ethereal but not seeing invisible, I don't think it's too much because it's quite situational.
Yeah, I might change it to that.
It's like, you know how like the Zealot Barbarian, their 2nd feature is if you cast Revivify on them, it's free. It's like very cool when it's around, but you're not using it every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, decide. There's not a right or wrong answer. That's more of a vibe feeling thing. Okay, let's look at 6th level. Furious Restraint. Beginning at 6th level, your connections to the Hangman deepens and you realize the benefit of restraint in violence. Ooh, okay, we're doing an action thing. Let's see what it does. As an action while raging, you can choose to leave yourself exposed. All attacks against you have advantage until the beginning of your next turn. On your next turn, you have a +10 to your first melee attack and damage rolls made on that turn. So you can essentially use Reckless Attack, but not take any attacks. And then on your next turn, you can get a +10 to your attack and damage roll.
It's well, you don't get advantage on the attacks.
No,
You
but what
just-
I'm saying is
attacks against you have
it's doing the
advantage.
negative side of Reckless Attack.
Yeah, to give you a really big hit on the next turn.
Mm-hmm. This doesn't feel like a 6th level feature, in my opinion. Normally, 6th level features for Barbarians are a little bit more defense or utility. Not saying that it can't be this feature, but this feels a little bit out of place at 6th level. In terms of what it actually does, I think it's pretty cool, and I think it's pretty interesting, and I think it's a fun. It's like a True Strike alternative, but in a way that is a little bit heftier, and I'm into that. But my question for you would be: is there something that this Barbarian could get at 6th level that would be either defensive or utility or skill based that could fit here as well? And could this move somewhere else, or could it be dropped? One of the the 6th, it's not a rule that you have to follow, but it's a good rule to be conscientious of as you're designing your stuff. Let's look at 10th level. Impairment Pro. How do I pronounce this last word?
I honestly don't know. It's Latin.
Okay,
I just thought it looked cool.
It does look cool. Impairment Pro Alice. Uh-oh, I took my microphone top off. I put it back. Beginning at 10th level, the magic of the Hangman allows you to help your allies in battle by making a sacrifice. As an action, you inflict damage upon yourself. You take 2d12 plus con modifier psychic damage. The damage cannot be mitigated in any way. Choose a number of creatures within 30 feet of that you can see equal to your proficiency bonus. The chosen creatures are influenced by the Hanged Man. Choose one of the following effects to take hold. The creature can use their reaction to make one attack or cast a cantrip. The creature can remove either the Charmed or Frightened condition and gain temporary hit points equal to half your level plus con mod. The creatures can move up to their movement speed away from a hostile creature without provoking opportunity attacks as a reaction, and take either the dash or hide action. I like this quite a bit. Once per short rest feels all right. I think that feels pretty good. Chet, what do you think? Am I missing something? I missed the Casper side plot? Oh no, somebody else did. I like this. The one thing that I'll say is I would probably drop the cast a cantrip thing. Cantrips are so much stronger than single attacks.
I forgot about that.
It might not even matter, but that is just one thing I might change. I want to make another suggestion also of way you can change it if you want to change it.
Hit me.
What if instead of you deciding what effects happened, every creature got to pick for themselves? And if that felt too strong, you could make it either a once per long rest or like a twice per day feature. That would be cool, I think.
Yeah, I think I like that because that takes it more out of your hands, which fits with the Hanged Man a little bit more.
Yeah, it just makes it a lot more flexible a feature, you know?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and I would make it twice a day instead of once per short rest then, because it is a bit stronger then. And twice per day is also half of once per short rest, basically. You know, oftentimes rarely are you taking more than two. At least in my experience, rarely are my players taking more than 2 short rests a day.
In my games, it's like a 1 short rest per month. We hardly ever see them.
Do you play with warlocks often?
Not for. I don't think I've seen a warlock in one of my games for like 3 years.
I'll tell you what, if you want some short rests, get a warlock, because then they will start coming up, whether you want them to or not. All right, let's look at 14th level. At 14th level, you can inflict feelings of uncertainty and confusion amongst your enemies. When you use your Serenity and Sacrifice feature, that's the 3rd level one, right? Yeah.
Yes.
When you use your Serenity and Sacrifice feature, choose a number of creatures that you can see that failed the Wisdom saving throw. Those creatures become stunned for 1 minute. A stunned creature can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns, ending the effect. Creatures stunned for the full minute become docile and incapable of taking the attack action or casting spells for the next hour. Okay. I like this a lot. I think it's strong, but I think it's strong in a way that feels nice and good. I really like how it ties back to the core class conceit, which feels good. There's a little bit of symmetry there. Symmetry is always a nice thing in design. The one thing I would say is I would probably make it so the creatures that are stunned for the full minute, because that's good. They're gonna have to fail 10 saves in order for that to happen. So it's like that's a lot. But I still would probably not make it so they just are docile no matter what. I might make it like they are docile. Like I might make it like if they take damage, they can be like pulled out of it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of like when something's unconscious.
Yeah. I might do something like that. But overall, I think this is really I feel like this. I'm feeling a much clearer focus now than the last time I saw it, and I feel like what you've done with Serenity and Sacrifice feels really good. And I think that really the only thing that I think I'm like work on is the 6th level feature, and it's not even bad. I just feel like part of it feels like it's a little out of place. Like I don't know how well it feels to me, like it ties to the core conceit, but also it just doesn't fit literally as a 6th level feature.
Goes against the grain, yeah.
You can always go against the grain. You definitely do not need to go with the grain, but I do think that you need to be very conscious of the fact when you're going into the grain, because you need to have more drive and you need to have the right tools to do it well. Like, it is going to be harder, which means that there needs to be a stronger reason to make that choice. And there needs to be that reason to make that choice needs to be evident in the design. Like, for example, the one Paladin that does not have an aura is the Vengeance Paladin. And it fits. It fits the vibe so hard because the Vengeance Paladin is really, their whole deal is it's just me and you. Like, that's it. That's their whole deal.
Yeah, Paladins are the best in my opinion, but that's for another thing.
I have mixed feelings about Paladins. I love Paladins. I just have read too many of them. Okay, is there any other questions, thoughts, concerns, anything you want to share with the wonderful people out there before I toss you to the wind?
Nah, I think that's it. I think the next tarot card's gonna be the Magician. I'm thinking either Warlock or Sorcerer, but I'm not sure yet.
Okay. I think Warlocks being tied to a arcane force that gives them power fits really well. Sorcerer fits really well too, but the whole idea of having a patron and having the patron be like a powerful magic wizard, I don't know. I feel like that just makes so much sense.
Yeah, I'm leaning that direction, but I got work and shit to deal
Also,
with
I feel
first.
like Warlocks are a lot easier to build than Sorcerers. Personal opinion. It's easier subclass to build. If you have a really good idea for what you want it to be, they are not the easier one. But if you are still in the let's figure it out space, Warlocks have a good framework around them to build off of that I think makes it a lot easier to. Warlocks, Barbarians, I think that some of the harder ones, but the better ones are Fighters. Like, Fighters are maybe my favorite class to build subclasses for, but you really have to have a strong idea of what you want it to be because you're just starting with a blank piece of paper.
Yeah, I feel like Fighters are hard though because a lot of Fighters is just flavor of backstory and stuff, in my opinion. Like,
well, that's why you have to really have a clear vision. You have to really know what you want it to be. But I like that. Like, I made a fighter that I love. It's not that good, but it's fine. But I made a Pikachu fighter, and I think he's friggin' awesome. He's called the Spark Knight. I love him.
That's a good name.
It's all about the good names. All right, buddy. I'm gonna kick you out. You're great though.
See ya.
Bye. Kelf. Kelf, my main feedback for you about your Artificer was that I felt like it was too complicated / convoluted a system at place the system was too complicated to justify the outcome of the way the like voodoo dolls worked. So I feel like simplifying that system, because there was all these tiered bits of information that you needed to keep track of that just felt like it was a lot that wasn't leading to something that felt like it was worth what it was to keep track of or to even get through. So mostly my good idea was simplify. I also personally was like, this feels more like it should be a druid than an artificer, but that's just me. Oh, just literally on the line, we got Grungslinger. An Eldritch race? Fuck yeah. Just a race of Eldritch beings. All right. Eldritch forms. Let's friggin' go. Kelf, the reason why I thought it would be a druid was because it didn't read like somebody who was a tinkerer crafting something. It read more like a witch doctor that was like putting curses on an object. And I almost want to say that if you want to do that, I would encourage you to make a curse crafting artificer. I don't know. Whatever. Don't listen to me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. All right. Let's see what we got here. Something weird's happening over here. Why is it doing that? Oh my god, this is a lot. Dude, this is way too much. Why is this 2 pages? All right. I'm going to read this part of the flavor text. I could kill each and every one of you right now if I wanted to. You're lucky you're still alive. I am God. I have lived 1,000,000 lifetimes, and I will live 1,000,000 more. Cower before me. You're mortal now, Harry. Get over it. All right. That's pretty great. All right, let's see. You're humanoid. Regular skill stuff. None of this stuff matters. Alignment, size, medium or small, dark vision, regular dark vision, resistant to psychic damage, proficiency in arcana and intelligence. Okay. Why? Zaxo. Zaxo for short. All right, Zaxo. They're gods from the outer planes that were stripped of their power. I want to focus on the mechanics, because this is a long. If this race didn't have 30 sub races, I might not do that. But look how many features this thing has. So here's the deal: if you want to make a new special thing, you can't have that many features. This is too many. But we're gonna get through them, and we're gonna see what they are. Eldritch forms. While Zaxo do not have traditional sub races, you can pick 3 of the following abilities to add to your racial features at character creation. 1 more at 5th, 1 more at 10th, and 1 more at 18th. So that's, you start with 3, and then you have 4, and then you have 5. No. So if you want to do something like this, you can do it like the Simic hybrid. Pick 1 at level 1, pick 1 at level 3, and pick 1 at level 5. Keep it that simple. Don't make it more than that. Don't give this... Your race shouldn't be giving you epic boons at 10th and 18th level. That's not the move. That's not the move. I'm gonna read. Okay, breathing underwater is fine. Prehensile tentacles that deal dex damage with a reach of 10 feet, so it's like a whip basically. All right, let's see. Rest for the wicked, bonus action. To regenerate, once per long rest, you can use your... As a bonus action, you can tap into your residual to power. Once per long rest, you can use your action. Is it an action or is it a bonus action? Fix that. Once per day, you can gain some hit points. You get all of your hit die back at a long rest. Telepathy to 30 feet. Disguise self at will. This is really strong. So there's two things that I want to say. One, this is obviously too many features. Two, the more features that you give, the more easy it is to imbalance those features. This is so strong. This is much stronger than the other one so far. To the point where it's like, why would you not take that? Magic can't put you to sleep. Dancing lights. Like, why would you ever take the thing so you can cast dancing lights when you could take the thing where you can cast disguise self? You know? Identify, how many times? Once. Identify once per day. +1 on death saves. That's kind of interesting. I like that. As an action, you can summon a swarm of Dark Young. The fuck is a Dark Young? Hit points equal to your level ×2 and deal this piercing damage. It remains for 1 minute. So, do you have a stat block for it? You can't just say that. You need a stat block for something in D&D. What happens if I target it to make a wisdom saving throw, for example? What's its initiative? Forbidden knowledge, more proficiencies. Azathoth's Ascent. You can cast the Levitate spell once without spending a spell slot. Okay. Mind Breaking. As an action, you can target one creature within 60 feet of you that can hear you. Fill their mind with whispers. Wisdom saving throw. Frightened. Frightened for a turn. Okay. Aspect of Tsathogia. Jump spell. How many times per day? Once per day. Why do we get Disguise Self so many times per day and so many of these just once per day? Advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Resistance to cold damage. So, I think you're just trying to give this guy too many things, my dude. I think that this to me reads like I didn't know where to focus my design, so I threw everything in, and actually I kind of want to be able to use all of it, so I'm going to build a system so I can pick and choose all of it. I think that this piece would strongly improve if you didn't care so much about making it this you get to pick 30 different things, or not 30, but 7 or 10 different things. 3 into 5 of the 10 different things. I feel like you should just pick a couple that are the coolest and make those, or pick a couple that are the coolest for level 1, and then you can pick from one of those 3. Pick a couple that are coolest at level 3, and you get one of those 3. Pick one that are coolest at level 5, and get one of those 3. But you got to simplify this. Too many things going on. It's a fun idea, but it is a really also a nice example of like it's a fun idea that doesn't have enough direction. There's too many arrows in too many directions. I would tone it back a little bit. Tighten it up. We got Snug. Yeah. Snug, did you not send me something? Oh, you did. Death Knight from Into the Dread Knight. I wish I could talk to you, but unfortunately I won't. You don't have a working mic. You can be on Discord on your phone. All right, let's take a look. So this is a Dread Knight. So we're not going to worry too much about the flavor text because we looked at all this already. So hopefully they're just tightening that already. Let's dive right into the features. So a Death Knight is, and this is I think World of Warcraft style Death Knight. So that might mean more to some of you and less to others. Ray of Sickness, Ray of Enfeeblement, Darkness, Find Steed, Speak with Dead, Animate Dead, Blight, Shadow of Moil, Anti-Life Shell, Raise Dead. I like the spell list quite a bit. I think it's pretty solid. I don't have any immediate thoughts about it other than I think it's solid. Third level features. When you die and undergo the transformative process to become a Death Knight, your connection to the divine energies undergoes a dark metamorphosis. You gain 2 new divine channel divinities, and these replace them. Okay. Starting at Gravebound Resilience. Starting at 3rd level, your Lay on Hands feature undergoes a transformation befitting your undeath. Your connection to the necrotic forces of death grants you unparalyzed resilience. None of this is this is too much flavor text. We need to I don't want to have to go this far down to know what we're doing for a channel divinity. Temporary hit points that you gain from your Ebon Strike feature can stack with each other until you reach maximum limit. The number of temporary hit points you can possess at once is equal to your Paladin level multiplied by 5. Furthermore, this is not a channel divinity. What is this? Furthermore, while you can still benefit from temporary hit points, you cannot be healed by conventional means such as potions. This is not a channel divinity, dude. I'm going to say something right now, and you might not like it, but I'm going to tell it to you. I'm going to tell it to you friggin' straight. I'm going to tell it to you straight. If you want this to be so different functionally than a paladin, it shouldn't be a paladin. This should be a fighter. It should just be a fighter. Like, I don't know why you're making it a paladin. I think you're making it a paladin because you feel like paladin is spellcaster, paladin is fighter, spellcaster. It's like holy knight in that sense of the thing. But I feel like I feel like you're going too. You're changing it too much that it fundamentally is not a paladin anymore. If we're getting extra features that really aren't focused on the paladin features. Paladins are one of the strictest subclasses to make in D&D. So I'm going to read this little note here. I know the feature buzz caused quite a bit of stir, but I personally really believe in it. Kudos to Pokeniner for bringing up the legit concern about abusing false life spells. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I don't think it's worth getting into it on this because I don't think the limitation that you made, I don't feel like the limitation that you made works for me. But I also feel like that might just because at the end of the day, my head is just going to this headspace of thinking this shouldn't be a paladin. I don't see why this is a paladin. What if you made an Eldritch Knight? Think about it like this. Look at an Eldritch Knight, but then it also, instead of being based around being a wizard and getting a quartercaster of wizard, what if it's a quartercaster of cleric? Okay? And then, or necromancer, or whatever, quartercaster of cleric. And then it also gets subclass features that do these sorts of little things. I don't know. So you're saying that Death Knights don't heal, but that's my point. Why is it a Death Knight? Why is it a paladin? We don't need to break the doorway to fit something through it when there's another doorway that's more flexible. You don't need to agree with me. That is my opinion, though. And I'm going to stand by it pretty steadfast, I think. Making Lay on Hands do temporary hit points, I do still think is interesting. I also don't think you should do a thing where you can... I strongly disagree with stacking temporary hit points. I would drop all of that. Even if you keep it, I would drop the stacking of temporary hit points. And honestly, I would probably drop the thing where you can't be healed by conventional magic. But I know that's... But the thing is, yeah, you don't need to agree with me here. This is one of those things where it's like, it seems like your goal is authenticity. It seems like... Did your message not send? What message? Death Knights don't heal? You said Death Knights don't heal. I don't know what message you didn't send. What I was going to say was there is this constant battle that a lot of you guys have between authenticity and fitting into game design. And I disagree. I don't think you need to make that battle for yourself. Like, the reason why you need all of this extra stuff is because you're trying to make this exactly a Death Knight. And you can't do that. You can't functionally do that. It's too vast and diverse and divergent of a thing. At least I would argue that I don't think you can do that in a paladin subclass. I think you could do that in a fighter subclass, maybe. I also think you could do that in a brand new class. But I feel like trying to make this a Paladin, it just feels, again, my opinion, not for me. I wanted a Paladin because I see them as a corrupted version of it. I think that I get that, but I don't know, man. I don't know. If you're seeing it as a corrupted version of it, that's one thing. But you're filling this thing with features that I feel like it doesn't need, and you're shooting yourself in the foot with them. The can't be healed is a perfect example. Like, that is such a detriment. And if it's really important for you to play a Death Knight, the not being able to heal by conventional magic or spells is such a detriment that it really does require some mechanical thing to balance it out. And it's like, it's enough levels of complicated that I just keep thinking, why is this a Paladin? Paladins are so friggin' strict in their design. And then this is our smite. Is this the smite that says we can smite with smite becomes necrotic instead of radiant? I think that's solid. This is all fine. Like, this is simple. I would be much more okay with this if it was just your lay on hands doesn't lay on hands with healing. Your lay on hands gives temporary hit points, and you just drop it and leave it there. I don't think you need to add. I wouldn't let you stack temporary hit points. I wouldn't let you do any of this. Just cut all that other garbage out. It's not garbage. It's garbage, in my opinion, compared to if you're trying to accomplish the goal of making a subclass that works within the context of being a Paladin in D&D. If you're trying to make it totally something different, you don't really need to follow those rules. It's one of the reasons why fighters are great. They don't need to follow any rules. You can literally make them anything. Okay. Having it be Celestial and Fey instead of Fiends and Undead, I think is fun. I like that. Okay. You feel like the text above is confusing, but you don't know how to write it? I would just say that at third level, you know, blah, 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 your smite changes. Whenever you use Divine Smite, you deal necrotic damage instead of radiant damage, and instead of dealing an extra d8 to undead and fiends, you deal it to Fey and Celestials. You can just say that. And we finally get to the Channel Divinities. Let's see. Death Siphon. With the power of your unholy nature, you can tap into the dark forces of undeath, siphoning fragments of life force from the surrounding creatures and infusing yourself with their essence. For 1 minute, when you deal damage to a creature with a melee weapon attack, you gain temporary hit points equal to the damage you dealt, rounded up. These temporary hit points last until the start of your next turn. I would not make the temporary hit points you gain equal to the damage you dealt. I would probably make them... Okay, I would make it once a turn, and I probably would make them equal to, like, half your level plus your charisma modifier or something like that. Having it just be equal to the damage you're dealt and having it on every attack is a little too much. Desecrated Ground. By channeling your unholy power, you can, as an action, overcome the barriers that would bar you from entering holy grounds. Once activated for a duration of 1 minute, each step you take upon these sacred grounds leaves them corrupted. Any active hollow space that you traverse has its divine influence severed and becomes dispelled. I'm wondering if this is another thing where it's like, I understand that this is literally what you want it to do, but my question to you is it literally the most fun way to express that you corrupt the ground you touch? And I would argue no. I think this is hyper specific in a way that you're not going to use it that much. I think that there's probably a lot of other ways you could express the idea of you sort of corrupt the ground below your feet as you walk that could be more flexible in use. Yeah, it's a little too specific in its current state. A little too specific. This feels like it's too caught up in the hang-up between the mechanics and the thematics. I think when you walk, you should leave damaging trail. Oh, that could be sort of interesting. No, the second ability shouldn't be flavor. It should be utility. Utility doesn't mean flavor. Utility means roleplay, exploration, battlefield control, skill check based, that sort of thing. It doesn't mean like not useful and just colorful. It means useful in a non-combat way or combat tangential way. And considering this one is so combat focused, this one really shouldn't be combat focused. Unholy Aura. At 7th level, your dark presence emanates an unholy aura. Cool. When you gain temporary hit points, you can choose a number of allies within 10 feet of you up to your charisma modifier to gain temporary hit points equal to half the amount you receive, rounded down. I probably would not give it to multiple creatures, especially if you are going to do the thing where if you're keeping the temporary hit point stuff, which you're more than welcome to, it's your creation, you should do whatever you want, then you should limit this to, you can only give one other creature that buff at a time, not a lot, because you are going to be getting a lot of temporary hit points. If you're limiting those temporary hit points and toning that all down a little bit, then I think that you just need either A, need a different aura here, or B, you could have it affect multiple creatures, and that would be okay. But yeah, that's my thoughts on that one. 15th level. At 15th level, your mastery over necromantic forces allow you to exert control over the undead. You gain the ability to cast the spell Create Undead once per day without expending a spell slot or requiring material components. Additionally, the creatures created by this ability are infused with dark power, gaining a bonus to attack and damage attack rolls equal to your proficiency bonus. Are you trying to call me out? Dude, this is a dumb move. I don't know if you mean this as a joke, if you're just trying to make yourself sound smarter than me, but if you do something like that, don't assume what I'm going to say. It's going to put me off. And don't put me in a bad mood. Don't put me off when I'm in the middle of reading your piece. That's not a good move. I think that this is a pretty solid feature. Create Undead once a day. I forget what Create Undead once a day does. Dude, you know I don't know JoJo. I've talked about that. And I assume everyone's malicious all the time. That's not healthy, Cinder. I know. It allows you to make a ghoul. Just a ghoul? All right. A ghoul is fine. Just a ghoul once a day? 3 ghouls once a day? Yeah, but look, the saving throw is so shitty. Isn't it like a 10? I don't know. That doesn't scare me that much. I think that's a question for you. All right. What's your name is different in here than it is here. Snug. I don't know if you want to call me Soul Catcher or Snug. Snug. I do think that what people are discussing in the chat is very much worth your thought, which is that some people are like, whoa, getting a free casting of this every day is a lot because ghouls can paralyze. And other people say it's not that big a deal. So, I don't know. Why automatic crits within 5 feet? That's only if they fail that DC. I don't know. I feel like this is okay. I don't know why this doesn't scare me that much. I think this is pretty chill. I don't know. I'm okay with it. Y'all don't need to be okay with it. I'm okay with it. Me and chat disagree here. This doesn't freak me out. They have a +4. Okay. In order for your ghoul to paralyze somebody, keep in mind your paladin is level 15. It's level 15. So you're fighting things that a level 15 party is fighting, okay? It's a +4 to hit. You are getting a little bonus. You know what? Maybe drop the bonus. Maybe drop the proficiency bonus thing here if that's too scary. Drop that so it still just stays a +4 to hit. Because then it's still a +4 to hit and then a paralyze on a DC 10. Those are shitty rolls characters need to make. It's not really a +4 to hit because you get this extra proficiency bonus thing, but they could just change that. They decided they wanted to. A free 6th level spell. I guess that's true. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I might change it. That's a good point, actually. That's a good point. A free 6th level spell is really high. I didn't realize that Create Undead is 6th level. I probably would not go over 5th level for the free spell once per day. I actually also probably would not go over what spell they're capable of casting at 15th level to decide the level of the free spell. What level can you cast at 15? What is that? 4th? Yeah, I probably would lean into something that would be a 4th level spell. Okay, let's look at the 20th level feature. 20th level, you emanate an aura of death and terror, instilling fear in the most courageous souls in your presence. For 1 minute, when you successfully hit a creature with your smite, you have the ability to choose a number of creatures equal to your charisma modifier within 30 feet and in your line of sight. You can just say within 30 feet that you can see. Each chosen creature has to make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, the affected creature's bonuses to their next saving throws are negated. If the target fails its initial charisma saving throw by 5 or more, it becomes consumed by fear and is paralyzed until the start of its next turn. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Dude, come on, man. Okay, I'm going to read this note, and then I'm going to tell you why you're crazy. This maybe sound crazy, but picture this. Behold, a knight clad in ebony army astride his blah, 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 blah. As an ominous dark shroud opposed... Okay, this is not anything. You're not actually giving a real explanation. You're describing a character in a book that is existing on their own. If this description... If this little picture that you wrote here was a description of an adventuring party and something cool happening involving maybe an adventuring party and not like the lone villain of a book, then I'd be like, oh, that's kind of a good argument. No, I'm not going to picture this, dude. So here's the deal. You're making a D&D character. You're making a D&D character. That's really important to think about. You can't sell them by being a solo character. That's not what D&D characters are intended to be. They're team characters. The second thing is the way this is wording is confusing as fuck. If you want to give them an avatar state mode, this is how you do it. As an action, you activate your avatar state. For the next minute, you gain the following features. And then you list them like bullet points. That makes it a lot easier to read. It makes it a lot easier to understand. I don't understand what this is doing. So you hit a creature, and then every time you hit a creature, you can pick creatures within 30 feet, and then they lose their saving throws and are potentially paralyzed every time you hit a creature for a minute. That's too much. Just too much. I'm going to say something again here, and this is not telling you not to keep working on this, because if you are really, really into this idea, that's the only thing that matters. This consistently feels like you are trying to fit something into D&D in a way that is not fitting. And I don't know if it's the early Paladin features, or it's this higher level feature, or it's the... If you're ever trying to make something fit into D&D, you can't fit all of it. You need to make sacrifices. You need to decide what the most important things are, and then you need to only worry about including those things. And then you need to think about, how can I include those things within the context of a subclass and the rules that that subclass abides by when it is being written, compared to all the other subclasses and how they were written. And if you can't do that, you have to start asking yourself, why am I making this for D&D? Or why am I not making this its own class? Those are my main thoughts on this. Now, I'm not saying that you need to do this with this at all. That is, though, what this piece is getting my headspace into the headspace of. If you force it to make a save, they fail the next saving throw and the bonus is ignored. I don't know what that comment means. I think that you need to reorganize this, write it into bullet points, and it should not be a thing that triggers. It shouldn't be like every time you attack, something crazy fucking happens. It should be like 4 or 5 little features. Not 4 or 5. It should be 3 or 4 little features. You're immune to Charmed and Frightened. Every time you hit a creature, they have to make a saving throw or they become frightened. Every time a creature casts a spell on you, you can, there's something happens. Allies within a certain blah, 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 something happens. But you got to write it like that. Look at the way that the other Paladin 20th level features are organized and mimic that. It will majorly improve not just your writing, but also your sense of game design and your sense of structural narrative. It will help a lot. Or, if you really want this to be a Paladin, figure out where you can trim it and where you can make it feel more like a Paladin. I think it's a noble pursuit, what you're working on here. I just think at the current state, it is making me feel like you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Because I get that Paladins would be the Death Knight. I get that. I totally get it. But the problem is we have a Death Knight in 5e. It's called the Oathbreaker Paladin. And if you want to see the way a Paladin can be a Death Knight, you can look at the Oathbreaker Paladin. And I don't think you should be copying the Oathbreaker Paladin in your design here. But the Oathbreaker Paladin is a fantastic example of how you can get the feeling of a Death Knight, of an undead, of a corrupted Paladin in D&D mechanics. It's very good at fitting into the mechanics of a Paladin, but also being distinct in its own thing. Silly Paladin. All right, we got Baba. Are you here? I don't know if he's here. Oh, God. I see what you... Listen, I know you said you hate high CR monsters. I don't hate high CR monsters. I hate poorly designed high CR monsters. I hate watching people design bad high CR monsters because they don't know how to design monsters at all yet. That's what I hate. But you should know that it makes me want to make a good one. All right, well, here, we'll see. Do you want to come on stream and talk about it or no? You said no in the comments, so I'm going to assume no, but if you decide you want to, let me know. Truly zero pressure, though. All right, here's in the chat. All right, all right. Where's Discord? All right, you can just go into the stream waiting room if you want to, but if you don't want to, don't worry about it. All right. Let's take a look at this bad boy, and let's also probably make it so you guys can see it more clearly, I guess. Right. Probably a good idea. Oh, I was going to review this, but opted not to until after stream. Cool. All right, let's see. Okay. Okay. I don't hate the amount of effects this thing has. That's a good start. That's a good sign. Time Eater. Time Eaters have long, streamlined bodies covered with thick carapace and twisted spines. Rows of short wings run down their spine, blinking softly with small flecks of light. A strong smell of ozone surrounds them, and the space around them vibrates violently when they move. Okay. What's challenge rating? 18. Armor class AC looks good. Stats look solid. 1, 2, 3. Is that 4? You're dancing with too many. I think 3 or 4 is fine. I think you could drop one if you needed to. For saving throws, don't need to, but you could. Some solid resistances. Main unique one is Force, Charmed, Stunned. They're not immune to Frightened, which is kind of interesting. Blind Sight, Primordial. Are they dumb? No, they're quite smart. They're smarter than me. Okay. Uninterruptible. The Time Eater cannot be slowed or frozen in time against its will. Can they be hasted? Time Morris. At the start of the Time Eater's turn, all creatures within a 20-foot radius must make a DC 21 Wisdom saving throw. On a failure, they can't use their reaction, and their speed is halved until the end of their next turn. That's pretty solid. I like that. I like that. I like that. Also simple. Fate Motes. The Time Eater starts with 3 Fate Motes, each of which increase the DC of the Time Eater's abilities by 1, included in the stat block. If the Time Eater fails the saving throw, it can spend a Fate Mote and choose to succeed instead. For each Fate Mote spent this way, the DC of the Time Eater's abilities are reduced by 1. Okay, I like this a lot. This is a really fun way of doing legendary resistances. The tournament, don't tell me how to say stuff. Let me be dumb. Let me be a dingus. If I'm not a dingus, how are you guys ever going to be brave? So the only thing that I'll say here is that I want there to be an easier way to immediately see what all like I almost want, I don't know what the move should be here, but I almost want there to be like a little star in Fate Motes or something, and stars on all the DCs, so we just remember that, because I'm gonna forget that. This is going to be this is like a great feature that I'm gonna 100% forget. Not the whole feature, this last part, and I don't want to forget it. So I would put something in there to make it a little bit easier. You're in the stream waiting room. All right, I'll grab you. No. You can just hang out while I read. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good. Actually, I was earlier doing a session 0 for a game we finished up like an hour ago.
How was your session 0?
It was cool. We did a fun thing where we all played together before, and so we know each other decently well, and we picked each other's like race and class and background and sort of like a round robin kind of thing.
Oh, that's a cool way to do character creation.
Yeah, it was fun.
Did you wait, are you dungeon master or player?
Player in this one.
What's your character?
So this is a Pathfinder. So I'm a gnome with a field medic background, so like a healer kind of thing, and Oracle class, which is very interesting. It's pretty complicated at level 1.
Dude, I've played Pathfinder like 4 times. I've only played barbarians, fighters, and rogues because I don't want to deal with learning new things.
I'm gonna find like a YouTube video like how to play Oracle or something.
Yeah, you got to.
I'm gonna play with training wheels on it.
All right, let's keep looking at this bad boy. Yeah. All right, so I'll be okay. So I like it all quite a bit so far. I think Time Morass is really nice. Let me look at the multi-attack. 2 attacks, one with bite, one with stasis spine, or 2 with stasis spine. All right, I hope these hit really fucking hard. At least me.
It also starts off with a Millennium Rift, which is the sort of big boy.
Is that the layer action thing?
No, it's in the multi attack.
Okay. It is in the multi attack. Did I miss that part? Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. It uses its Millennium Rift, then it does. Okay.
Right.
So it gets a +12 to hit. Regular damage, necrotic. That makes sense. And then it can grapple. And then it can't bite other people. Okay. It got a little spine that it shoots. Similar damage, a little less damage, but it can just drop people. Oh, is this like it like pins them to the ground? That seems pretty cool.
Yeah, it's like a time pinning thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Let me look at Millennium Rift. All right, the Time Eater triggers a burst of time, rapidly aging and de-aging creatures. Dude, I got people fucking love or hate whenever I suggest aging mechanics in D&D. People fucking hate that shit or love it. Nothing in the middle. That's my videos where I got the most vitriol.
Yeah, this This will probably be polarizing. Then.
I like it, but I think it's a fun mechanic. The thing that people always say was like you can have a monster that ages people. Is they're like, well, okay, well, the elf is not going to be affected and the kobold's going to be too affected, and that's stupid. And my thought process is it stupid, or is it stupid for there never to be a difference between the fact that you live 1,000 years and your best friend lives 10?
It is weird in D&D in general that the elves live like these like super stupid long lifespans, but there's basically no mechanical impact.
Yeah. Data said something which is which is apt, which is all these dice should be higher because it's huge.
Oh, okay.
So like the amount of damage die things do increases
like
by
a
their
D12
size.
or something.
Yeah,
gotcha. I didn't know that.
There's a couple ways that you could do it. And not literally by the die size, but by the amount of dice. So like a giant with an axe. Like if you look at like give you an example. Like an orc with a great axe deals 1 d12 damage. A minotaur with a great axe deals 2 d12 damage. A giant with a great axe deals 3 d12 damage.
Gotcha. Yeah.
There's probably some rules for that somewhere, but it is worth thinking about. All right, let me keep reading this though. The Time Eater chooses a point it can see within 80 feet. All creatures within a 20-foot radius of that point must make a DC 21 Wisdom save. On a fail, they take 8d12. Don't forget to put the averages when you do this. It just makes it so much easier. Psychic damage, and have a -4 to their attacks and saving throws until the end of its next turn. Why -4?
So this actually kind of pulled from the Raise Dead spell. Because the idea here is kind of like my original idea, I took the language out, was that they age so far that they die. And then they reverse that immediately. But dying is like a very mechanical thing in D&D, so I took that language out. And so they essentially have that like a brief period of impact of like coming back from life. Is the idea.
Okay. I'm into it. If there was gonna be a change, I would say make it a dice roll instead of a flat number. But I don't think that you need to do that. I feel like the damage is a little high.
Yeah, I think that if I end up making the normal attacks higher damage, then I would drop that.
Yeah, this could, because the thing is, it's a big area. It's a 20-foot radius, so it could be, and it's every turn. It could be 5d10. Like 5d10 would not be crazy. That's still 5d10 is 55 damage on average.
5d10 would have to be less than that. Because the most you could do in 5d10
No,
is 50.
10d10 is 55
10
damage.
D10. Yeah.
So it's closer to 20 damage. But yeah, so I would maybe it's fine at 8d10. My brain was like, oh, that's a lot of dice on a normal attack.
It is. Yeah, that's like the reason that's so high is because it's only damage dealing, other than layer actions.
Yeah, and it basically it pins people, it slows them, and then it gets them caught in the Millennial Rift. All right, let me look at Time Drain. Let me look at Time Drain. Time Eater drains time from a creature in its jaws. A creature restrained by the Time Eater's bite attack must succeed on a DC 21 con saving throw. On a failure, their age is halved, and the Time Eater gains 40 hit points. The de-aging can only be reversed by greater restoration. If the creature is reduced to an age to childhood, their strength, dex, and con scores are halved. Oof. If a creature is reduced to infancy, they become 1. That's very funny. Oh man. Okay. Okay. So this is a perfect example of a feature that I absolutely love in monsters, and this is a good example of, I think, why people should spend more time designing monsters, because you can't do shit like this with a player. And I would even go as far as to say there are parts of me that's like, you can't do shit like this with a monster. But the point
is a line, yeah.
But the point of monsters is to create encounters and challenges. So
yeah. It's a big boy monster. I want it to do some like crazy shit.
And I feel like maybe this is madness. But I feel like the place where it is the most appropriate, and I would even say the most encouraged to really bend the rules, is not subclasses, it's not magic items, it's monsters. Monsters are the best place to really push the boundaries of the rules. And it's because, at the end of the day, the monster is a part of the encounter design. And the goal is the encounter. The goal is the story. So you can make the monster do something stupid, like you could very easily, like you could make them, like having, it would be, like having, like cutting your health in half or whatever is like, or you're not your health, you're cutting your age in half is like a crazy feature. But like, it's very cool and fun for like an encounter. You know, like, or like you could have a monster that has people like switch their character sheets and stuff. Like,
Right.
technically,
yeah,
that's like is that people are gonna be like, that's not how it works. But it's like, fuck you. It's an encounter. And the other thing is, it's the easiest to balance because anything that the players
DM is in charge.
Yeah, the players never see the sheet. They never use it. So you can change it on the fly. You can't change a subclass on the fly because the players are looking at it, and then you have to have a conversation about balance, and they get sad. Let me look at the legendary actions. Stasis Spine, Time Skip. What is
basically a dash. It's a time skip is basically a dash action, but there's no opportunity attacks.
Got you. Okay, and then Time Drain. I do want to point out something. You didn't give it the time stop spell. I don't think you need to. And I don't even know if it makes sense for this monster because it doesn't have that many spells and things it could cast. But that did pop into my head. All right, let me look at the the layer effects. All creatures must make a Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they have disadvantage on their next attack roll or saving throw. All creatures must make a Wisdom save. On a failure, they are teleported to a location in which they started their last turn. Oh man, also, all healing and damage is fuck. I love this kind of feature. It's really hard to.
I'm worried that it may require too much memory.
Yeah, this is like a really good example of a feature that would work so well in a video game, but it would be hard to do. That you could make it work. The only way you can make this feature work though is if you as a dungeon master very intentionally the whole round before you use this feature, you keep track of everything that happens on the little notepad, and then you give it to everyone. So it's like, all right, you're here. Jojo, you have 24 more hit points. Silverback Sammy, you got 22 less hit points or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you need to do that work for them.
And you would know as dungeon master when you're going to use, theoretically, when you're going to pop the flashback.
Oh yeah. You just need to plan ahead. Yeah.
So yeah, it's there are potential hiccups there.
But that's not. It's not. It's only a hiccup if it's. The hiccup is not that it's broken. The hiccup is that it's just hard to run. And I think the answer to when something is hard to manage, but also is quite manageable if you have time to prep, is like, if this was going to be in a book, I would put like a note that was like, pay attention. Like, hey, Dungeon Masters, if you're going to use this feature, pay attention.
Yeah.
Let me look at the last one. Small pockets of anti-time manifest throughout the layer, creating a hazard for any objects, moving objects or creatures. Interesting. Every 5 feet a creature or object moves, it takes 1d4 force damage. The time, So it's like spine plant growth, but magic and big.
Yeah, it's basically like you move through like a space, but there's this little pocket where just stuff doesn't move. So if you get your hand caught in it, it like tears some of your hand away.
This'll fuck a monk. Oh my god, this'll fuck a monk. Cool, man. I think this is pretty friggin' solid for a high CR monster. So for folks that are watching at home, the reason why I think this works for a high CR monster is severalfold. The two big things though is that there is a clear aesthetic goal. I am consuming and manipulating time monster. And it's not even I'm consuming and manipulating time in all ways. It's like very specific little ways. It's I'm draining time from you. So it's even limited in that. And by having that limited vision, Baba was basically able to give them very specific features that tap into that in ways that all sort of feel linked. The other thing that I want to point out that's really nice is that none of these features, except for this one, the flashback one, none of these features are complicated. When you have a very high CR monster, it is not uncommon for there to be a variety of effects going on at the same time, and you need to keep track of different timers of things and different rounds of things. So the most you can do to limit that, the better. And this is a really nice job of giving quite a few effects, but all of them like they last a round, or they're very controlled in their design. I think it's pretty solid. I think it's a pretty solid piece, dude.
There is one other thing. The art didn't come through on this webpage for some reason, but I popped it into the review on stream.
Discord?
Discord.
Oh, man. I don't have my stream set up normally right now, so I can't just bring it up really quickly. Actually, maybe I can. There. I just did.
So it's some AI art, I think, obviously. But I think it came... It's a weird... a cool looking creature.
Yeah, it's very cool looking. I like its eyes. Cool. All right, Baba. Any other thoughts, feelings, wishes, lamentations, exclamations, salutations?
I think one thing, the time drain ability.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you think that it's one alternate version of this that I had basically had a more like specified like step reduction in age, where you basically have one time drain that maybe drops a few drops your stats a little bit, and then the next one takes you down, and that sort of like brings you into like young adulthood, then childhood, then infancy, then you
I don't think you need to do that. This is keep in mind, the time drain is the second step of a 2-tier attack. So this is it's the 1-2 punch, and you need to get that 1 before you can even attempt to get that 2. So I think it should. You
think they should go first childhood? The other version is just go straight.
I don't know what it should go first, but I would say it should go hard immediately.
Yeah, let's probably go to childhood first then.
Yeah. I like it though. It's fun.
All right. Oh yeah, there's one more thing.
Yeah. Oh, you son of a bitch. God damn it. So for folks that don't know, I used to do a game where I would try to hang up on people before they could say nice things to me. And Baba started to realize that he could just hang up on me first and he could win. And he fucking did it. God damn it. Manischewitz. Listen, he's a mod. You can't ever, fucking mods, they're out of control. For folks that are watching the stream and it's their first time here, let me just say, 2 things. One, are you like, oh, this is cool, I want Cinder to review my homebrew? There are 2 ways you can have homebrew reviewed for me. One is, if you look in the description of this video below, there is a link to a open forum homebrew review thing that I do every Sunday night, where you can basically, anybody can submit. There's usually a lot of submissions, and it's a sort of a lottery, but if you're going to get picked or not. And that's a great way to have your piece on the board, if you want your piece on the board. The other thing is that if you want to support me financially and also get a larger chance to be able to be viewed, you can become a member on YouTube, or you can become a patron on Patreon. And what that does is it makes it so you can submit homebrew for this night, Thursday nights. And Thursday nights, the wheel is not always, but sometimes a little bit smaller. But the larger benefit is that you get more chances to get pieces looked at. And if you want to come on stream and discuss it in the way that Baba just did, you are more than welcome to. So that's my pitch. If you want to give me some coin, give me some coin. But if you don't want to give me some coin, 90% of the stuff I do does not require you to be a member to participate. If this singular benefit feels cool to you, consider it. But I don't spend money you don't have, and don't feel pressure to spend money. Okay. Vander said, "Give me 1 second." Oh, sweet. Vander's gonna hop in. Well, the list is just so much smaller on Thursday night. Like, for example, my normal amount on a Sunday is between 50 and 100. It usually sits somewhere in there. My Thursday night, I had 20. So it's just like I'm not, and I might get, I'm probably, what time is it? 12? I'm going to try to get through all of them tonight. I'm not sure if I'm going to, but there's no guarantee that I'm going to. So, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. All right. I'm ready for you, Vander, whenever you want to come in here. Let me see. There's a good chance I will be at work if my piece is picked. If I am, then feel free to review without me in the call. All right. This is a collection of races I made for a Homebrew campaign. The one I want looked at. Oh, bless you. Bless you for telling me which one you want me to look at. I love when people send me compendiums and they tell me what to look at. I hate when they send me compendiums and they don't tell me what to look at. I made it based on a Warforged, both the power of the races on the monster manual and Monster of the Multiverse in mind. I like Warforged as is, but thought the UA version was more fun. Okay. Let's see what you're working with, Vander. And Vander, if you do want to hop on, go into the stream waiting room on Discord, and I'll grab you when you pop up. Which one did he say he wanted? The Relic. Okay. That's a lot. All right, let's see what we're working with the Relic. We get ability score increase. That's fine. That's nothing. I mean, it's not nothing, but it's regular. All right, we got ability score increase. We got age stuff. That's not really anything that we need to worry about. This is all sort of flavory. We got size. You can be as small as 2 feet or as tall as 10 feet. Small to medium. Okay, that's fun and cool. Vander, tell your daughter I say, what's up? Tell her I say, hey. Yo, you know what's a good book to get your kid? There's an ABC monster book. Let me tell her. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you the best kids book. This one. Get this book for your daughter. Monster ABC. This book is amazing. I love this book. It's got really good monsters in it. I'll roll someone else. But guys, you're responsible for telling Vander to get his child this book when he gets back. I'll roll someone else in the meantime. All right, I got to put you back on the list. Now I have to do some work. Okay. That's so funny. Let's try again. I should have just taken his name off the list, actually. All right, we got Data next. And I believe that Data is... Yeah, Data, I saw you. You're here. You've been chilling in the chat. See, look, Data. This is how fucking good I am. Data sent me a message. I believe on Patreon, but I don't remember. And they were like, hey, I'm not going to be on stream early. Could you push me back if my piece gets picked? Data's piece got picked like second. So I re-rolled. But I wrote a note for myself. This note wasn't here before. I added this. I put in the work to type these 4 words. I'm such a good streamer. Hi, Data. Data, hello?
Give me a second.
I will give you all the seconds you need.
All right, I'm here.
How's it going, buddy?
Hi. It's weird to see the stream lagging for about a second.
Yeah.
I forgot how that was.
Yeah.
But hey, it's good to be back on stream.
Lovely to have you. Wait, I gotta readjust the size of this screen. I was just saying that I'm the best streamer in the world because not only did I notice your message on Patreon, I
saw that.
I left a note for myself so I would remember it for me. So I'm such a...
I know, I saw that. I was so proud. I was like, yeah, you did actually notice that. That's great.
I'm such a caring guy. I'm such a caring guy.
Did you read that message or no?
The one where you said you weren't. The one where you said, "Hey, I'm not going to be on stream
No,
early," and I
no,
forgot
the
to
other
leave
one.
a
The
note.
other one.
I didn't read the whole thing. Should I?
No, I can basically summarize it, but
Yeah,
if you'd like.
I'll read. Let me read it quick. I know it works, but I don't know what. I know it needs work. I don't know what 5th level is a mess. Yeah. So what are you working with here? What are we looking at?
So I'm under the rule
let me
that
put it in
if you
chat.
have something good, you should never like go out of your way to make a worse copy. Like, I don't think there's anything that will beat the Beast Barbarian, so I would never design like something bestial for a barbarian.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was going through and making one for each tool, I happened to see somebody post a take on the jeweler that I found really cool. So I reached out to them and I said, "Hey, do you mind if I use this in my compendium?" They said yes. And now with a lot more time and experience under my belt, I can tell you 100% it needs work, but I think it's pretty cool and I think it's pretty good.
All right, let's take a look. So the jeweler is what we're looking at.
It's the Lapidist because all of them have fancy names.
Oh yeah. Listen, it's great having fancy names. Okay. A Lapidist specializes in the creation of magical gemstones and prisms. These crystals focus and split their spells and allow them to easily expand or focus their magic. The crystals that Lapidists, such a fucking dingus. I'm gonna struggle with that word. Create can be used by them or their allies, which makes them wonderful. So they're almost like little Ioun stone makers. Is that what we're gonna see here? Curious. All right.
Also, don't forget to credit by the last paragraph.
Original concept and draft made by Redditor Mac Pack Attack, used with permission. All right, cool. Thank you for clarifying that. I miss things all the time. All right, so we get Jeweler's Kit. Nice. We're jeweling it up. Jewels are illegal in a lot of places now.
I think they aren't allowed to be sold in America, but I could be wrong on that.
Dude, if the biggest troll, I know you're not doing it, but if this turned into like a jewel, like a you smoke it subclass, and you were just doing this whole elaborate thing to get me to get to a place where we were going to be doing an artificer that legit was like a vaping artificer, that would be amazing. Also, now that I said that out loud, a vaping artificer is actually a good idea.
Yeah, that's what I hate about this. The fact that that's actually a really good idea.
That's a really good idea.
Oh, geez.
Okay, wait. Let's not sit in that tire fire. Let's look at this. Okay. What's your thought process behind the spells before I read them?
Thought process behind the spells. They will be useful later.
Okay.
Also there's some gem stuff.
All right. Frost Fingers, Caustic Brew, Fiery Scorcher, Mirror Image, Hunger of the Black Tentacles, Lightning Bolt, Hallucinatory Terrain, Vitriolic Orb, Mislead, Synaptic Static. So I'm of two minds here, and we're gonna read ahead because it sounds like there's gonna be tied to something later. My two minds are this. One, I do not feel like these fit the vibe of a jeweler. That's the first thought. The second thought is I have no idea what spells would fit the mind of a jeweler. So I don't know. It's a weird spot to sit in. There's no polishing mechanic. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Let's look at runic crystal. You forge a runic crystal, an iridescent and ensorcelled crystal. Fuck me, these fucking words you gave me to say. Through which to channel spells. When you take a long rest, you can create a runic crystal using your jeweler's tools. Your runic crystal is a tiny object with a fly speed of 30 and the ability to hover. Do you intend for it to be able to fly on its own, or do you just want it to float by you?
Keep reading.
All right. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move your runic crystal up to its speed. You can cast spells from your location or from the location of your runic crystal. Okay, so it sort of does like the familiar shtick. When you reach certain levels in this class, you can make more crystals at the end of a long rest. 2 at 6 level, 3 at 15. So, okay. So it's not really So it's like genuinely what it does, at least at level 3, is it just gives you more opportunities to strike from. Interesting.
I probably should move the redirection down, but one of the things is that 5th is kind of overloaded, so redirection might work better as a 3rd level feature, but then we're kind of front loading. I'm not entirely sure.
All right, let me take a look at it. Redirection. You can redirect your spells through your runic crystal, reflecting the spell in a different direction. If you or a friendly creature causes an effect that's a great phrase. An effect that affects. I love that. Not ironic. I genuinely love that. When you cause an effect that affects an area of oh my god, did you do that on purpose?
I'll be honest. Most of this is copy and paste from his original writing, so I'm completely capable and willing.
This is
to
fucking
punch
crazy.
It up, but
no. But just look at this phrase.
Mm-hmm.
An effect that affects an area of effect. That's crazy. That's madness. But no. But just the amount of the words. Okay, if you or your runic crystal is within I would probably make that word R, are within the area of effect. The effects area of effect, Jesus Christ. Now I hate it. If you do so, the line goes... Okay, wait, what? What the fuck does this do? Okay, if you cause an effect that affects an area of effect. Okay, so if you use a feature that... If you use an area of effect feature... and you or your runic crystal are within that area, you can choose to redirect the area. You can choose to redirect the effect. That's the way to write that. If you do so, the line goes until you or the crystal and then turns in a direction of your choice and goes the remaining distance. Our target can only be affected by a given effect once. For example, lightning bolt. Okay. How does this affect any... But there's so many area of effect features that aren't directional.
This is only affecting lines. That's in the first sentence. It says it only affects area of effect lines.
Oh yeah, this needs to be cleaned up. So
this needs to be rewritten, and I'll get on that. But
yeah. Okay, so it only affects lines. That's so limited. That's very limited. If you redirect an effect that does not have a duration of instantaneous, it ends if you or the area of the crystal exit the area. You can change how crystals redirect an effect as a bonus action. What does that mean?
So if you're pointing right, lightning bolt hits it and it's pointing right.
It's a bonus
and
action
let's say
to turn it?
Yeah. And that's if a line effect lasts longer than instantaneous.
Okay, I sort of assumed that... Oh, it's weird that we're not getting the action economy until all the way down here. Okay, because this phrase, you can change how crystals redirect, and like that should be this at the beginning of this paragraph, because that's what the feature is. Example of qualifying effect. Okay, man, I don't know how I feel about this feature. I think that it could work if it's like reorganized, but it's too weird. Like it's so specific. I'm going to look at the other 5th level feature and then we'll decide if I think it's worth keeping or not. You can focus spells into a point, blasting their energy forward in a straight line. When you cast a level 1, a spell of 1st level or higher that has an area of effect, you can choose to cast it as a line spell emanating from your location rather than the existing effect, with the line being 5 feet wide and a length determined by the level of the spell slot used as listed. Okay. So these features are kind of need to go together. So it doesn't... So basically, what you get at 5th level, and tell me if I'm misunderstanding. What you get at 5th level is you can make any area of effect into a line spell, and you can make line spells turn.
Yes.
I think that this is an interesting idea. I'm going to say something now. This doesn't feel like a subclass feature. This feels like a magic item to me, in my opinion. I think that the idea of changing the angle and area of spells and like leaning into the prism aspect of jewels and stuff like that is really cool, though. I think it could work, but I think that your challenge for this 5th level feature is twofold. One, this shouldn't be the 5th level feature. That's the first thing. 5th level feature should be a little bit of extra damage in some way or another. This could be the 3rd level feature, but I feel like this plus the other 3rd level feature feels like too much. The other thing is that you need to figure out how to turn the entirety of redirection and the entirety of pinpoint spell into one feature, and that feature needs to not take up so much space that you forget what it's about while you're reading it. That's what I would say your challenge is here. Because the actual mechanics of having these little beacons that you can move around and redirecting spells through them is awesome. I think it's really cool, and I think it could be really fun to use, especially if you're like in a very tactic-hungry person, but it's a lot, and it's complicated.
Even right now, I'm thinking through how to rewrite that to just make it similar.
Yeah.
Or simpler, sorry.
Yeah, and you can also aspects it can grow over time. Like you don't need to fit it all into 3rd and 5th level. Some of it can becomes in at higher levels, etc. Like you can always move things around if you need to. Let me look at 9th level. When you use your redirection feature, you can use your reaction to split the effect into multiple lines. If you do so, each line that you split has a range equal to the remaining range divided. So now you can... How much damage do they do? Same damage?
Mm-hmm.
This should not be the 9th level feature. This should be... If you want to be able to legitimately split, because it's essentially doubling your damage output and doubling area of effect, that should be the capstone feature, and it should be limited in use, in my opinion. Because it's doubling everything. There's no doubt. Like there's no. You're not losing any of that energy in the transference. Let me look at refraction.
Hang on. I would recommend looking at the number of uses, and also in defense of the feature, they go less far. If you have 40 feet remaining, you can only split it into 2 20 feet or 4 10 feet.
Yeah, but there's but you have so much more control. Like it's the difference between it's the difference between hitting 1 or 2 creatures is what it is. Which is, that's what I mean. It's making you have a lot of potential damage output. I see that it's half proficiency bonus times per long rest. Okay, so that makes me a little bit more comfortable with it.
I also did one use per long rest, regained per long rest, which
I think half proficiency bonus is fine. Because at level 9 it's going to be 2. And then the most it ever is going to be is 3. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Because you don't. Because the other thing is this artificer. This artificer has really really bad damage output until 9th level. Is the other thing. Like it has nothing that enhances damage or adds extra damage. Let me look at a 15th level. Your runic crystals can function as magical prisms, refracting spells as much as they reflect them. As a reaction to, switch this word to an area effect. As a reaction to an area of effect, you need to clarify what that means. Like as a reaction to you making a saving throw against an area of effect. You're like, like what does that mean? You can use your runic crystals to provide full cover from the area of effect, which causes cones to safely form. What does that mean?
That's old language. Each runic crystal becomes full cover.
Okay. So you basically can just get full cover from area of effect things with your runic crystals. That's what it is.
Yeah, they kind of bloom out and become like little, full cover for
little tents, little crystal tents.
I always thought of it as like shield suddenly forming.
Oh, that could make sense too. That's a cool feature. I like that. I don't I feel like, okay, this is my thought process. My thought process is I like the idea. I think that the problem is that this is trying to do two fairly significantly. This is trying to tie a couple mechanics together that are all a little complicated, but they're not that complicated. One is you have these little orbs that are floating around that you can send things out of. The other is you can change spells into ways that like trigger by sort of shooting through these little spheres. And I think that the key is to figure out how to, if those two key mechanics, you're like, I like these, they're friggin' cool, then your challenge is to get that language simplified and clear as possible and cut stuff that can get cut.
So if redirection was as clear as day suddenly, do you think it would be okay to have that at 3rd level?
Yes. But I also think that it is still, it's a weird 3rd level feature. It doesn't, to me, it is very, there is something that is missing from this Artificer subclass, which is like a core combat loop that is very clear. Like, or at least what the steps of that combat loop should be, I guess.
So far as I understand it, it's take like for example, black tentacles, shoot it out as a line, bounce it around, and then on as a bonus action, make it affect different things and turn in different directions.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I don't know if that feels like it's enough, or it feels. I don't know if that feels like it's enough. I'm not sure. I also think part of the reason why I'm having hesitation around it is this is like every single thing that this subclass does requires you to have spell slots available, and I don't like that.
That is true. And that's something I've been running up with designing Artificers.
Yeah, I know. If you notice, pretty much every Artificer that's official is not limited. Like because they're half casters, they got to be able to do stuff when they don't have their spell slots, and almost all of them are not spell slots dependent on their subclasses. And I actually think that's why people lean into spell slot stuff with them a lot of the time. I'm a Moron says at 5th level Artificers get a damage boost like how Warlocks do, and that is something that I also think is. You don't need to follow that rule, but if you're not following it, you really need to think about how you're filling that gap. But both in terms
what I've leaned into is at 5th level, if you're giving them something else, then you're gonna need to lower it down because on average it's either 4 to 5 or 1d8 damage. But if you're gonna give them something else, then you're gonna want to lower that to 1d6 or a special bonus action that does around 1d6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a smart way to think about it.
So I'm probably gonna fix that up.
It's a neat idea, though, dude. I see why you're like, oh, this is a neat idea. I don't know what the way to clean it totally is, but I like the manipulating spells. I really like the idea of the jeweler channeling like prisms. That I think is really nice, and like the reflecting and stuff. I think it's a weird idea. It's a weird idea, but I like it.
There are also cantrips. Well, no. Anyway.
There are not any area of effect cantrips. I used to think there were, and then I looked at the wording, and there's not. The closest thing to one is Acid Splash.
Yeah, no, there are no area of effect cantrips, which and Artificers still do use cantrips. So if you're not going to make them
the only half caster
combat heavy, if you're going to make them combat heavy, then you might want to make them cantrip ready, shall we say?
Yeah, you could.
Are there any? Ooh, actually, you know what? I need to ask you this because you know stuff.
I know.
Are there any touch cantrip spells?
Yeah, Primal Savagery. That does 1d10 acid damage. Thorn Whip technically is a touch spell, even though it is a reach of 30 feet.
Primal Savagery, and that's only on the Druid spell list. Oh god.
Let me think of what else off the top of my head. chat. Shocking Grasp. Shocking Grasp is another one.
Oh shoot, is Shocking Grasp?
Yeah, Shocking Grasp. Yeah, it's touch.
Well, is it a Artificer spell?
I would be weird if it wasn't. Spare the Dying is also, but I don't know if that's going to be the mood. I think we're looking for something more attack.
Who knows? Oh yeah, it's on the Artificer spell list. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking about. Sorry, I don't want to pull too far away from this because this is really solid. I feel like as long as I can get the wording down.
What if you could do something? I mean, you could cast. You could sort of make. I mean, you could lean into the casting touch cantrips through the crystals too.
That is a different Artificer.
Oh, okay.
But I was just wondering to make sure that that Artificer also had the ability to cast touch spells.
Yeah.
Because their whole bonus is touch spells.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, listen, this is very cool, Data. Love you. I'm kicking you out now, though.
Have me on more often.
Right.
Oh, wait, nice things. You're great. You're the...
Oh, God damn it. I got you, you son of a bitch. You can't say nice things like that. You can't tell me you're going to sucker punch me before you sucker punch me. You can't do that. I'm going to grab Vander. Vander, come here. Vander. What's up, dude?
Not too much.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
So we're looking at okay, wait, let me grab this document so I can show people. Did you see the children's book I told you to get your child?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Sadly, I think that's a little advanced for her. She doesn't even know how to crawl yet.
So, all right, life story moment. I have a sibling who has a child who is now almost 1.5. But when that child was a week old, I bought that book for them. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, they don't need to read it.
Fair enough. Yeah, we have we actually got the D&D ABCs book for.
That's a great one too.
So I'm getting her indoctrinated early.
The thing is with little kids, it takes a while for them to become people. It takes a while for them to become people, but they start starting to become people earlier than you think. And if you build an aesthetic of monsters that is interesting around them, and I think that book is a really good example of monsters that kind of look scary but kind of look not scary at the same time. Then it helps set the tone for later years. You know, it's like you're planting. It's like you're planting the tree that won't bear fruit for a while. But when it does, you know, it's going to be good. All right, so we're looking at a construct, right?
Yes, the Relic. Forewarning, it was one of my earlier creations for Homebrew. 100% bloated all to hell.
Okay, well, we're going to go through it. I am going to say there's a couple features that I don't think we need to dive deep into, like the age, size stuff, I think is like, can kind of be whatever we want. If there was something specific that you were like, no, that's different, then let me know. But we're going to dive right into Living Machine.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, let's see what we're getting with Living Machine. Okay, your construct, you can still be healed by magic, but you only heal half as much. Okay.
Yes.
Resistance to poison damage, immunity to poison condition, don't need to eat pre-sleep, immune to disease. Okay, all this stuff is Warforged-y so far.
Yep.
You can't sleep. Magic can't put you to sleep. That's a little stronger than the Warforged. They don't get that. You can willingly enter a state of similar to sleep. You become unconscious for 30 minutes, during which you're unaware of your enemy. 30 minutes have passed. Okay, so this is the way you get a short rest, I guess. And then the Mending cantrip can be used to heal you. When Mending is cast on you, you regain 2d8 plus the caster's spellcasting modifier. Okay, so the one thing that I'm going to say here that's kind of a big deal is you can't heal off a cantrip. Even if you're getting half healing from regular spells, there needs to be a limit to that. There needs to be a resource. It needs to be resource dependent. Otherwise, you're just invincible. So one way that you could do it is you could make it a certain amount of times a day you can heal from the Mending cantrip. Like it could be like, you know, proficiency bonus times a day or something like that. But that's something that I would play around with there.
The intent was that it is not a mid-combat ability. That is like it's kind of intentional that you're taking most of the damage, but because you're slow to heal, that's your makeup. Like in between battles, you're healing up like nothing. Mid battle though, you're kind of on that like razor's edge.
Got you. I will say, even if you're only healing after battle, it still needs to be resource dependent in some way.
Yeah.
Let me look at constructed constitution. Advantage on saving throws against being exhausted from non-magical sources and death saves. I like that quite a bit. If you fail 3 death saves, instead of dying, you enter a critical state. Okay, let's see. Similar to death to the outside observer, excuse me. This state ends only when someone succeeds on a DC 15 Tinkerer's check on you, after which your body restarts self-mending. You regain consciousness after 24 hours with 5 levels of exhaustion. This check can only be done once, taking an additional hit after you fail 3 death saving throws, but before someone succeeds, your body's irreparable. Okay, this is really, really, really harsh. Like, really harsh. 5 levels of exhaustion is fucked up. Like
it is intended because it only comes into effect if you would die, pretty much.
Yeah, but normal people, when they would die, I can cast a 3rd level spell that costs 100 gold, and then they're back with 1 hit point. Or you know what I mean? Like let me put it to you like this. I 100% understand that it needs to be harsh because you want it to not essentially be you're immortal, but it needs to be harsh in a way where your character isn't going to be not fun for you to play for several in-game days.
Yeah.
Like, you need to think of another thing other than the 5 levels of exhaustion to hit them with in order to make it work in a way that is going to be playable, in a way that's going to be fun. It's going to be really hard to make your character exist with 5 levels of exhaustion, or 4, or even 3. So, like, that's something to keep in mind.
I vaguely remember some abilities stating that you heal multiple levels of exhaustion. Probably some sort of like special case here that you, in this case, those 5 levels go away all at once. Something like that, maybe?
That doesn't exist.
No. That probably was some homebrew monster I'm looking at.
Yeah, exhaustion, you get back in tiers. You get back it's one a long rest.
1 per long rest, yeah.
I think that maybe there might be a spell or something that can lower your exhaustion level, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
I want to say restoration or something like that.
All right, we have domestic. We have 2 models. 2 modals. 3 models.
3.
Okay.
So that was kind of based on like the UA Warforged that used to have sub races. I'm a big fan of sub races in D&D.
All right, cool. So we got the domestic model. We got a faster movement speed. We got +1 to our AC. When we're wearing light armor. Okay. What is the rest of this thing talking about? Loath and slender? What are we talking about? Right, that's just
live and it's just a description, flavor test.
Cool. I don't know how to pronounce words. I apologize.
Oh, you're fine.
We have servant's awareness. You have proficiency with perception or insight. If you already have proficiency in these skills, you're doubled. In addition, when you are target of attack, you can use your reaction to give yourself +2 to your AC. So this is just too many features at this point. So I think that what you do realistically is you stop at the AC bonus. I think you drop the other ones. Or you drop the AC bonus and you keep the skill plus skill proficiency bonus. But I think you totally drop the reaction shield thing, in my opinion. All right, let me look at the labor one. Regular walking speed, natural AC. Oh, okay. The other thing that I would say is if you want your AC to be based off of your proficiency bonus, the base can't be 11. It has to be lower.
Okay.
Because it's gonna be that's very good. That's very good. Like normally your AC is based off of, if it's natural AC, it's 10 plus 2 skills that you very intentionally have to choose to put points into to increase. You don't have to do anything to your AC to make it increase. It just does, or to your proficiency bonus to make it increase. It just does. And it also gets higher than your stats can ever get. So I would lower the base here to maybe 9. See how that feels?
Yeah. I think I based it on like assumption that dexterity wasn't the main stat for this one. So assuming just 3 dex flat. And then proficiency, that's kind of what I scaled it on.
Yeah, but even if you have 3 dex and proficiency, even if you're only getting a +1 bonus to Dex and you have proficiency, that means that you would be 14 AC to start, which I feel like is like that's not enough. I don't know. I wouldn't make that assumption. Like realistically, if I'm going to be playing this Warforged, I'm probably going to pick a Warforged with a high Dex if I go the labor model, so I can take advantage of that. Specialized design, you gain 1 skill proficiency, 1 tool proficiency. You also have simple weapon of your choice that lacks the heavy or two-handed property built into your body. The weapon is the versatile or thrown property. You can't get benefit from it. You gain the bonus to damage the weapon equal to have your proficiency. No, drop the damage bonus. Come on now. Don't try to... That's too powerful. Come on now. Come on now. We'll sneak that shit in there.
I wanted to reward them for using... it's a simple weapon, so they tend to be pretty weak.
I would reward them for it by it not being able to be disarmed. And I don't think it needs to have a reward other than that. If you look, plenty of D&D races have natural attacks, and the reward of them is that they are better than dealing 1 damage.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be better than other weapons. All right, military model. Or you can make it do like 1 cool thing once a day. So like the lizard folk has a natural bite attack, but once a day they can like bite and swallow.
I think it heals or something like that.
Yeah, it gives 10 hit points. It's a pretty fun feature. I love the lizard folk. I think they're fun.
I think they got rid of it in the monsters of the
They did.
Multiverse.
I do not like the monsters in the multiverse book. I've said it many times. I think it is. I disagree
definitely,
with. I'm going to rephrase that. There's a lot that I like, but there is a lot that I don't like.
It homogenizes a lot of the races, which I'm not a huge fan of, but some of them did need the power boost that they got, and some of them needed the nerf. I think it's like the Yanti got a pretty big nerf.
Yeah, and the Genasi, all the elemental people of the Genasi got better boosts. Yeah, I mean I think a lot of things got better, but I also think that more of what I don't like is what they did to the monsters. I feel like they took a lot of the weirder monster features and either removed them or toned them down. And I really like weird monster features.
Oh yeah, like the sunlight sensitivity kind of balanced out the pack tactics of the kobold.
There's the elder elemental, the elder tempest elemental is a giant elemental bird snake thing, and it used to have a feature that had a range of 1 mile, and I thought that was cool. Yeah. It doesn't have that anymore.
Oh, I know. Tempest, yeah, I know. I was going to use that as one of the big bosses in the campaign, and I noticed that. I'm like, nope, using the old stats.
Yeah, I like the old stats. All right, let me look at the rest of this. Walking speed, similar AC bonus. Don't do this. I don't. So I don't think there's anything wrong with doing the natural AC thing, but I do think it's like if this guy is getting the natural AC, this guy should get something else. So the other thing that I'm going to say, let me read the rest of it, and then I'm going to give some thoughts. Redundant bulk. When you level up, you gain more hit points. Okay. I feel like the military model should be the labor model. The labor model gets a natural AC and a natural weapon. Why doesn't the military model get natural armor and natural weapon? Why does the military model get bulkier? I feel like I would spend a little bit of time and think literally, what do these different versions actually do? So like the labor model probably carries stuff. It's probably tankier, right? Maybe not more armored, but certainly tankier. It's a bigger boy. The military model is probably the one that is the most proficient in fighting armor, weapony shit. And then the domestic model, I think you need to decide one of 2 things. You either keep it as the domestic model and you drop some of the stuff and lean into the skills, or you make it like the recon model and you lean into the speed stuff.
I definitely wanted to go like the combat utility social route. Hence the names.
So then if you want this one to be social, drop some of that combat stuff and fill it with some social stuff.
All right.
Because domestic doesn't feel social at the moment. It feels like the rogue.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, because I was wondering about a lot of these things because I was reading back over it when I submitted to make changes, and I'm like, this needs changed. A lot of it needed changed. I just didn't know where to start.
Yes.
So having like somebody else look at it and go like, that's too much, get rid of this, get rid of that,
Of course.
would help me get a good direction.
That's the game we're
going.
playing here, man. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. But overall, I think it's not in a bad spot at all. I think that the things that I said tweak. The thing that I would strongly encourage you to do, honestly, more than anything else, is not worry about any of these features that you actually put here. Like, don't erase them, but if you ignoring them, think about what would be specifically cool for a military robot to have, what would be specifically cool for a social robot to have, like, not just cool, but like what would actually make sense, and like make a little list of those things separate from mechanics, separate from this, and then see if you can figure out how to translate those feelings into mechanics that still evoke those feelings. And I think you'll end up with something a little closer to the social feeling domestic robot, etc. Just one of the most important things when you're writing Homebrew, and I think this is probably true of any writing, but for Homebrew I feel it really strongly, is you want to keep your goal in mind, because you don't have infinite time and space. Like, you're pretty limited. You can't give a D&D thing too many features. The more features you give it, the more bloated it becomes. Even if it's all really well balanced, it becomes a slog to read, you know? Like, it becomes just like a lot of work. So you always need to be thinking within like the confines of those limitations. So seeing like what you can do within those limitations to evoke the most fun, flavorful version of your image, of your idea, is gonna have a big impact on the quality of it. And a large part of that is how well you can crystallize and define that initial goal. You know?
Yeah. No. Like really, like. What's the term, like sparse but specific. It's like some writing advice I heard. Apply that here. Like only one or two like things. Like my general rule of thumb is like 2 big abilities or 1 big ability and 2 small. With this one, clearly that rule is more of a guideline.
Yeah, well, I also think that whenever you're still in drafting mode, it's better to make it too strong and need to tone back than make it too weak and need to tone up. And that's not everyone agrees with that, but that is how I feel about it.
That's my usual approach: is shotgun, throw all the ideas at the board, and then strip away the stuff that's like it's good to have, but it's not core to the concept.
Cool.
Like constructed constitution. Because, I mean, it's a robot, and what do you do with robots if they get broken? Well, you just repair them and reboot them. So I think that's really core. As is, it's a little too, like you said, a little too punishing. Because then at that point, why wouldn't they just make a new character if they're going to have to slog through like 3 sessions to keep their same one?
Exactly.
So definitely agree with you on that. I still think like for a free get out of jail free, there should be some pretty major drawbacks, but not as damning as that one.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be like it could even be something like once this feature is used, it can't be used again for another month, you know, or another week.
Yeah, like some really long time to go like, okay, you got the one time, don't screw it up.
Yeah. The other reason why it shouldn't be the exhaustion thing is because if you use it 2 times in a row, you just die again.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Very true. But yeah, no, thanks for the feedback.
Yeah,
the labor
man.
model, originally, I will say this, originally the militant model was probably the strongest of the 3, because instead of +1, I had it like a D4 to your max HP. But you couldn't take the average, you had to roll it, so you were stuck with what you got. I did have a player play test this in one of my campaigns. It wasn't too bad. A lot of the stuff never really came up.
Yeah.
Especially since he did choose the militant model. I think a constructed constitution that said that the saves came up once, but it was followed by like a week of downtime, so it basically meant nothing. But it really comes down to like how you play games, and that'll be true for any kind of like balancing. It's like some people play like more role play focused, so all combat abilities mean nothing. And if there's like a game where you're doing like long stretches of time, cooldown. Sorry, Warlock, if everybody just doesn't ever take a short rest like that one guy.
Yeah.
It all depends on the DM. I have the issue of trying to balance around the games I run. instead of like what is typical of a D&D game. Like you said, 2 short rests per day followed by.
Well, that's why I think that's why a lot. Honestly, that is why a lot of people I think initially get really put off by my feedback, because I don't give feedback based on your home game. I give feedback based on public use, and those are kind of different markers.
Much different.
Yeah, but as long as you're aware of that, then you can pretty easily decide. Okay, I don't need to listen to that. I don't need to listen to that. I should listen to that. And that's the key to feedback in general, is picking and choosing what you care about and what you don't care about.
Yeah, it also massively changes how you receive criticism when you're writing to publish versus writing for your table.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Like this is fully intended. I mean, it's a pipe dream and a half, but I do want to publish a setting book at one point. Hence, I'm making compendiums. I think you reviewed.
Dude, it's not as much of a pipe dream as I think people think it is. Like, the pipe dream is the not taking the steps until you feel like you have a full amazing book of Critical Role like bullshit. The realistic way to do it is to make it in chunks and to work on it in chunks and to be like, all right, I made this new set of races. I'm going to start promoting them and posting them places and seeing if people like them. And then as you work on them in pieces, you end up with a big thing. There's one of my favorite writers in the world is Ray Bradbury. Are you familiar with Ray Bradbury?
I have read a few of his books. Please don't quiz me on them.
I won't, but he's a great writer, and he was a really, really great public speaker. And his attitude towards writing is, I think, a really healthy one, which is he says, I'm not a great writer. I just write all the time. If you wrote a story a week, every week for a whole year, you would have at least 3 or 4 really great stories, guaranteed. And it's like that. It's like you just gotta like put the you gotta just play the game, put a little time in.
Yeah,
My scissors are getting jammed. Why are they getting jammed? I love these scissors. I don't want them getting jammed.
I wouldn't recommend putting your finger in them. That might help.
Dude, I put my finger in. I almost chopped one of my fingerprints off with these because I was playing. I play with these scissors a lot because they're really fun. Because you can cut them, you can take them apart, you can put them together. The problem is they're really sharp. So if you play with them too much, and sometimes I do this where I like half cut my finger, but I don't really. But sometimes I squeeze too hard, and then I'm like, I shouldn't do that. Anyway, I think you're great, and I'm gonna hang up on you unless you have anything else you need to say or share before I go.
I think there was one other thing.
Yes. Tell me. Oh, you son of a bitch! God damn it! Fuck. All right, tough guy. All right, you piece of shit. All right, that's Vander. All right, we got 2 left. I think we're gonna get through everybody tonight. If you got, that is. If you feel bad, you should, I don't know, give me a sandwich, send me some ice cream. This is a Barbarian. All right, Gio. One based on the classic 1960s cartoon characters where you become Rubber Hose. I don't know. Like you're Wiggly? Popeye? Okay. This is a Wiggly Barbarian, I guess. Here it is in the chat. Path of the Pliable Form. That's a fun name. The can you guys all read everything? Okay. Can you read everything? Okay. Does this hurt your eyes? It hurts my eyes. Does this hurt your eyes? It hurts my eyes. Do you like that game? The This Hurts My Eyes game? This might be a One Piece Barbarian. I don't really know One Piece. Path of the Pliable Form. A barbarian's rage can often result in alterations to one's body, letting them resist physical harm and go beyond mortal limits when it comes to what their bodies can do. Barbarians follow the path of the pliable form. Barbarians following the path of the pliable form embrace the ideal to its fullest, letting their bodies contort and stretch. All right, so they're wigglies. Let's dive in. I don't got the patience to read. I can read the rest of it. The battle these barbarians engage in is often comical as they are violent. Why is this capital? Their bodies spinning, twisting. Okay, cool. So it's gonna be a party. All right, so we get 2 things at 3rd level. Let's see what those 2 things are. What's going on here? All right. there's a big feature later. Starting at 3rd level, while your rage is active, your unarmed strikes deal 1d6 plus your strength modifier. Bludgeoning damage at level 10 increases to 1d8. Okay. In addition, you can choose one of the 2 styles of fisticuffs to engage in each time you use your rage. Flurry of Fists. Once during each of your turns, you can make an unarmed strike as part of the same action when you make a melee weapon attack, as long as you have at least 1 free hand. Okay, so it's basically the Barbarian. It's like an extra punch, right? Squash and Stretch. Your unarmed strikes have a reach of 10 feet. That's fun. In addition, once per turn, when you hit with an unarmed strike, you can force the creature to make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. I like that too. I want to... I like that too. I wonder why it's not grapple, but I accept. You prefer shows like Dragon Ball? We Are Kindred Spirits? I've never seen either. I watched some of the old Dragon Ball when main guy's a kid and he turns into a giant animal thing and he has a tail. Okay. 3rd level. Okay, I want to read let me read the second one first. Proficiency, comical strength. You gain proficiency in the performance skill if you don't already have it, and can use your strength modifier in place of charisma for your performance skills. This is great. Okay. First of all, this is fantastic. This is a great feature. I love this, and it's amazing. This is good, but it's not good enough. There's something missing here. So I think that you have a couple options. One, first of all, I think you can just have this unarmed strike thing be an all-the-time thing. I don't think it needs to be tied to your rage specifically. The other thing is I feel like we need another option for Rough and Tumble. I think we need 3 options. I don't think 2 is enough. I would strongly encourage coming up with a 3rd option. Now, Squash and Stretch knocks people prone. You could also do some sort of grappling option or some sort of more defensive mobility option, but I think a 3rd option is needed here. But I think both of these are good. It's just not enough because right now, also like this option is so similar to the Beast Barbarian Claw attack. Like it's so similar that I feel like this is the one that really feels unique. And one thing feeling unique isn't enough. We need another thing that feels unique. For folks that don't know, the Beast Barbarian gets a thing where at 3rd level they can make unarmed attacks. And when they take the attack action with those armed attacks, they can make at least one other attack so long as they have at least 1 hand free. It's basically this feature. Let's look at 6th level. Wind Up Punch. Starting at 6th level, your unarmed strikes count as magical. Solid. In addition, while your rage feature is active, and when you take the attack action, you can forego one of your attacks to improve one of your unarmed strikes on your turn. The damage dealt by this unarmed strike becomes 2d10 plus twice your strength modifier plus twice your rage bonus. In addition, you score a critical hit on a 19 or a 20. Guys that have been here for a while, what is the feedback I'm going to give on this? I've given the same Barbarian feedback for the 6th level feature 2 times already this stream. Who can guess what it is before I get finished reading this? If you score a critical hit on this unarmed strike, the creature is sent flying up in the air a number of feet equal to the amount of damage it has taken. It cannot hover. If it cannot hover, the creature falls. Yeah, Silver Weasel, you win. This is not a 6th level feature. This is a 10th level feature. This is not a 6th level feature. The 6th level feature should be something to do with you being stretchy or you being like lean into the cartoon stuff in other ways. You can hide behind things that are only, this big. You can squeeze into areas that are this small. Whatever. Your 6th level feature shouldn't be a combat feature. This could be a level 10 feature, but not a level 6 feature. Move it or change it. A rubberized arm. When you reach 10th level, choose one of the following options as a new way you can stretch. How many options is this? This is a lot of stuff. This is too many things, I'm going to argue. As a okay, so you either learn ballooning up or you learn stretching out them muscles, and not both. As a bonus action, you can inflate one of your fists for the next 10 minutes. While your fist is inflated in this way, you can do a variety of things, such as due to your much larger fist, you can use your strength modifier in place of your charisma modifier for your intimidation checks, and you have advantage on your intimidation performance checks. Also advantage on athletics checks. Okay, once per turn, when you make an unarmed strike as part of the attack action, you can instead use your inflated hand and make a crushing blow instead of an attack. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you must make a saving throw or take... What happens? They're knocked prone, and they take damage. Okay. And you get something else, too. When you fall at least 10 feet, you can use your reaction to raise your inflated hand and glide horizontally a number of feet equal to your walking speed. Additionally, you can carry one other creature with you, provided that you can lift the creature's weight. Okay. How long does this last? Is this just all the time on? This needs to be... So is this a once-a-day feature? As a bonus action, you can do this, and then you can do all these things. This should be a once-a-day feature. Let me look at the other one. Once during each of your turns, when you make an unarmed attack, you can extend your arms out to 30 feet away from you. You can do a variety of things in this way. Grab an object... I'm going to skim a little bit here because this is too much, and I don't need to break down every single thing. I can just say this is too much. Grab an object, then you can pull it to yourself. Grab an object. Wait, what? Are these the same thing? Oh, you can move yourself. You can move an object. You can grapple a creature. You can shove a creature, and you fall. Okay, so first of all, I think it's stupid that... I'm getting late. It's late. I don't think that both of them should have a fall mechanic. That seems redundant to me. They should feel pretty different and distinct. The second thing is both of them do too many things. Look at any other Barbarian 10th level feature. They are either doing one thing, or they are giving you access to 2 spells, or they are giving you 2 different options of things you can do. And those options are limited a number of times per day based on proficiency bonus or strength modifier or some shit like that. So here's the move here. If you want to have 2 different modes you can activate, I think that's fine. It's a once-a-day feature. Give each mode 2 things that it has. No more. Anything beyond that is too much. The other thing that you could do is instead of giving yourself modes, you can have like you could give yourself like cartoon powers. Okay? So let's say you have 4 on your turn you can do this once. On your turn you can do this once. And then you can do that multiple times. You have 4 uses a day or whatever. But in its current state, it's just way too much stuff. Yeah, you're going to have to cut, I think, 2/3 of it. Iron Jaw. Starting at 14th level, you have become so tough that you are able to shrug off minor hits. You come across completely, and Palookas risk hurting themselves when they try to... I don't know what you're trying to say here. And Palookas risk hurting themselves when they try to attack you. When you take the... I guess that okay, I don't know. I think that's probably like an old-timey word. Might be. I'm timeless, but I'm not that timeless. When you take damage, you can use your reaction to reduce that instant of damage by an amount equal to the sum of your Constitution modifier and half your Barbarian level. If the damage was caused by a melee attack, the attacker also takes force damage equal to half the damage you had reduced. This is really similar to the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. I don't know how I feel about that. You can use this feature enough times equal to proficiency bonus. Okay, my main feelings here are I don't feel like this thing is focused enough. Iron Jaw feels weird. Does not feel like a capstone feature for this. Okay, here's my thoughts. Iron Jaw should be toned down. Drop the bonus hitting. Drop the bonus damage. Make it a little bit of a damage reduction. Tone it down. Make that the 6th level feature. Okay, boom. That's the 6th level feature. Wind Up Punch should be the 10th level feature or the 14th level feature. And then actually Wind Up Punch should be the 10th level feature, and then Rubberized Arms should be an extension of Rumble and Tumble. It shouldn't be its own brand. It should be like, your Rumble and Tumble now improves. You get these extra options, and then that's what you get at 14th level. That's how I would restructure this. It's a very, very fun idea for a subclass. I like the flavor a lot. I like a lot of the individual features, but it's just got too much going on right now, buddy. Too much, and too much in a way that really doesn't fit the structure of how a barbarian is built, and also doesn't have a good pace of cool. Like the coolest thing, it should be cool, 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 cool. It shouldn't be like cool, cool, cool. Like it shouldn't bounce back and forth. Iron Jaw is not cool. It's okay, but it's not Capstone. Like Rubberized Arms is so much. It should be caps. Like, you know what I mean? Like it should be pop. It should pop. All right, that was my thought. All right, we have one more, Agonizer. Let's see who we'll get on this last spin. It is Agonizer. Hello, Cinder. Random question, but do you care if I put a reference to you in my fantasy novel? If so, what do you want to be? Think just normal D&D character, or if you want to be a whole ass monster. You could put a reference to me in something. I don't know. I don't know. That's weird. I would say sure. Yes. What should I be? Whatever you want me to be. I'll be whatever you want me to be. This is the Amulet of Grammar Correction. I don't know anything about your novel or game world, so I can't tell you what I would be. I would like to be the narrator. I think the main thing that I would say is if you want to make me a monster in your world, I cannot be bound by whatever format I'm presented in. I can't be bound by it. So like if I'm a D&D character or monster, I don't have to follow the rules of D&D, which is why I don't like making stat blocks for myself, because as soon as there's a hit points, it's like, it's done. I don't have hit points. If I'm in a book, I'm conscient. If I'm in a book, I know that the book's being written by someone. I know that there's a narrator. I know that there's grammar being used. I don't have to participate if I don't want to. I could erase things, etc. So if you want to put me into a piece of media, just keep in mind that I am never bound by the media I exist within. Hey, there was a little bit of Cinder lore there. I don't do a lot of Cinder lore. Are there people here to hear? Some people got some Cinder lore. Congratulations, folks. Okay, the Amulet of Grammar Correction. This amulet is made of gold and has a small golden dictionary hanging from it. This amulet has strange psychic energy radiating from it. Oh, I need to put it in the chat. Sorry. Here you go, chat, you lovely beasts. When this amulet is donned, what does that mean? I think you mean donned spelled D-O-N, not dawn like day. The wearer's grammar and vocabulary is heightened, granting them +2 to their intelligence score. I would probably not make it improve their intelligence score. I probably would make it improve certain skills. This also causes them to become a little snobby. That's fun. Let's see what else we get. As a reaction to hearing someone make a grammatical error within 45 feet of you, you can correct them, forcing them to make a wisdom saving throw. This is an item. It should have its own DC. Items do not have DCs that scale with you. They have items. They have their own DC. On a failed save, the target takes 2d6 psychic damage. This reaction can also be used if someone is using a spell to communicate with the wearer of the amulet from a farther distance or telepathy. You need to... Okay. If you want to make a reaction that does a thing, you need to say all the things first before you say it. Don't describe it and then say, oh, it also can be used in this way, and here's a sentence. Don't do that. You got to clarify it. Organize that way. This reaction can be used a number of times equal to the wearer's intelligence modifier. Again, that's not how magic items work. It should be a number of charges. And items do not recharge on a long rest. Items recharge at a specific time or because of a specific trigger. All items recharge at dawn, at twilight, when you dip them in water, etc. Along with that feature, you don't need to say phrases like this. You can just list more features. If the wearer finds a piece of text, they can use an action to purge the text of any grammatical errors. That's really funny. I like that quite a bit. One final feature, again, you don't write them like this. Just list the features. This amulet, if it is the month of May and someone uses the word May wrong in a sentence within 60 feet of the wearer, they can use their reaction to impose all of their grammatical will onto the target. Oh, thank you for the $1, Spino. Very kind. Spino Gunner. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. Again, all the rules I said make this its own DC. On a failed save, they take 3d10 psychic damage and fall under the negative effects of Mind Spike spell. They take half the damage on a success and are not affected. Does Mind Spike do anything other than damage? You just know that you know their location? All right. If it does 3d10 psychic damage and Mind Spike, why not just make it Mind Spike? So it's 3d8 damage, but you don't need to write all the stuff. This is a silly joke item, but I am going to tell you that I think that if you want it to work as a silly joke item, well, I think you still need to reorganize it, and I'm going to say something now that isn't the nicest, but it is worth pointing out. If you want to make an item that is about being critical of grammar, sentence structure, syntax, you need to have really good grammar, sentence structure, and syntax. Your sentence structure feels chunky here. All of this, it's a little sloppy feeling, so it feels silly. There's a little bit of irony there. So I would, you're making yourself, you're choosing to have a higher bar of standards when you make an item that's based on grammar. But overall, it's fun. A little silly. But yeah, thank you very much for sharing. Guys, we got through all of them. We friggin' did it. I didn't know if we were gonna do it, but we did it. How's everybody feeling? Feeling good? All right. 1 second. Wait. There's a thing. What's the thing? All right, give me 1 second. All right. Guys, friends, family, it's almost time to say goodbye. Thank you guys so much. We are going to be streaming again on Sunday. In the meantime, I have a video I've been working on that I'm so excited for. And I really want it to do well. It's going to come out at some point later this week or weekend. I'll be posting about it. But you guys are great. Having a great night. And I will be around and in touch. And just remember to, be nice to yourself. Love yourself. Love your family. Love everybody. Have a good night. Wait.
I don't think about it.
There we go. Good night, everybody.
About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.